allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Circuito de Estoril. We are about to begin this second and last day for the Estoril Classics 2021. I'm with Nuno here at the VIP Lounge where all the personalities will be throughout the day. They were here also last day, Saturday. We are in a special place with a lot of special things. We have here helmets signed by many drivers throughout the years like Thomas Scheckter, Tony Brooks, Nano da Silva Ramos, Nelson Piquet and also his son Nelson Piquet Jr. These are private collection items, also miniatures from helmets from also other drivers, Pedro Matos Chaves, Pedro Lamy, Michael Schumacher, Kimi Raikkonen, also Danny Hulme, Emerson Fittipaldi, you name it, they are here, and a very special trophy. This trophy is a private trophy also, and it was a trophy that was handed to Mario Araújo Cabral, Nisha Cabral, when he won the first race held here at Estoril in 1972. So it's a classic also a special piece, a classical trophy that was held to the first Portuguese Formula 1 driver also, Mario Araújo Cabral, recently passed away. Unfortunately, he was also an important name. We have a perfect day to begin this Sunday. Throughout the night the temperatures went a little bit down, but now the sun has came out, no clouds, no wind. It's a perfect Sunday for racing here at Estoril. We'll have a complete program with lots of races, lots of good moments, just like yesterday. We finished yesterday at night. It was a very special moment, the ending of that last race, also with a fight. The first two, after 2 hours of racing, they were separated just by 1.5 seconds, and we are about to start the first race of the day. Also some public at the stands at the moment, public coming to Estoril. I believe that this will be the perfect Sunday for all of us. racing lovers, racing fans, and of course classic fans at Estoril Classics 2021. Perfect day, perfect Sunday, so let's go racing, let's go to the track. We are about to begin the first race of the day, and I hand it to you guys because this will be a great day for sure.
And the Pizzerinis are already on the way. So cars out on their warm-up lap for this, the first race of the day, which is the Greatest Trophy, and that we had a brilliant race yesterday with a very full grid of these cars from the 1960s, and a huge variety as well. That we saw lots of different things. It turned out to be a bit of a Bizzarini fest in the end, but nonetheless lots and lots of variety all the way through, right from the Morgan SLR, which did a brilliant job and finished well up the order, but Bizzarinis were at the front of the field. There we see the grid, Abeling, Buriez, and in the two Bizzarinis, Emberson, and one of the many Vergelers in this race. We have four of the family in this race. We have Carlo in the 250 GTO Berlinetta. We have Alain Vergeler in the Alpha Julia TZ. We have Yves Vergeler in another of the family's TZs, and Peter Vergeler, who will be in a Porsche 718 RS. So there's certainly no shortage of Vergelers in this race, and of course in the next as well, because they're out, all four of them, in four different cars in the next race. It's going to be a very, very busy time for that family, that they've got at least 8 cars here, which is an embarrassment of riches, I think. We saw just how great this circuit is, that the whole layout is, there's lots of gradients, there's lots of uphill apexes, and that we saw tremendous racing yesterday into the night as well, which was a real treat, and that 1.3 seconds separated the first two AC Cobras after 2 hours of racing, and we saw the lead change right at the end of the race. So that was a treat, and we're looking forward to another full program today. Safety car pulls off into pit lane. We saw some very good, well-ordered starts with all this yesterday. Cars coming up, the two Bizzarinis at the front. Yes, nice 2x2 start. Crossing the line now, and away they go. Listen to that noise as the two big Chevys at the front in those Bizzarinis pull down towards the front, but it's the number 68 car which is in the lead, and that's the Abeling car. The 49 Porsche 904, which did such a great job yesterday and working his way up the field already, but it's the two Bizzarinis at the front and beginning to stretch out just a bit. This is a 40-minute race, and we have two drivers, obviously a mandatory pit stop. Not all of the drivers are driving in twos. In fact, less than half are driving in twos, but we still have the mandatory pit stop, which is a timed pit stop, so you can't go in and do 30 seconds. You have to fill the full time, and that those cars will be stopping during this 40-minute race. The the order as they come down towards us, still the two Bizzarinis at the front. We saw a sterling performance from the SLR Morgan earlier on yesterday, and that was quite a surprise. Doing it again today, look, up to third place, the very highly polished aluminium silver SLR car there with John Emberson at the front, and it's all there. So as these cars now settle down into this 40-minute race, and that we've just got five odd minutes have already elapsed, but it's still the Bizzarinis at the front, just as we saw yesterday. But there are some glorious cars, the two very different Porsches that we see battling it out there. The 904 with the 6-cylinder engine at the back, 904-6, briefly or temporarily, I think, probably leading the much more purpose-built racer. The 918 there is the battle for third place, and we have a good battle forming up there now, because We started off with the Morgan SLR in third place. That's now been overtaken by the first of the Alfa Romeo GT-Zs, and then this battle with the two Porsches very close behind that. So second, fourth and fifth are not quite, but almost nose to tail as they come back to cross the start-finish line. The SLR looking very racy there, taking the driver's right-hand side of the track, but too far back to make a lunge into that first corner. But there we have for second, third, fourth, fifth, and the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase, that glorious dark blue car, is up into the back of that group. But already we're seeing these battles forming up. Sixth and seventh, look at that. The Vergler family already having the battle. Sixth and seventh there with number 60 and number 5. Number 60, of course, being the Ferrari, and Carlo Vergler in the Berlinetta behind that. So not a bad family stable, I think it's fair to say, with all of those cars, plus all the things that we're going to see in the next race as well. Oh, and the number 56 car stopped out on track. Has he hit anything? That's the Konrad Ulrich car, which is stopped. Can't see any damage there, but we'll have to wait and see. A bit of battle, Ferrari versus Alfa Romeo. What a great way to start a Sunday morning is to have that battle in the rising sunshine here at Estoril. The 250 short wheelbase currently in the lead of those two, and that is the Christian Dumoulin white car in the lead of that. We talked yesterday about how there were so many differences with different cars, and they that leading the. I've never seen a sort of pale green Alfa Romeo like that before, and that's Alain Vergler in that car. We saw him out yesterday as well, but nonetheless they look fabulous. The SLR, Morgan SLR, side by side with the 9046. Oh, they're getting very close there. I'm not sure that the number 49, the 9046 there with Ippolito Pires, really saw the Morgan down the inside of him. They went to take the apex and then had to readjust quite quickly. But the silver Morgan SLR is now free and chasing the Alfa Romeo TZ, which is in front of him now. So great battle there with the comparatively small race engines there. The big Bizzarini way out in front, but nonetheless, it's the battle is for the 2-litre-ish cars which are behind. There's probably the oldest car in the race, the Jaguar of Joao Mira Gomez and Nuno Afioto, and he's in the XK140. That's a 1956 car, which is one of the oldest here. We have a listed Jaguar in this race, which we haven't really seen much of yet, but that is a 58 car. But by and large, we're talking about cars from the 60s, and that's where most of these cars come from. And there's the Lister Jaguar that I was talking about, built in Cambridge in the United Kingdom, and that's again one of the oldest cars in the race, 1958 car. We always talk about Listers in terms of them either being a Costin, which was bodied by the great car designer Frank Costin, or alternatively what became known as the Nobly. And this is a Nobly, the very low drag car for its time. But there we see the gap between first and second, which is comfortable enough. Marcus talked yesterday about the fact that with that pale blue rear panel on the Bizzarini, it's very reminiscent of the old Maranello concessionaires colours, which were on the Ferraris in the 60s, the red with pale blue. I don't think I've ever seen a Bizzarini run in those colours, and certainly Colonel Ronnie Hoare would not have been doing that, because he was a Ferrari man through and through with that building. That's a pretty car, isn't it? That number 28. It's a lovely car. It's an Oscar Maserati, which is a 750cc car that very much of its time, very low engine size, but nonetheless a pretty car. The Oscar was created by the Maserati brothers when one of the early iterations of the Oscar, early iterations of Maserati went into financial meltdown. That was something which happened to Maserati for many times, but they went off and formed Oscar instead, and that's what we see here. So this is what would have been a Maserati had they been able to keep everything together. We have 26 minutes of this race left to run, 40-minute race. Don't forget that there is a mandatory pit stop through all of this, so everybody will have to stop, and have to stop for a preset amount of time. So there's no demon pit stops here. It's not like endurance racing or Formula One or anything, that they will have to do that. There we see the battle between these two cars. Very different cars, that not only front versus rear engine, but almost everything else is different. And if you want three different cars in shot, there's that Oscar, which is being overtaken by the Bizzarini and the Jaguar XK140. You could not get three more different cars in one race, I don't think. And that's a joy to see. The Oscar is probably running his own race quite effectively, but nonetheless, he's been overtaken by those two. There's the Lister Jaguar. You can see why it was called the Nobly, because it is knobbly. It is as simple as that, and wasn't a particularly pretty car. Very much associated, of course, with Archie Scott Brown, who was an utterly brilliant driver, would be as quick as anybody in the day, and that's including the likes of Stirling Moss. And you think then that he was disabled from birth, had polio, and that he had only half an arm and a very withered foot, and yet could still go out and beat Stirling Moss in a similar car. Now we have a drama, because the Porsche 904 looks like fire. That looks like fire in the pits. He's come in. The Pires car that can't actually see flames, but they're dragging the driver out of the car just to be on the safe side. With all that extinguishant on the car, I don't think we're going to see that car again, because that was in 10th place when it came in. But that's a shame, because that was doing so well. But I don't think we're going to see that car again. That's going to be covered sufficiently in a mess. So that's that's where we are. But Marcus, I think this is turning out to be every bit as good as it was yesterday. It's a sad sight to see, with the extinguishant running out from underneath that lovely car, and the Porsche is one of those. That's a 9046. They produced a few of them, the 9044, which had a little four-cylinder engine, and a very few that they actually took to an 8-cylinder car. But that's the Ippolito Pires car, which is a car from 1964, and it was a kind of customer car that Porsche built, and that it was run by many privateers. A lot of people will now think of the YOU-4, which was run in British Racing Green by a privateer called Bill Bradley, and that car is still out and running. Certainly we saw that recently at the Goodwood Revival, so that's still running and has been from the time. Get out of the way, since the pit crew with the number 60 getting ready to go back into the fray. That's one of the many Virgulers. That's Peter Virguler in the 718 RS, and off he goes, just allowing another competitor through in the meantime. But there's our second place car, the Bourriez. That's the Bizzarini, sometime known as the ISO Bizzarini. These cars, again, what we would now call intellectual property, moved between various entities during the life of that car, powered by the big 5.3 litre Chevrolet engine at the front of that. When I say at the front, it's only so much at the front, because that engine is mounted so low and so far back that we could see the driver almost tapping the top of the engine from his position in the driving seat. It's so close on that. Driver change here as we see a brief conversation. If you love your Steve McQueen film, you can say you can take him through White House. He doesn't like it through there, but that's the number 53, and that's Miguel Andelso, the only non-red Bizzarini in this race. Talking of which, there's our number 68 car. Goes on his imperious way with the Eberling family. And we have the white Alfa Romeo is also in the back. The 46 Bourriez car in second place. And you can see there it's just over 7.5 seconds between first and second, which is a comfortable lead that we're not going to see the Eberling car troubled over much. He can take the lines he wants. He doesn't have to take a defensive race. The number 9 Alfa Romeo into the pit there with Alain Virguler. The Alfa TZ, very much built as a racing car, and they were raced all over Europe in period. I'm not sure whether that is an original colour for that car or not, because I've certainly never seen any GTZ in that colour. But back into the fray, there's the Lister going down into the inside of the corner and taking.
See whether you can hear me on the mic. I'll try it. Okay. All right. One, two, three, testing.
Marcus?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to hear you, and that I thought that with the advertisements that we had at the top of the show, it's that with the advertisements at the top of the show, I thought you popped off for another breakfast in Cascais. It all looked very appealing, but we're now into pit stops.
Yeah, we are, and I'm glad that everything's up and running here this end. But we had a little issue. But it's interesting to see this priceless group of cars out. I've been hearing your descriptions of the Bizzarini 5300 GTs with those 327 Chevys in them, and there were 133 built. We had 4 at Estoril this weekend racing, which is fantastic. We've got 2 Ferrari short wheelbases. There's the white example in the race. Absolutely fantastic. That's Christian Dumoulin's car, the Belgian driver, and there were 176 of those. And the Alpha TZs, we have a whopping 2% of the entire production, because we have 2 of the 101 built, both with the Vogler family. 1570cc, playing the big V12 Ferrari. Look at that, absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we had the Bizzarinis 1-2 yesterday, chased by the Morgan SLR. That seems to be the same again today. They've got the suction going to try to clear the cool down the engine compartment in the Bizzarini 46 there. That's Christian Bourrier. But out front, it's Eberling from Bourrier as before, with Emberson flying along in that Triumph-powered Morgan SLR, one of the 3 built. Car raced in period by Pip Arnold. Got the suction going like mad on the Bitzer. Whether it makes a big difference or not, I don't know.
It's a bit like people going from side to side to warm their tyres up. Nobody's not going to do it, although nobody's actually entirely sure whether it's worthwhile. But the Bizzarini back into the fray. We talked about those TZs, and I think that's a very, very pretty car. Very early iteration, Marcus, of the cam tail, the chopped off tail.
Yes, it is, and those cars designed or built in conjunction with Auto Delta, but designed for Zagato by Ercole Spada, and they are just fantastic. Raced by many teams, many privateer teams, as well as the factory drivers, and they continue to be massively popular with collectors if you can get hold of one. So only 101 built. So they are in the priceless league. There's the Morgan. It's being chased by Vogler in the white Alpha. That's Yves Vogler, one of the 4 Voglers in the field. He's the breakaway Vogler, because Carlo, Peter and Alain are racing in 6th, 7th and 8th places in their Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta, Porsche 718 and Alfa Romeo respectively. The white Bizzarini is the one that broke yesterday, and that fortunately is going well today. And it's good to see that they've got a race out of this weekend. But the Morgan and Alpha battle is really joined. Let's say the Triumph-powered Morgan, Sprinzel Lawrence June Racing, John Sprinsel, Chris Lawrence, the Morgan hero at Le Mans in the early 60s in top 258, won his class there in a regular bodied Morgan. Made 3 of these cars with the aluminium body. There was also a 4th, the Triumph base car, which we're going to see at Goodwood next weekend at the members meeting. But here we've got Ferrari on Alfa Romeo, coming down into turn 1 of this great Grand Prix circuit. Opened in 1972, as we were hearing earlier on from Rui. And has run wide. Vogler's run wide in the green Alpha, and that's dropped him behind Christian Dumoulin in the white Ferrari. Yes, this track opened back in 1972 and hosted the Portuguese Formula 1 Grand Prix from '84. Alain Prost won. But that brought Portugal back into the World Championship for the first time since 1960. That wonderful race where John Surtees was leading for Lotus, for his foot came off a slippery brake pedal and that's the Alpha's out.
Oh.
And so from 1960 to 84, Portugal not in the World Championship, but Estoril was the place to get them in. So that's the green Alpha out of the way, unfortunately, behind the barriers, but in a position of safety. And here's the Morgan now being chased by the Lister Jaguar, or the Lister Jaguar Nobly, as opposed to one of the Costin versions. So Emberson is there, and de Villancourt with the Lister behind him, now challenging for third place.
And that's a bit of a turn up for the book, but yes, I think it's John Emberson has proved that yesterday's result wasn't a fluke, that he was absolutely on it from the word go, and he's still holding that third place. But
has Yves Vogler
stopped
in
second?
Yeah, has Yves Vogler stopped in sympathy with his family member, because both Alphas are out of the race. One appears to have dropped right back, and the other has been, as we've seen, has pulled off. But this battle, it's going to be a power struggle, and the Lister has the grunt in a straight line. Morgan will have probably better brakes into the hairpins because it's lighter.
My guess, Marcus, is that isn't the end of that battle, because undoubtedly the Lister will have the grunt. Oh, and look at this! We're seeing the two Bitsarini side by side as they go into turn one.
It's a change of lead. And Christian Bourrier come Ebeling, the Ebeling team, father and son, and Christian Bourrier, the Frenchman, goes ahead of the Germans with their red and pale blue car with that Cambridge blue tail on it.
And that was a change for the lead. And you'd have to say that Bourrier didn't look like a race winner yesterday, but undoubtedly he's up there now. He needs to put a bit more than the second that there is, 0.8 of a second currently between those two. He'll be looking to pull out in the next 11 minutes enough of a gap, and this is the third place battle.
It is, and it's the Lister Jag ahead of the Morgan. It's 3.8 litres of Jaguar Straight 6 against 2.1 litres of Triumph 4 under the bonnet of the Morgan, and de Villancourt going well in the Lister, but he's got to be very aware that John Emberson, as they come up to lap Little Oscar, is still on his tail. There's the João Mira Gomes Jaguar XK140 shared with Afito, and the 99 car, which has been a fixture in historic racing for as long as I can remember, is lapping down in ninth place now. Ninth place, because both of the TZ Alfa Romeos sadly have fallen out.
Yeah, they were so good before that. But look at this battle for the lead. In the background of this shot, there's the two Bizzarinis, very, very similar cars, but there's enough of a gap now that 1.7 seconds. So Bourrier's pulled out the best part of a second on that lap over Ebeling, which is a surprise, I have to say, but he's pulling out, say, a bit less than a second a lap. They're going to be doing another 5 laps, I would imagine. So,
and now up to lap the Ferrari of Dumoulin. But interesting, isn't it? Because the two Bizzarinis, first and second, Bourrier in 46 and 68 Ebeling, their best laps have been within 0.4 of a second of each other. But I guess it was young Ebeling who started the race, and his dad said yesterday he wasn't as quick.
I think that probably is the explanation to where we are currently with this, because certainly the second place Bizzarini is now falling away by quite an amount. The back markers, we haven't got in so many back markers. There's 17 cars who are entrants for this race, so we don't have a very crowded track. We're not having the problem with people battling their way through.
Yeah, only 14 started because the Malta From's Smoky Bizzarini from yesterday didn't make it out today. So here's Christian Bourrier.
We've lost some as well. Yep, that gap now is fairly comfortable, let's say. I think between those two, and I think that yes, it's the difference in the generations, which is seeing the Bourrier's car pulling away 1.9 seconds, as you can see there, is currently the gap back onto the start-finish line, and that let's just see what it is this time around. Oh, that's interesting. That it's half a second back on that lap. So
made up in the last sector of the circuit because there was nothing to split them in sectors 1 and 2. And Everling's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he now? So maybe he's taking a little rest for a couple of laps and will then charge after the leader. They didn't have much in the way of opposition to lap last time round. Is Bourrier going to respond? He's made 4 tenths up, and dancing under braking is the white Bizzarini, the 327 Chevrolet. It's 5.3 litre Chevrolet V8 engine mounted a long way back within the wheelbase of the car. They're really nice, stable platforms. The Ferrari there, number 5, and that's the beautiful 250 short wheelbase. That is the Carlo Vogler car, running in 6th place. But 53 there is Carlos de Miguel with the Bizzarini.
And he's currently in 8th place. He's not mixing it up there with the big boys. I think maybe that with the first 2 cars, Marcus, that perhaps it's about incisiveness through traffic. As you said, the last lap there wasn't any, and that we saw the second place car chip away at the lead. And I think that quite possibly it's whether you're prepared to go for that apex when you're lapping another car, or whether you hang back a little bit, because certainly when those cars are on a clear track, I don't think there's anything between them very much.
No, that's right. And I think we're going to see more Bizzarinis out in historic racing. I know that the Jordan Racing team back in the UK is currently putting one together for a very quick driver, and we will see that out, no doubt shared by one of the Jordans at some point, certainly during testing. Mike and Andy Jordan put together a fantastically good car, but a Bizzarini's new on their agenda, and I'm sure it will be a front runner. But in the meanwhile, let's enjoy these two, which are the cars of Christian Bourrier and Dirk Ebeling.
And we'll be seeing Andrew Jordan out a bit later on today in the 2 litre Cup, which comes out at 2 p.m. and that's he'll be out there starting from pole position in Mark Sumpter's car. So I'm not sure which of them is going to be starting, but
yeah, Mark Sumpter, who was champion of the 2 litre Cup a couple of years ago, 2019.
Yeah, in that car. And that's nice. It is nice. It's thuggish, as we said, but nonetheless, it's nice. That must be a great car to drive. The history of that is somewhat mirrored by Jaguar themselves, in that they built the D-Type and the C-Type before it, principally to win Le Mans. That's what they set out to do, and back in those days particularly, Le Mans was a flat-out blast for so much of the circuit, and so those cars they built were very quick in a straight line, not so good round the twisty bits, and that therefore the Lister, which was built really as I won't say a club racing car, but it was built for a much broader range of circuits, and that scored hand over fist when you came to circuits like this, where there were a lot more corners and a lot more things to worry about. So it's in its element at this Estoril circuit.
There's the little Oscar from the Maserati family, And it was Little Oscar that Sterling Moss finished his competitive historic career in. Sterling Moss, who passed away early last year in his early 90s, and he competed at the Le Mans Classic, another event put together by Peter Auto, who have packaged this wonderful Estoril Classics program. And here comes the Oscar of Laurent Bellou down in 10th place, smallest capacity car in the race.
It's funny, isn't it, how we've got used to modern cars being very all-encompassing for the driver, and to see him there sitting not only head and shoulders out of the car, but most of his body as well, is quite disquieting in a strange sort of way.
It is. It's kind of like an air brake, isn't it?
Yeah, must be quite uncomfortable to be sitting in the airstream like that. But the gap between third and fourth is now significant, I think it would be fair to say, and that 5.2 seconds.
Yes, the Morgan, 500. Yeah, being cornered very nicely by John Emberson, who came out of Morgan's and then sort of into this SLR, and then also moved into Chevrons in a big way. So we'll see him out again in the classic endurance racing grids later in the day. Those cars run by Foxcraft Racing. Simon Pragnell team down in the south of England. But meanwhile, the two Bs continue to circulate. They'll be going on to their final lap in just a couple of seconds. There they go, over the stripe, on to what will be their 19th and final lap. Nothing between them in the pace.
Just keep it on the black stuff, and just stroke it home now with the 46 in the lead. Christian Boullier is going to surprisingly win this, and that it wasn't like this in the first part of this race, but nonetheless he came through halfway and has comfortably run away with this. I think controlled it from the front. There's our third placed man, the number 22 Charles de Villaucourt in the Lister, and then the much loved SLR behind that. There's it's been perhaps a little more circumspect race than we saw yesterday, but nonetheless, and that's a sad sight, isn't it? That is a sad sight to see that lovely TZ on its way back. Although the Vogler family haven't by any means finished. They've got another 4 cars out in the next race. So having gone from 4 to 2 in this race, we're back up to 4 Voglers for the next one. And maybe there are 2 members of the family who are grateful for the rest, because it's a straight change into the next race. There's that highly polished aluminium car.
Yeah, so the 46 car of Bourrier leading around this final lap by a couple of seconds. Fastest lap in the race set early on by Leon Ebeling in the car that his father's now driving. So young Ebeling started. And here we go then, on to the final straight out of the Parabolica. Ayrton Senna for the final time, and down to take the checkered flag to end this second greatest trophy. Cars of the 50s and 60s, and it's a 1-2 for the Chevrolet powered Bizzarinis. Christian Bourrier, the Frenchman, ahead of the Germans, Leon and Dirk Ebeling. 2.2 seconds in it at the flag. In third place is Charles de Villaucourt with his Lister Jaguar Nobly. He's driven a good race through the field. And not far behind him, John Emberson in the Morgan, but the 1950s Sports Racer car from Brian Lister and company makes its way in a beautiful growl of Jaguar Straight 6 engine. Through goes the Ferrari, that's Dumoulin. He's down in 7th place. in the white Ferrari, short wheelbase. But where are the third and fourth place drivers? Not far from the flag, that's the answer. And it's going to be Charles de Villecourt, who is in third place in the Lister Jaguar, ahead of John Emberson. But it's a 1-2 then for the Italian supercars, the work of Giotto Bizzarini, who went to Chevrolet for his power units.
That's a time when most people were going to Ford. Let's be clear about that. So it's a somewhat unusual car, but a good win there. That the two Bizzarinis, as I said, they were at one time known as ISO Bizzarinis, and another part of the turbulent Italian motor car industry at the time, where people came and went.
Because ISO was in Formula One with Williams in the early 70s as well. And the ISO Revolta cars, ISO Revolta, ISO Grifo, and we remember seeing those. But there we go. It's the Bizzarinis. I think they went to Chevrolet because there was an immensely tunable 5.3 litre engine, as opposed to the Fords, which were tended to run the 289 4.7s, powered things like the Cobras and the Lister developed Sunbeam Tigers that ran at Le Mans. So beautiful, very, very sleek machines. These raced at Le Mans in period. Remember Ian Giles having the Le Mans car, the white one with the blue and red flashes over a front corner. Competed in that for a while. Christian Bourrier then wins from Leon and Dirk Ebeling, Charles de Villecourt third, John Emberson fourth in the Morgan, the Vogers, Peter and Carlo next through, then Dumoulin with the Ferrari, De Miguel with his and Delso with their Bizzarini, Mira Gomes and Afoito with the Jaguar, and Laurent Ballou with the little Oscar complete the finishers.
Yep, and a race of attrition, I think it would be fair to say, for that particular race, which is surprising, but nonetheless, it's that's the way it is. Many of those cars, one way or another, were built as kind of production road cars, and the Bizzarinis are not alone in that, but you could certainly buy a Bizzarini for the road back in the day. I think with the success of this, the Stradale, you're absolutely right, and they are probably coming hard to come by, because most of them will be bought and converted to race cars now with this kind of success. But yeah, a happy winner and a deserving winner there. So we saw that lead change halfway through the race, but several of these cars are at least based on road cars. We talked about the short wheelbase Ferrari, that you could certainly have one of those as a race car, as a road car. The Porsches that we see were pretty much race cars from the outset, but the XK140 Jaguar, which I think is the oldest car in this race, that was developed very clearly from a road car and made as a road car. So that it's a bit of a variation on that all the way through. The Porsche pulling up in the background of this shot. There's some happy drivers. That's what we like to see. There's no forced smiles there. They're happy people, having enjoyed a good race.
Those cars, as see the Jaguar sporting the Equipe Europe shield. That's the team started by Yvon Mahe in '85. Down in the pits, I can see Rui Belmont, who's going to speak to our winning drivers, Christian Bourrier, the Ebelings, and Charles de Villecourt.
Hello, good morning. We're back again here at the pit lane. I'm with Christian, he was the winner of this first race. Fantastic race, Christian. It was not easy for sure. First thing in the morning to win a beautiful race.
Yeah, it was very tough. But I succeeded, and I'm so happy. Yes. The weather was okay, but the brakes were eating up quite a bit, so I was a bit anxious. But I succeeded in managing the race.
Did you have to change your strategy due to the brake?
No. Yes. We changed a little bit. Yes, we delayed the stop. We delayed the pit stop. Yes.
Okay. Besides that, no problem with the car.
No problem.
Fantastic race, fantastic win. Congratulations
Thank you very much.
for this first position. He was the winner of this first race of the day here at Estoril. The temperature is getting hot every minute, every hour. So during the afternoon we'll see for sure many more problems with the brakes, with the older cars certainly. But that's classic racing. That's one of the strategies that has to be done throughout the races. The longer ones will be a bigger problem for the drivers. But that's racing, guys. And this was the perfect way to begin this Sunday. It will be a beautiful Sunday, I'm sure of that, because the weather is on our side today. No winds, the temperature is getting hot, and for sure we'll have a lot of fun throughout the day.
That's great to hear there from Rui down in the pit lane. So the temperature increases and the next field is preparing to come out. That will be our Heritage Touring Cup. It's 18 degrees already. Before 10 o'clock in the morning. It's going to go into the 20s, which will make a very pleasant atmosphere for the spectators, and perhaps less so if you're in an enclosed cockpit car during the day.
And of course, it's slightly confusing maybe for some of our viewers in the UK, because that Portugal runs on the same timeline as the UK. It's the only country in Europe to do so. But therefore, when they're talking about timings, it's exactly that. We're looking at the highlights now, and we saw the two Bizzarinis in a different order to start with, battling further down the field there, with the SLR just beginning to lock up a break on the way into that long left-hander. But a good battle between them and the Porsche. There's one of the Alpha TZs at the front of that, which was ill-fated in that wasn't going to see the finish. A good battle there. There is the other Bizzarini, and also that little 750cc Oscar. There were some good battles all the way down the field. The victors now going to enjoy the spoils of their race.
So we hear the Marseillaise ringing out for Christian Bourrier, who has won it at the Estoril Classics. So a nice podium there, Bourrier in the middle, the Eberlings on the left from Germany, and Charles de Villecourt on the right in the black race suit. And you see Cascais above the drivers' heads as Bourrier beckons his pals up onto the top step of the rostrum. And it's the multifaceted joys of Cascais which bring tourists to this part of Portugal, have done for many, many years, because the circuit will celebrate its 50th anniversary next year. So sadly, without its very first winner, Nisha Cabral, who we remember well from racing in 2-litre sports cars in the 1970s, although he went back to the early days of the 60s, raced an ATS in Formula One, Portugal's first Formula One driver. So that was the highlights of that first race. Ferraris, Porsches, Bizzarinis, Oscar in there as well, and that's Super Little Morgan as well. And that was the moment where Christian Bourrier plucked up the courage to dive out and overtake Ebeling coming down into turn one. Third place was the Lister, which was that of Charles de Villoucourt. And in fourth place, the Morgan. We saw a fleeting glimpse there of the Morgan SLR. There it is again, of Briton John Emberson, who finished third yesterday, fourth today. A really good weekend for him so far, and he's got chevrons to play with later.
What a nice day! That sounds perfect. I was just thinking about whether there was the muttering in the court of the Emberlings when Dad took over in the second car, in the car that finished second, of oh Dad, speed up a bit, come on, I've done all the work, but it wasn't to be.
Dad's probably paid the bills.
I think that does have a significant effect on the view that you have, but I think Leon Ebeling would probably still be sitting there saying, "Oh, come on," in his best teenager voice, although he's not a teenager. Now, cars are on the grid for the next race, which is the Heritage Touring Cup, and Marcus, this is something which any red-blooded historic motorsport fan is going to love.
Yeah, very, very much so. These are cars of 1966 to 84, so it does cover a broad church of touring cars. And when you've got these wonderful Cologne Capris sitting out front, there's our circuit. You can see the long straight on the right-hand side going down to turn one, 4.1 kilometers long. It's an hour race. It's round 5 of this series, and you've got Capri's being joined by the legendary BMW Batmobiles, and those battles between the star drivers of the day, between Ford and BMW, were absolutely brilliant. At the back you've got a 60s Ford Mustang, so it's different eras of cars featuring there. And there's a very redolent sight, the wonderful Batmobile in those works colours.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it?
Incredible.
Yeah. There are 34 cars on the entry list, and that entry list reflects very much that Ford BMW battle, because of those 34 cars entered, only 3 are not either a Ford or a BMW. We have a Jaguar XJS on the list. We have an Alfa Romeo 1750 GT AM, and there's a Chevrolet Camaro. There's Martin Brundle with that very, very well-known crash helmet that he has, and his son has a similar but mirrored layout to that as well. So Martin Brundle will again be sharing with Zach Brown in Zach's Capri RS 3100, going straight back to back in the day. A few stragglers just joining at the back. Obviously, one of the beauties of this kind of racing, all production-based cars. So, whilst the real works cars are like hen's teeth, be it a BMW or a Ford, you can actually go to one of the specialist builders and have something built up, which mirrors exactly what the car would have looked like in period. So some of these will be original cars, some of them will be more recent additions. But it's a BMW and Ford front row. How about that? That's
exactly how it should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
go back to '73 when the Dutchman Twan Heersemans won the European Touring Car Championship for the second time, but this time in a BMW 3-litre CSL, and the engines were stretched. It was just the base model that was called that, and then alongside you see that the Capris, and the likes of Jackie Stewart drove the works forwards, among many others, but we'll go into some of that detail during the race. There's a spectacular looking Capri. That's Christoph van Rietz. We've got BMW 635s down there in the pack as well, and I remember talking to John Fitzpatrick about racing those cars in the period. Just brilliant to see the BMW coupes there and the Ford Capris together. Look at that! The Batmobiles, Capris, Escort RSs in there as well. And going back down the order, it's a super grid, this, Paul, isn't it?
It is. It looks lovely, and I think it's interesting you say about people like Jackie Stewart driving these cars. That when that battle between BMW and Ford, and that was Ford of Germany principally, was at its height, they had very big budgets to develop these cars, and that they were going to put the very best drivers in to make it work. So to see the likes of Jackie Stewart and Jochen Mass and Hans Stuck and various hot shoes of the day, it was not unusual. And John Fitzpatrick, one of the very best tin top drivers around ever, and that he was in there as well. So it was money no object, I think, for both of those teams in the early days, and that's why we see such highly developed cars. They built the cars as homologation specials, so they did what they had to do to produce a superb race car. And that, yes, you could buy an RS3100, you could buy a CSL Batmobile for the road, but you really weren't going to. They were just built to make them legal for racing.
Yes, a lot of those homologation specials, all the fancy aero sort of came in the boot, didn't it? And you could put it on if you wanted to on your road car. Problem with the second qualifier, and that is the Capri of Guillaume Mahe. The Mahe team cars.
We did actually see one of the crew talking to Mahe on the grid, and that he was looking a bit upset about something or other, but clearly a big problem there, and that's going to change things considerably. Now, can they get that car off the grid before the field comes back? Because otherwise we're going to have another start, big push that's not going anywhere, that's not moving at all. Take it out of gear, but I'm not sure we're going to get a start on this one, Marcus, because they're already getting off halfway around the lap.
Yeah, and it's just stranded, isn't it? It wasn't going anywhere. No. And a big problem then.
The field coming through with
the
various different colour schemes.
On the way through that black BMW CSL, which is the alternative colour scheme, there's that wonderful picture, do you remember, of Hans Stuck yumping at the Nürburgring? And I'm not sure which of the bits was it, the Flagsgarten, one of the two. And yes, there's a big issue with the number 60. It obviously isn't going to be helped off the grid in a hurry. Has something locked up on it, or because normally you can put red flag.
Yeah, good. When they tried to push it, it was moving not a bit. Consequently, you have to think that it's either a gearbox problem or a drivetrain problem. I can't imagine that the engine
or brakes locked on or something like that. It's just one of those things that normally, if it's a gearbox problem, you kind of dip the clutch and sort of just get that out of the equation and just move it forward. But it's obviously something pretty serious. Equipe Europe looks after that car, which is Yvon Mahay's team. Started back in '85, and they've run some of the most sophisticated cars of the Group C racing era and beyond. So they're experts in their field. But obviously this one has eluded them. The green Capri in the middle is a tribute car to the beautiful green Lindrick Finance car that Dave Matthews drove back in 1973 with the green, white and gold car there. So Steve Dance has a late built car. There's Christian Traber on pole with the BMW Batmobile. Guillaume Mahe not going to run. Steve Dance third. He's in a Ford Capri, a late built car. Brundle there also in the green and gold car. We've got the Guénaz in the middle. Simama, Eric Sechod with very quick escort. We've got Yves Vogler in the. You already said all the Voglers are back out in force. Henri Moser third in yesterday's Enduro. Claude Boissy, another really good racer from France. Armand Mille is in there. More Voglers. Malte From, who was out in his Bizzarini yesterday. He's in that. Carlos Cruz, on whom Portuguese hopes are pinned. He is down on P24. Then we've got Pierre-Alain Thibault, very quick Belgian, champion of the past. And so it goes on. This is a wonderful field. And if touring cars are your bag, then there it is. Delso, the Spaniard at the back. He was out in the previous race in another Bizzarini. So the safety cars led them round. We can't quite see as yet whether the Capri that's broken is still there. No, they've got the flatbed going to pick him up. So it doesn't matter. There'll be a little bit of delay, and then in total safety they'll be away.
And the Vogler's having been out in a variety of different cars in race 1 today. We've got Alain Vogler in a Capri RS 2600 together with Carlo in another similar car. So the two Capris there with Alain and Carlo. Then we have Peter Vogler in a Ford Escort RS 1600 from a similar kind of period, and then Yves Vogler, who we saw out in the Alpha, he's in a Capri RS 2600 as well. So 3 Capris and an Escort have come out of the Vogler Transporter at some stage today. That's some TARDIS of a transporter, isn't it? With at least 8 cars in there. So the cars now just lining up gently. They're going to have to sit and wait for our front row car.
Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. entirely possible when nothing is missing, and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So we're back to the grid, and we should be underway for 1 hour. The fifth round of the touring car, Heritage Touring Cup, is about to get underway. Track should just about be clear. The start has been delayed, as you can see, but cars are ready, drivers are ready. Those Fitz also drove in later races with a big winged Group 5 CSL BMW and switched camps. I think he realised back in the day that the BMW was the thing to have. But great to see. And in '74, again it was Ford against BMW, but it was from the smaller class that Hans Heyer managed to win the title, denying the Belgian driver Alain Pelletier, who was in the CSL, running with his father's Précision Liégeoise team. They won the Monza race, Pelletier and Jean-Louis Lafosse, in a car sponsored by Gitan. But here we go then. We've lost the BMW Ford sort of works battle, if you like, from the front row, because Mahay's Capri has let him down. But in the back you can see the Weisberg car, liveried car. It's a tribute car. That's driven by Steve Dance, a rapid British driver. Car built by Rick Wood up in the north of England at Stockport in recent times. And yeah, we've got some stunners out there, haven't we?
Absolutely. We've
some BMWs in the big class out front.
Yeah, and that they are, as you say, all in original style of livery. There's that black BMW, which is starting in 6th place on the grid now. And yes, you can't see that with all four wheels on the ground. You do want to see that with Handstruck flying on it. But it was such a great time of racing. The European Touring Car Championship was that? Oh, that's the 65, the Mustang, one of the older cars in the race, having a bit of a trouble there. Max Huber needing a bit of a push. That's a 1965 car, so that's 10 plus years older than many of the cars in this race.
That's the era in which Roy Pierpoint won the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was called back then, in the Alan Manrun Mustang. So we'd first seen the big American V8s, hadn't we, in the early part of the 60s, because gentleman Jack Sears won his second British Championship back in '63 with the 7-litre Galaxy. So it's Traber, no Mahe now, Steve Dance and Martin Brundle form the second row. Then it's Breitmeyer and Van Riet, Gena and Gena, Samama and Sichot, Vogler and Truffier on row 6.
Now we saw Martin Brundle. We saw Martin Brundle in the car, so we know that he is starting that particular car. Also interesting that we have Nick Padmore out in this race in the number 114. A very, very quick driver of anything historically, quick driver of anything, full stop. But he's well known for his exploits in all sorts of different historic cars from Formula One down.
Yeah, that record holder in the historic era of the Goodwood Motor Circuit, isn't he?
Yeah, from the Speed Week that he took an Arrows round in an indecently quick time.
Yeah, but in the racing, that was in the sprint section, wasn't it? In the racing section, he held the record, or holds the record, with a Lola T70 Spider. But here we go. Look at this. It's a mega pack, isn't it? And it's great to see that so many of the cars are in their period liveries or tribute liveries if they're not the originals. Always good to see the different evolutions of BMW CSL. They started as 3-litre CSL, but were taken out to 3.5 litres in the day. The Capris started out with, a lot of them started out with Westlake tweaked engines, and then went on to the 3.4 litre GAA engine. It was also used in Formula 5000 by the likes of Tom Walkinshaw, in fact, among several. Tom Walkinshaw drove one in the March and a Modus, but he, of course, became a huge player in touring and sports car racing. So here we go down to turn 1, and it's Christian Traber who leads in the CSL, but round the outside, look at that, and that is Mr. Brundle, isn't it, making his presence felt?
It is Mr. Brundle, mate, very much doing a Formula One driver type move down the outside. The works colours of that white and blue Ford Capri, but Martin Brundle got a jump on everybody as he went through there. He's now going to be very keen to try and put a lead on everybody else in this pack, because that we saw Zach Brown do a brilliant job yesterday in his Jaguar XJR10, but Brundle definitely is a faster driver when it comes down to it. So he's
Is there a Formula One driver and Le Mans winner's penalty in this race? I wonder, because they were penalised in the Group C race yesterday. It wouldn't have made any difference to the outcome of the race, but nonetheless, it is Brundle who leads the way. Oh, and BMW, that was smoking quite badly. The black BMW CSL, smoke coming out of the exhaust on that, which was slightly worrying at this stage of the race.
They rarely get better, but I think that was on the downshift, wasn't it?
Looked like it, yeah, absolutely. And there's all the escorts in the battle in the midfield with more CSLs. The 635 BMW, beautiful looking car, 635s. Remember the M635 on the road and how exciting they were to drive. There's another Capri in a period livery. And through they come, the end of the first lap. It's Capri's 1, 2, 3 by the looks of things. And there's another coming out in 5th place, about to snatch 4th, and that's running in the Liqui Moly Nigrin colours. But out front, it is Brundle from Dance, the 2 British drivers there. 3rd place in the red and white car is Christophe Van Riet, the Belgian from GP Motor. And it was 4th Traber. He's not anymore. He's been taken by Guéna in the next of the Capris into the pits. A really early stop for those at the 31, I think it was.
It was the 31, yeah, which is the escort of Michel Fauverny. But I think it's fair to say that Brundle is not getting his own way. Steve Dance is very much pushing hard on the way into turn 1. Just at the beginning of this lap, Steve Dance actually had the temerity to have a look down the inside of that car. But Brundle now working hard at putting a few tenths over Steve Dance as they go down the far side of the circuit. This 1 hour, 2-driver race will have that mandatory pit stop as well. So Brundle keen to push out. There's the third place car, the number 72 Christophe Van Riet, but it's a Capri 1, 2, 3. There's a less fortunate Capri there, which is the one that should have started from the front row of this grid, but was dragged off with something seized. I think we're probably going to see that car coming back out.
They look to be belting Guillaume Mahé into that car, but here comes Steve Dance. Of course, Steve will have the benefit. He's a soloist. He will run end-to-end through this race, both stints effectively. Another of the Cologne-type Capris coming up on Traber, who was our pole man. Remember the Liqui Moly car in front. That's a colour scheme borrowed from a Group 5 Silhouette Zack-Speed Capri, one of the types of car that was raced by Klaus Ludwig and co in the day. Another belch of smoke, this time from the white CSL. So he's run wide at the hairpin and be gobbled up by the Capri.
Maybe it's just a BMW thing, but yeah, that livery is lovely of the green and white. There isn't a single car out there that doesn't look fabulous. They're all looking great. I suppose it's one of those indicators of when you grew up in motorsport. But I can remember all these, as I know you can, Marcus, and that they just bring back so many happy memories for so many of us.
Yeah, very much so.
There's Steve Dance pushing on. Steve Dance is beginning to be harried a bit by the third place car. That the 72 of Christian Van Riet.
Oh, and the suspension is broken. Suspension is broken, I think, on the front right. It's let go. The steering or suspension has collapsed just as Van Riet hopped over the curb. It wasn't the corner that he hit the curb with. And you can see there it's towing out and a weird camber on it, but that's Van Riet out of the race. Thank goodness it happened on one of the slower parts of the circuit.
Good spot there, Marcus. That was an excellent one. Yes, of course we've got a yellow flag that the driver's right front has collapsed comprehensively, and that's going to need a tow. Whether we're going to see, therefore, a full course yellow or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But that's just pitched in a very, very dangerous place on the outside of the left-hander there. That he's half on, half off the circuit. Oh, and another big puff of smoke from that number 25 BMW. And that wasn't supposed to happen. Safety car. We have a safety car.
The 65 Mustang that spun dramatically. He's got to wait for a gap in the traffic, but it's a very big field. Oh, I think driving against the flow of traffic is not a very good idea, although he's taking it off probably to a position of safety.
Yeah, he was just off the circuit, so fair dues. But nonetheless, yes, he's part of that. There we have Van Riet walking away from his incapacitated Capri, but we'll be forming up behind the safety car now. Quite a few of these drivers are sharing the car with somebody else, not least of which is Martin Brundle, and that his time in the car is going to be, in inverted commas, wasted, because he's going to be sitting behind the safety car rather than building up a lead over the pursuing pack. So that's not going to play into their hands.
And that pursuing pack doesn't have Steve Dance in its vanguard anymore, because he appears to have dropped back down the order. The blue and orange, white, blue and orange Weisberg Tools liveried car. So where is Dance? In the pits, I think. In the pits.
Okay, it's too early for a planned stop. with not even 10 minutes of this race run so far. So that sounds like it's a problem for Steve Dance, which is a shame because he was the one who was taking the battle to Martin Brundle at the front of this field. But it's Brundle who leads the train around behind the safety car. Let's just have a look at this. Yes, it was the front right spotted. I think you probably spotted it, Marcus, at about the same time as the driver did, because it was it was a very quick one. Big spin there by the Mustang at about the same time.
It was a more comfortable spot from where I'm sitting. I wasn't going to crash, and in fairness, he didn't.
No, you are right that we're lucky that wasn't down the main straight or somewhere, but it was clearly as the lateral forces went through the suspension there that it fell in on itself, and that car was going nowhere fast after that. So the train continues behind the safety car. 50 minutes of this 1 hour race still left to run. We're going to be treated to the compulsory pit stops for everybody in this race, and that probably about half of the grid, maybe a bit less, is doing a two-hander. So there will be some changes, but our leader very much doing the two-hander. Will be handing over to McLaren F1 Supremo Zach Brown. Interestingly, that both Brown and Brundle are here at Estoril and not at the Grand Prix this weekend. It says something for both of them in their favour, that they are sufficient petrol heads that they'd rather be running around here in historic racing cars than at the Grand Prix. And that's,
I think much of Zach Brown's work is done before the race itself in Formula 1, isn't it? And Martin Brundle has capable understudies, so it'll be in safe hands, and they can come and have some fun here in Portugal. This safety car will continue a while because they have loaded, or are in the process of loading, the Van Riet Capri up. And there's still lots of excitement about weaving around, isn't it? Keeping those sort of those tyres getting some temperature into them. But it's a warm day in Portugal, so it shouldn't be quite. It's not like sort of a November TV meeting at Thruxton of yore, when it was about -6.
Or do you remember the members' meeting at Goodwood a few years ago where it snowed?
Yes.
That was one. I mean, thankfully we have members' meeting next weekend, which weather should be reasonably clement, whereas traditionally that event has been held in March. And I do remember that several people were reluctant to run their cars in that race because there was a sort of salt substitute put on the track, which does an aluminium monocoque a world of no good. And there's the
exactly.
116 car.
And that's Steve Dance in the background walking around. No, that's unfortunately out for the duration. You can see behind it some of the Formula One cars that are in the pits. They'll be out later on in Classic Grand Prix.
But of course, while the safety car is out, the time continues to tick down, and that's very much going to be the order of things. I'm surprised to see the bit of side-by-side stuff there under the safety car, but nonetheless, perhaps there was a message which said, "Get a move on," to the driver of that Capri. Or maybe
yes, there are problems in many historic race meetings when it comes to discipline effectively behind a safety car. You're supposed to try to keep up, and into an endurance race, you often find that there's one or two pretty slow drivers who don't get along with it. Behind them is a pack of very eager competitors who just want to maximise their fun. So we're not into the pit window yet. We've got the Capri. They're putting the strap round the wheel on the Capri just to get that out of the way.
I reckon we've got a couple of laps at least behind the safety car before that is cleared. It's going to be interesting, Marcus, because I think one of the things that we're going to see is that the pit window is going to be open pretty soon after the safety car comes in. So are people going to dive in and change? Are they going to maximise that first driver's stint? Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, certainly Martin Brundle will want to run as long as possible, and Zach Brown will probably want him to run as long as possible before he jumps aboard. And you never know, there could be another safety car later in the race which torpedoes all the plans. But there we have Brundle leads the way from the car wearing the curious Group 5 livery, the Liqui Moly Nigrin car, white with the green and red flashes all over it. We saw the Works BMW go through. There's some very attractive colour schemes out there. The stripy CSL and one or two of the Capris in the earlier shape, sort of narrower bodied cars. A redolent, sign redolent of the past, the Castrol Escort.
I suppose much of that is also a sign of just how strong those times were. The championship had lots of money in it, therefore there were lots of sponsors in it, and they were spending a lot of money, and therefore would go out and get a livery designed to make the very most of their exposure. The orange BMW there hasn't actually got Jägermeister down the side, but it should have, shouldn't it?
Safety car coming in this lap. That's the message from race control. So that's good news. Efficient work by the crews to load the Capri, and we've got a really good snapshot of early 70s European Touring Car Championship action here. Brian Muir was another of the great drivers in those days. He drove those Wiggins Teep paper chase cars, notably his Capri RS back in the day. The Australian driver, he and Frank Gardner, contemporaries and rivals on track, occasionally shared cars together, but were underway by the looks of things. Yes, green flags on the marshal's post, and it's Brundle leads the way from Maxime Guénard. In third place is the car that sat on pole. That's the Swiss Christian Traber. 49 there is another of the Guénards. That's Dominic Guénard with his BMW, the black CSL. The Guénard family hedging their bets. It was Ford versus BMW in the day, and they put one of each. But Guénard coming back now at Brundle. Brundle's a hard nut to crack. The Mans winner, Formula One race driver, and but he's got his hands full here with Maxime Guénard going after him.
He has indeed, and I suppose part of that is that Maxime Guénard will be very used to his car, whereas Martin Brundle, I'm not sure, has driven this car in a race before. So he's still finding his feet a little bit, but he's trying to pull away. There's now a few cars lengths between the two, but by the time these cars come back into the start-finish area, he'll be keen to have a second or a bit more over the second-place car. But as we wait to see them right now, the works colours on that glorious BMW looking great.
That's his teammate behind us, and that's Brundle's teammate, 1, 2, 3, Emil Breitmeier, with another Cologne Capri. And he's stretching a little bit again, so Brundle sort of played himself back in. And at the end of lap 8, what was a half-second lead or so, something like that, looks like it was much the same. It's gone out to 7/10 in actual fact, but nothing much in it. So Capri,
He's a
Capri,
wily old
BMW
fool.
Capri. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and that he will be playing that, and Gaynor will be the fish on the end of the line. I think we know that, but Gaynor is experienced. He's got a very quick car. We can see that, and Brundle just beginning a bit of a lock up there into that right-hander hairpin, but he's the two leaders, Brundle and Gaynor, beginning to get a bit of a gap from the third place car, and that these two heading up for a bit of a battle. Of course, the Gaynor car is going to be a single driver, and that's I think in a race of 1 hour is probably a positive rather than negative. Brundle locking up again a bit on the way into the corner there. So he's trying, he's pushing hard. There's no doubt about that.
Lots of black smoke belching out of the exhaust of the BMW. It's nothing to worry about. There's flame on the black one when he changes down on the overrun. But it's interesting, the different ethos of these cars, the V6 Ford Capris, the straight six BMWs, and they are hopping the curve there is 1, 2, 3. That's Emil Breitmeyer in fourth place. Brundle has the best lap of the race so far. Of course, the pretty early days, still with strong, heavy fuel loads in these cars, but that will come down pretty rapidly. Quite thirsty things, and I can see lots of personal bests going in the down the order in each of the sectors of the track, because it's coming back to them now. They're up to temperature, up to speed, and they're in the groove. And there is Christian Traber, very versatile Swiss motor trader. Broad speed Escort, unfortunately, looks like it's out of the race.
That's Vincent Nouris looking a bit unhappy about whatever's happened to his broad speed Escort, but that doesn't look like it's going anywhere very soon. So that's a bit of a sad end for that particular car. But up at the front, we still have this battle with Brundle leading, trying to push on a bit, and he is pushing on a bit now. He's probably got a second and a half, maybe a bit more. Not a huge amount of difference between these cars.
And Traber's come back at Maxime Gaynor, so the BMW in third place is a little bit closer, not quite close enough to challenge into this turn, but Brundle has fastest lap. Gaynor got the fastest sector of anybody on the first part of this lap, but he's now under considerable pressure and has his mirrors full of the Batmobile with the superb three stripes of BMW, the Bayerische Motorenwerke, on its flanks.
You sure that's not a diesel with the amount of dirt that's coming out of that car?
It was a bit early for racing diesels, wasn't it? More Le Mans era.
Yeah, I jest, of course, but nonetheless, we now have the pit window open, so we can see the beginnings there in the pit lane. The Mustang being lapped by the early leaders.
Mustang running the American racing colours,
of course, as it should. Christian Traber, I think, is beginning to put a bit more pressure on. That was, I think, a polite sign to the lapped Mustang rather than anything else.
Ooh, that wasn't a big distance of clearance, was it? It was very tight.
It wasn't now, and I think that was just good hard racing. I don't think that anybody didn't see the other. I think that was just good hard racing.
It was the good old Barnsley chop.
Brundle continues ahead. Now, as I say, pit window is open now, and will stay open for the next 17 minutes. My guess is that Martin Brundle is going to stay out for as much of the 17 minutes as he possibly can before he hands over to Zach Brown. But we shall wait and see. Been wrong before, be wrong again. That's again very smoky. That's the number 49 Gaynor car. But the younger, the other Gaynor, but that's looking horrible. Oh, stopped car on the edge of the track there. That's the Maura.
That's the Maura Auto lacquering car, BMW, parked at the side of the road.
Yeah, and I think it's parked rather than damaged, so that's at least a bit of a benefit, but they're going to have to move that. They can't leave it where it is. Let's hope we don't get another safety car. They can probably move that under local yellows, but we'll have to wait and see. The car's continuing on their way. Martin Brundle has now got enough of a lead that he doesn't have to worry, and I think that Christian Traber in the number 25 car in third place is actually now beginning to put some pressure on the second place car, which in turn is slowing the second place car down. So that's all playing into Martin's hands very nicely, I think. We have that local yellow now, whilst the Maura car is dealt with. But that shouldn't affect the racing itself particularly. Driver is out and looking ruefully at what might have been as the cars go past him. But
well, we had
nobody actually on scene yet.
While we had Guillaume Mahé down on our screens to drive that the pushed off, he may indeed be about to jump into the 49 car of Dominique Gaynor, another car that the Mahé equipe prepares, and he's getting stuck into a good battle. There's a very pretty Escort Mark 1. Looking at that in those red and white colours, very reminiscent of the late Tony Dickinson's Special Saloon Escort back in the day. A tremendous British saloon car racer. And it's into the pits. Yellow flags covering that situation where the BMW needs retrieval.
No photographs, please. I think that was from a disgruntled driver.
Yeah. Ticking the no publicity box.
But at the front, Brundle still leads. This is going to be a scheduled stop for the number 138 car, carrying the BMW Luigi windscreen sticker, which was exactly
BMW
how they
private
would
team
have
from
been.
Belgium.
Yep, they were, weren't they? They were a Belgian team, but very much at the front with the Valvoline sponsorship as well. That's very much a tribute car.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, isn't it? And the two Belgian teams, Peltier's Precision Liégeoise and Luigi Cimarosti, who was an Italian Belgian, whose cars often sported Castro colours, also ran in the UFO Jeans colours, didn't they? Very strong contenders in ETC in the early part of the 70s. This battle for the minor placings is really hotting up, isn't it? With two Ford Capris, two BMW CSLs. It's absolutely fabulous.
It is, and you could be there. You know, you could wind the clock back the 45 years that we're thinking about here, because BMW and Capris, couldn't be better, crossing the line pretty much line astern. Now the BMW just beginning to look at the Liqui Moly car that we see, but not quite close enough, and it's Ford, BMW. Does it get any better than that for a saloon car race? I don't think so.
And only 2.4 seconds up the road is Martin Brundle, our race leader in car number 113, the Zach Brown Capri. Yeah,
it's still all to play for, and the pit lane getting a little busier now. I think with almost half the race run, that some of those people will be looking to change. It'll be interesting to see of those first 5 cars, and it really is a 5-car battle up at the front, who blinks first, because it's I'm not going to use things like the undercut and the overcut and all those sorts of things, but it is nonetheless going to be a question of who pits at the right time and maybe gets some clear air in front of them. This battle here is, yeah, they are inevitably going to be holding each other up to a greater or lesser extent, and Brundle is capitalising on that and just putting enough space between him. That black BMW is worrying me, though. It is so smoky, and you know that yes, you sometimes can allow that there's been an oil overfill or something, but after 30 minutes of racing, any overfill should have burnt off. So I'm worried that car maybe has something a bit more serious with it. We're getting the flames as well as the smoke, but nonetheless, smoke is never a good thing with a race car.
That's Alain Vogler's Capri, which is in the pits. And this battle continues in Brundle's mirrors. He'll be keeping his head down. He'll know, BMW runs really wide, Christian Traber. That should lose him a few meters, and that allows Emil Breitmeier just to close in a little. But now up front, Maxime Guénard looked to have, yes, he's reduced that advantage that Brundle had. It's not much more than a second now. It was 2 at one point.
I think there's two reasons for that. One is he's got his head down, but once he has broken that toe and that worry about the third pace car being too close, he can concentrate on the car in front rather than the other way around. Oh, and it did have Jägermeister written on it. That's good.
Yep.
It's not in huge letters, but nonetheless, an orange Jägermeister BMW. Yeah, that's made my day, really. That's seeing that there. That's a pretty car, isn't it? That really is a pretty car. The latter incarnation of the BMW 2+2 Coupe 635 was a lovely looking car, particularly in race trim, and carried most sponsors' liveries very, very well. But we still have Brundle at the front of this field. He was thwarted yesterday in the first of the Group C races by the faster combination of the Jaguar XJR 12, and that was, I think it would be fair to say, a little bit miffed that he'd been penalised for being, as he said, a Formula One driver 25 years ago. But nonetheless, he'll be keen to do that. We have no information that says he has a longer pit stop for that reason this time round. That BMW there carrying the Eni sponsorship, Eni handbags, ENNY, who were a sponsor back in period as well.
Yeah, beautiful Italian leather.
Yeah, keep on saying it, we might get a free one.
I'm not so sure it's still in business.
Oh, really? Oh, well. It's because they spent too much money on motorsport.
I'll have to dig out my Eni BMW sticker. It is.
Oh, yeah, that's another one for the Marcus Pye Sticker of the Day competition. If you haven't done that, get on Facebook and be part of that, because thank you, Marcus, for doing that. It's good fun.
Yeah, we're on day 557 now, but I was looking at that Alpina BMW with the Jägermeister on the side, and very much sort of period livery. And I recall the Orange Racing Corporation Vienna BMW CSL that ran in the European Touring Car Championships with Heribert Vergins, Roman Leubnegger, and Harold Nager, I think, a third driver, and that was an orange car like that.
Easy to see on track. The 118 car of Julien and Nguyen will be back into the race very shortly. We hope. Yeah, off he goes. Bit of manpower to help the horsepower as it goes down pit lane, and then another Mark 1 Escort behind it. Where would motorsport have been without the Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escorts? Because they were the absolute backbone of any sort of tin top racing, almost worldwide at one stage. Battle of the Mustangs.
Rallying too with those Escorts. Absolutely top rally cars. We saw them yesterday in the slalom demonstration. And 113 is now in the pits. That's handing over to Zach Brown. Martin Brundle's done his stint, and with 25.5 minutes remaining, Zach Brown, the American owner of this car, is aboard. That puts Dominic Gaynor out front.
That must be
because Maxim Gaynor stopped as well.
To sit there and just wait for the time to tick down must be so frustrating. I just want to get out there and race. The Liqui Moly car is back down pit lane there, so he'll be back into the race now. He was
the chaser, and they stopped together. So he's now ahead.
Right. So I think we have the answer as to whether the Brown and Brundle car has been penalised again for Brundle's participation because he's a more experienced driver. I think that they have got another 20-second penalty, for want of a better word, because the cars that they were racing are already back out on the field. So Zach Brown has it all to do now to get back that 20 seconds. Not going to be easy.
No, it's not. And of course, they had to alter the fixtures and fittings in the Capri just to get Zach Brown in. Whereas the single driver, Maxim Gaynor, his belts were already set. There was no issue with his. He could stay in and do what he wanted to do, and have a bottle of water or have an orange or something, as you do at half time.
I love that. That's a great thought, Marcus, of having somebody walk up the pit lane at 30 minutes into the race with a tray of oranges.
Yes, orange segments.
Yes.
Anybody? One of your 5 a day, sir, madam.
But we're now sort of beginning to see the shakeout as everybody who hasn't already stopped makes their first stop. Bavarian Motor Works on the Sunstrip on that car. Obviously the English translation of the reason for the BMW acronym, but nonetheless, I think that's the way they ran them in the US in period with Bavarian Motor Works.
Yeah, it's probably all to suit the TV, wasn't it? Bayerische Motorenwerke was the thing, and of course it was the Prince of Bavaria, Prince Leopold, Holy Prince von Bayern, who was also a major player with BMW cars in the ETCC. There's the green Capri, the Lindrick Finance tribute car, the Dave Matthews tribute car from the period. Pepsi Texaco Capri having a good battle as well, but the BMW CSL dives up the inside of the number 5. And 5 car, the Capri is another of the Voglers, that's Alain Vogler. And there's the green Capri that was, I think, is now effectively should be our de facto leader once all the pit stops are made. And but not far behind is Traber, less than a second behind. It's not even a second now. So those two cars slugging it out.
But the Brundle and Brown car is now down in 7th place with a penalty which sees it now 28 seconds down on the leader, which, if it was a 20-second stop, was pretty punitive, I have to say. But
there is 1, 2, 3. It was stopped, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3. One of the Cologne Capris stops at the side of the track. That's the teammate car, isn't it? That's Breitmeyer, who appears to have broken.
No, I don't think that car is going to trigger a safety car, although it would give us a different aspect to the race, a different complexion to the race if it did. But there we have Guénat and Traber half a second apart. There's nothing in it between these two. And Ford versus BMW, Marcus, on this great morning of racing here at Estoril.
Yeah, that's right. I think the lead car is another of the Rick Wood built. Oh, and the Mustang's gone off. Oh, and that plonk under braking. That's made a mess of it. But he's going to be able to park it up somewhere safe, albeit in the gravel, round the first corner. 120, a big drama for him.
It was indeed. He was hard on the brakes into turn 1, and the car just turned right straight into the barriers. Here we see it again.
Yep.
And yep,
that's
biff.
The Christian Dumoulin and Pierre-Alain Thibault car, the Belgians. And that has done some fairly serious damage to the underpinnings of that Ford Mustang.
Both of those drivers are experienced in what they do. That will whether it's a breakage or whether it's just looking up under braking, who knows. But here we see it, the battle for the lead, but it's under yellow, so it's going to have to. Yep. So we have to settle down because we have the yellows right there. He was going for it, and there was no doubt at all that he was going to see the 25 car with Christian Traber at the wheel was going for the lead. He's now got to take a big deep breath. That is the obvious overtaking place on this lovely Estoril circuit.
Safety car is coming out. Yeah, he took a lot of speed into that first corner, Paul, didn't he? And then paid the penalty by missing the apex, running wide onto the curbs, and couldn't get the power down. But it's not going to matter. It's going to be all offset by the safety car. Cologne Capri.
Is that Zach Brown coming into the pits?
It's a very good point. It's one of the two in those works colours. Whether it's the car that was broken out on the it's Breitmeyer car that was stopped at the side of the road. He's brought it back to the pits. Car 1, 2, 3, showing on our charts now in the pit lane. Zach Brown in 6th place in the 1, 1, 3 car, but this will reunite the field and actually is going to negate any time penalty that Brundle and Brown were meted out.
But we only have 18 minutes of the race left to run, and that we're going to see some of that under the safety car anyway. Oh, it's painful to watch that lovely Mustang heavily crunched on the driver's right front as he was pitched into the barriers under braking. So we're going to see a bit of time when this is going to take to clear that Mustang, and then we're very much going to have a race to the flag, because, as you say, Marcus, the thing is that these cars will then be bunched up once again behind the leader, and it's all going to be play for. And my guess is this is going to take 4 or 5 minutes to do. The car looks reasonably mobile, and there doesn't seem to be any great damage to the barrier or anything else. So this is going to be a race to the flag with the number 50 car at the front of the group currently, the Gaina Capri, but it's going to be a very, very interesting 10 minutes for the end of this race. Currently the cars spread out a bit, which they shouldn't really do. They should be in a nice tight line, but as you said earlier on, the experience in some of these cars is perhaps not as well versed as with other drivers, but the leader tucking up close behind the safety car currently. I think it is probably going to be a straightforward drag to take the Mustang out of the way, and nothing much more than that. A bit of side by side simply to keep the cool air running through these cars in this glorious Portuguese Sunday morning. And that this track, if there is one criticism occasionally voiced about the weather here at Estoril, it's that it can be quite breezy, but there is none of that here this morning either. So perfect weather conditions, not too hot for these classic cars, but nonetheless there's no wind either, so it's a perfect day for a motor race here. They've decided to leave that abandoned BMW where it is, and that we now just have the Mustang to move at the end of the start-finish straight, that car that turned sharp right under braking, but cars in with safety car still has its lights on, so we're not going to see that coming in any time very soon. I think we're probably going to get
the two matching blue and white Cologne Capris are now circulating together, which is interesting. So whatever the problem with the 123 car of Emil Breitmeier, then they're not on the same lap, incidentally, but they're running together. You can see in your screen, little Alfa Romeo there, 39, little Alfa GT8 showing its face. We looked at that Valvoline BMW and the Luigi car, and that's the livery, certainly, and I don't know whether it's a tribute car, the real one, but it's the livery of the car that won the 1975 Spa 24 Hours in the hands of Jean Seval and Hugues de Vierland. So it's a very, very pretty machine.
Indeed, and yes, it's great that so many of these cars, I think almost all of these cars, are in their original livery, and that gives anoraks like you and me, Marcus, a great thrill to see it.
The blue Elf Capri we've just seen, that's the colours, it's a tribute car, but it's the colours of, almost the colours, it's slightly light, the blue, of the car which Jackie Stewart and Francois Saver drove, an Elf livery at Paul Ricard back in the day. The Tyrrell teammates.
That's unthinkable in modern day parlance, isn't it? To see, Jos Verstappen and Perez doing a touring car race in between Grand Prix, but that's what happened then. Okay, there were quite a few fewer races on the Grand Prix calendar, but nonetheless, it's still unthinkable how it was.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, back in the day, in the 60s, you'd see a Grand Prix, and it wouldn't be unusual for the top stars to be racing in the sports car race, the touring car race, and everything else besides. Safety car is still flashing on our screens, but I reckon we're back underway, and that's getting even smokier. The 49. These are some highlights, aren't they? I think highlights of the last package. Yeah, that's what it is. You had drivers doing 2 or 3 races in a day. There weren't the clashing contracts and all the rest of it, which preclude these things. And as you so rightly say, I mean, these days with 22 race season or whatever in Formula One, they're looking for 23 races next year. You do wonder. Perhaps it's not quite as special as it used to be, put it that way, because people look forward to the next race in 3 or 4 weeks' time, when there was a pattern in Formula One. But that's the way it is. And the safety
car is in.
Safety car in, yes. So we're back underway with 11.5 minutes to go, Paul.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be great fun. The battle is already shaping up of Ford Capri versus BMW, and that's, as we saw just before the safety, or as the safety car came out, that BMW is set on a win here. The cars need to come back up to temperature. Tyres need to be running at the right temperature as well. They probably are not going to do any heroics on this lap. They'll need to do it from here on in, but nonetheless we only have just under 11 minutes left to run of this race, so there's no time to waste. The leader is actually just beginning to build a bit of a cushion as he pulls away. We saw there the two blue and white Capris, the Ford Cologne factory colours, not racing together.
Remember, there was a broad-speed car also built to resemble those cars. That's the car that the late Vince Woodman used to race, and it's kind of a twin, if you like, of the Cologne cars. And look at that, the green car. That's Yves Simama was as a tribute to what was another broad-speed built car. So this is getting exciting because Simama and the black in the green Capri chasing down the black BMW of Dominique Gaynard. Maxime Gaynard is our race leader from Christian Traber, so it's the Equimolli liveried Capri we see there. And then the BMW it's BMW now, because here comes the second of the Gaynard cars. And so look at that, 49 coming through, the black BMW kicking up the marbles on the outside, with Yves Simama filling his mirrors in the bright green and white and gold Capri. This is absolutely boiling up to a cracking finale. The contrasting BMWs chasing the lead Capri.
And it's going to be that battle for second place, which is going to have to be sorted out first, because I think without any doubt we're going to see the third place car getting through on the very similar white car in front of him. But nonetheless, it is now that race for the flag, and there's nothing in it. But our leader is just beginning to put enough distance between him and those battling BMWs behind him, but still also play for, Marcus.
Yes, very definitely.
Look at that.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Just superb. And these mighty cars, the homologation specials of the early part of the 1970s, 73, 74, 75, these cars raced. And I just hope that some of the drivers who competed in those times, thinking of the likes of Brian Redman, who is still a great fan of motorsport, still puts on events in the States and intrinsically involved with Son James in a lot of the big historic meetings that you've been to. He would be tuned in if it wasn't sort of very early in the morning in the States.
Oh, well, he can always pick this up on YouTube, so let's hope that he does, because battle for second.
And there's a problem, because the 49 car is one of 3 that's been given a 1-minute penalty for a pit infringement. So the black BMW you see there is not really in the battle any longer.
But he won't know that, so he's still pushing on, and you know race drivers every bit as well as I do, Marcus, and you are one, that a win on the road is a small consolation, but it's a consolation nonetheless, and that he'll be keen to cross the line in second or maybe even first place as we come into the last 7 minutes of this 1 hour race. And what a battle we've seen all the way through.
Yeah, those cars are unaffected, the two lead pair, but Miran, Mahe and Dominic Guéna, car 49, have all been hit by this 1 lap penalty. So it's a harsh one, but I guess it's written loudly in the regulations. But here is that lead battle, the little 118 Escort there, fighting its own battle. That's Nguyen down in 15th place. But it's Ford versus BMW, as it should be in an ETCC tribute.
It is absolutely, and look at that, it's less than half a second between first and second as they go now into 6 minutes left of this race. Oh, there's a
rear tyre's gone, hasn't it, on the Escort? I think the rear left tyre looked like it was coming out of the wheel arch. Now, will the driver of the black BMW know that penalty's there and decide not to impede the lead battle?
I don't think so for a moment. He's going for it, and he's going to take the on-the-road second place as they go into turn 1. Ooh, very close as they did that, but it was the white car that actually slammed the door as they went into turn 1. That's probably the best opportunity for overtaking that there is for these cars on this circuit. Both of the BMWs getting very smoky on that downshift. It doesn't seem to have caused them any problems. We were worried about that earlier on in the race, but now they're still very much pressing on in a smoky haze as they go through that. There we see the 635 BMW in the Texaco livery working his way through some of the back markers. But
and the white BMW's gone really wide at the hairpin, and he overshot his braking point. He's lost out.
That cost him the second place.
Battle, isn't it?
I think so, because I think if anything, it's the black car which is the quicker of the two. And my bet is that although he's carrying that penalty, which is going to preclude him from standing on the top step of the podium, he's going to be very keen to try and get this win, and that he will now be closing down very heavily on our leader as they go into the last 4 minutes.
It's been flagged up to him, Paul. Oh, and the white BMW's off. Traber's off in the gravel. He's lost various places now, and he resumes, I think, behind Zach Brown. But Christian Traber's now out of the running for victory. And
do you think that's brakes?
Oh, look at that. The tyre did come off the back of the Escort of Nguyen.
That's not going anywhere. Look at this, Marcus. That we've got the two cars, our two leaders, very much shaping up for a classic finish. We've probably got 2 laps left to run of this race. The black BMW closing in on the white Ford Capri as they go into
family
closing.
battle. But one's a long way behind with that 1 lap penalty, which will be applied after the race, clearly, because it's not on our timing screens.
No, it hasn't happened for that yet, but very much, as you say, the family, they are going to be going into this very, very closely. Bit more of a gap this time as they go down into that long left-hander. It's all but a second, as you see there, 0.999 of a second. Family rivalry will be bubbling to the fore with these two members of the same family working on very different cars, the BMW and the Capri, doing what they do. I think that the Capri may be speaking too soon, but he's managing it from the front rather more than anything else. But yeah, let's wait and see what happens on that dash down across the start-finish line, because if anything, the BMW is just a little bit quicker, but he's going to have to work quite hard now because there is a fair old gap as they come into this. It's going to be another lap after this one. They're just starting with a bit of luck, but that gap looks to be comfortable for our Nigrin car.
Best lap of the race is to Wunderlich in that Valvoline BMW, 152.292. So there should be, as you say, one more lap after the one they're on, because they went through with about 2 minutes to go. And we'll see whether out front Maxime Guénard in the Capri can resist the second Guénard car. That the Alpha with its little fat arches, still wrestling with the Pepsi Capri, and the Alpina BMW in the Jägermeister colours is in the slipstream. But the Alpha's quick, isn't it?
It is. It's certainly when you would expect it to be quick. It's through the corners, but it's got a decent top speed. It's not embarrassing itself at all. But we are, 47 seconds. We're into the closing stages of this race. We are going to get another lap, I hope, of this race. The two Guénard family members at the front, Maxime from Dominique, but there's everything to play for. I don't think we're going to get a last-minute lunge from the BMW. The cars coming across, it's going to be very close for a last lap, but they are going to cross the line very shortly now. So we're into our final lap, and it certainly is the Guénard family at the front. As you said earlier on, Marcus, they've hedged their bets by having one Ford and one BMW, and hasn't that paid off? Because they really have got the top end of this. It's a shame that we have been robbed of seeing the Brundle Brown car quite as far up as we otherwise would like to have done. That car is currently in 6th place, but that's the long pit stop penalty that they suffered simply because of Martin Brundle's experience. Ooh, that's was that Brown doing that?
That was way out over the curves, wasn't it? Incidentally, in Group A, Nick Padmore leads the way in a BMW 635 CSI from Armand Mille. Not much in it. Padmore just set the best lap, in that category. But these are the earlier era CSLs that are fighting with the Ford Capri. It's a bit of a wobble from the green Capri that time, down into the corner under braking, and they're out of tyres, aren't they? I think at this point of a 1 hour race, they've certainly exceeded the grip levels available to them. We've seen one or two issues with brakes. We've seen now that that grip is going away, and it's making it even more exciting, compelling a fight up at the front of this superb Heritage Touring Cup race.
Yeah, takes me back, and that's always a good thing. that takes you back to the happy days. But there we see the checkered flag. Brilliant run. As I say, I'm sorry that we didn't see Zach Brown further up in the mix. He finishes 5th in the end, which is great. And congratulations to them. But that glorious Capri, you said about the Group A cars with Nick Padmore at the front of that, but by the time they come to Group A, it was a much more restrictive formula than for these cars, where they had the big arches, they had very much purpose-built race cars, whereas the Group A cars were a bit more conservative.
This is absolutely superb. The 49 BMW, the black BMW you saw take the checkered flag there, right up in the sharp end, has been bumped back by its penalty down into the field, which means that Nick Padmore comes up into 8th place with the Group A winning BMW 635 CSI ahead of Armand Mille. But it takes the green Capri of Yves Samama up into second, and in third place Wunderlich with the absolutely superb Valvoline livery BMW. Traber recovered to fourth, Zach Brown fifth, and the first of the Brightmires, another team to hedge its bets between the two marks, is up into sixth place in the 22 BMW CSL.
Great race, and the Heritage Touring Cup, as it is called, for very much a much loved period of touring car. I'm not sure whether they were touring cars or saloon cars back in those days, but we'll probably stick with touring cars for now. And that's some great stuff there. It's probably, you know, we saw the 34 cars in this field. You can recreate a tribute car really, I won't say easily, but readily. That the shells are available, that the engines, and certainly Rick Wood in the UK is an absolute guru when it comes to the Capris, and he builds cars and engines. We've talked about the JRT, Jordan Racing Team. They've built a couple of Capris as well, and you know that you can go out and get a Capri shell. There's not going to be much else of that Capri left by the time you get to the end of it, but I think that's one of the reasons that we see such strong fields. Yves Vogeler being one of our non-classified finishers. He's not having a great day, is he? Because he didn't finish in the first race, and he hasn't finished in the second either. This is where they break the news to the number 49 car that I'm sorry, you didn't get second place, but because these cars don't have radios, so there's going to be a bit of backslapping and happiness from these two, and then it's sorry, somebody's got to break the news that you didn't actually get second place, but nobody's going to do that to him yet. So the Guinea team, lots of happy people, and you know that there was a penalty there for a pit lane infringement, but nonetheless they've had a great race, they've had great fun, and that's what it's all about. So happy people. You can imagine the noise and the smell from all those cars, can't you? The ticking as they slow down, and the hot brakes, hot engines, hot oil. That's a lovely thing. And let's just have a look at the highlights, and that we saw right at the beginning. Martin Brundle taking a very assertive outside line on the way into turn one for that first time to take the lead. He built and developed that all the way through the race. There's the number 25 car of Christian Traber. We worried about the amount of dirty oil coming out of that. The number 120 was the Demoulin Thibault car, which was ill-fated as it turned out. But there it is, throwing out the characteristic flame. And
so
let's
we're going to go down now to Rui Belmont in the pit lane with our winners.
Okay, here we are with the winners. The first was Maxime. Maxime is near me.
Yes.
He was the winner of this fantastic race. Hard battle for 60 minutes, more than 60 minutes. You were waiting with the red flag and everything. Really, really hot. It was not easy for sure.
No, for sure it was not easy. First, it's quite some difficult cars to drive, and then there is so much competitor. I mean, we are potentially 8 or 9 drivers to win the race. So really, really hard battle, but was quite fun, really.
Did you made a special strategy knowing that you had Martin Brundle on the other four at the beginning?
Yeah, at the beginning, my objective was to be close to him, but I don't have the necessity to overtake him because he was changing drivers, so it was not a big problem with that. But yeah, being behind Martin Brundle, which is the next Formula One driver, quite fun.
I saw a lot of or some cars with braking problems. Did you have same braking problems?
I have quite the same, but you pump and you do a little bit of lift and coast, and you can manage, but not more than 1 hour, to be honest with you.
Okay, congratulations for this fantastic win with this beautiful for Maxime. He ended with the first place at the end, beating the BMWs. They were after him, but excellent race. This Heritage was one of the best races till now. We'll see what happens throughout this Sunday. Still really hot. Braking problems for some drivers, some cars. We'll see what happens throughout this Sunday. But for sure, great races will happen again for the next moments.
So that was Rui Belmont in the pit lane. Unfortunately, we had a technical problem. We couldn't hear him, but we have the highlights of that superb Heritage Touring Cup with the Ford versus BMW battle. Went all the way down to the wire, and it was won by Maxime Guénat, as we saw in the white, red and green Liqui Moly Nigrin Ford Capri. Fantastic to see the earlier shape Capris out there as well. The BMWs running very, very close, the Batmobiles, and we saw Christian Traber running very, very wide, and later he went off into the gravel as well in the car that was on pole. There you go. He got it just a little bit wrong coming into that corner. He skittered through the gravel. There was a car there with problem. That was Nguyen's Escort. Meanwhile, tussling with a little Alfa Romeo in there, mixing it with Fords and BMWs. But at the end of the race, it was Maxime Guénat in this late-built Capri that led the CSLs back. The black CSL, though, penalised a lap for a pit lane infringement, so that will be no doubt argued later on. But what an incredible sight that is, with the greatest cars of the European Touring Car Championship era of the early part of the 1970s, locked in combat for most of that race, led early on by Martin Brundle in Zak Brown's Ford Capri. So there you go. We're live at the Estoril Classics, and we've got Group C cars coming out onto the circuit for the second time this weekend. They'll be running in the order they finished yesterday, and it's a small field, but it's a quality field, and we'll go back to see those cars coming round onto the grid. It's a nice mix, some really interesting cars among them, and yesterday it was Olivier Galland who won the race. Now, just to clear some confusion, here's Olivier Galland-Tancogne, or Tancogne-Galland. So viewers who say, well, that's Olivier Tancogne, one and the same, but in our programs as Olivier Galland, racing with his father, Xavier, here this weekend. We had problems yesterday. We didn't see the Nissan RC90K that qualified really strongly, and so we had a battle between the Jaguars. We had the Jaguar IMSA car of Martin Brundle and Zak Brown. We had Olivier Galland with the Silk Cut V12 Jaguar. The two Jags were engaged in quite a battle in the early stages, but a 20-second penalty because Martin Brundle's famous dropped them back down the order. In fact, it wouldn't have made any difference. They still finished second behind Galland-Tancogne. But as the cars come to the grid, I don't believe the Castrol Jag is among them. We'll wait to see when they get to the grid. But it's the number 1 Silk Cut Jaguar V12, which is the XJR12 that should be up front. Not everyone's arrived yet. You can see the Silk Cut Jag pulling into stage. To the right is the red number 181 car that went really well yesterday between dramas, and that was the little one-off Almas car built for Gigi Taverna back in the day by Gianni Lombartolo. Cosworth DFE powered C2 car, and we are round 5 of the Group C series here at the Circuito Estoril, and we'll take a look down the grid in a moment. There is no sign of the Nissan. Tony Sinclair is there in the Obermeyer Spice, run by Crown Racing, which is operated by Grant Reed. Tony Sinclair is its chief engineer and driver. They'll be running a Chevrolet Camaro at Goodwood next week, but we'll wait to see the cars going down the grid. What else is in the field? Well, we've got Eric Desain with the pink Financial Times Spice. We've got the Monet ADA, Benjamin Monet, O2B ADA derived from a Gebhardt design. We have the Ford Mustang Probe that was very quick out of the blocks yesterday with the Danish driver Lars Erik Nielsen on board. And there we go, there's Olivier Gallon, Olivier Tancon as some know him, on pole position. Now, we do have now news that the Nissan is a guaranteed non-starter. It's a notified non-starter. Here's the podium then for the previous race, the Heritage Touring Cup, and the bearded figure of Maxime Guénin up at the top of the podium. Group C cars are leaving. And certainly the safety car is leaving. The race cars themselves are just setting off now. Small grid of survivors then. We've got a Porsche 962 in there, the Kenwood car of Hans-Jörg Hübner. And this race scheduled to run for 45 minutes. So there's the top 3 then of the Heritage Touring Car race that we just saw and enjoyed so much. That's again Treber and Wunderlich. So we're just setting off now round our warm-up lap, and there is a suggestion that it may be Papa Galantancon driving the Jaguar today. We will soon see by its pace, but it's interesting that among the 7-car field, we're going to have a very hungry Tony Sinclair in the Spice, if that's the case. And we're also going to see a lot from that Olmas that went so well, the red car in the Giordano colours. Another podium just underway, and here we go then with the Group C cars hurtling down towards turn 1, and they arrive in a little group. It's quite gentle turn through the first corner from the Jag, and Tony Sinclair sniffs the opportunity to perhaps take the lead in the Spice, so he's tucked in behind Galantancon, and he's sniffing all over the gearbox of that V12 Jaguar as they come on to the twisty centre section. You've got the Olmas and the ADA there, the ex-Gebhardt, then followed by the Pink Spice of Eric Dessain. You've got the Danish Mustang, and down the outside to the hairpin, Tony Sinclair is sniffing an opportunity here, and long-time international racer Tony Sinclair, who started out racing in Formula Fords, in which he was very successful, nephew of Burt Ray, the famous race car designer constructor, learned all he knew at the side of his uncle, and has built many great cars in his day, including the Jades that he raced internationally, and won countless races at home, quite a few inter-series races as well under his belt, chasing that mighty V12 Jaguar onto the main straight. It's going to be Galland who leads the way. Through he goes, and Tony Sinclair's in the slipstream, had a third recently at Goodwood in the team's Lola T70, gets his nose ahead and dives into turn 1 across the nose of the Jaguar. Tony Sinclair takes the advantage, and he is pushing on. This is absolute manner to him. He's going to lose out on the straight line speed potentially here. He hasn't got anything like the grunt of the Jag, certainly not the torque of a 7-litre V12. It's a 3.5-litre V8 engine in the Spice, run by the Obermeyer team. In period, it ran in 92 in fact. It's an SE90, but it's the last of the 90s. It's chassis 18 that Otto Altenbach raced. And these two going at it hammer and tongs. Sinclair leading the way. And this is going to be quite an intriguing contest. It's a long race, it's a tiring race, and it's hot in the cockpit of those cars. It's a warm day in Portugal, and the Galantancon team, who had a good finish yesterday, 5th in the endurance race at the end of the day, they are pressing on nose to tail down this super circuit, and the Jaguar has got its nose ahead, and it's going to be a drag race down the main chute from the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. They're side by side into the braking area. Tony Sinclair is going to tuck down the inside coming out of the corner. These Jaguars, masterful designs. They were phenomenal in their day. One at Le Mans. where Jaguar had previously excelled back in the 1950s. Of course, Jaguar was under the Tom Walkinshaw regime by this stage. And is that game over? We stop playing now, or is it just a phase this race is going through? Just getting a bit more confidence now. Galland in the lead car. A second or so between the pair of them. In third place currently is Antoine Weil with the Almas. Here's a highlight, and that's Tony Sinclair just out braking Galland into the first corner. There's the battle behind. That's the Almas. It's dropped back into fourth place behind Benjamin Monet with the ADA, the Anglo-Dutch-American racing car. ADA team based in West London back in the day. Ian Harrower and Chris Crawford in this kind of era. Originally Woody Harris was involved, and Gerard Sauer as well. But that's the ultra sleek Gebhardt-based ADA that has the quite sophisticated Almas. It was built in 1988. Only did 3 races. In fact, it only did one of those 3 races because it broke before it was able to start at Le Mans, and also didn't start at the Monza 1000 Ks. The race it finished was the Autosport 1000 Ks at Silverstone, built for GGT. He took it to Le Mans with fellow Italians, Fabio Magnani and Roberto Ragazzi. It's a quick little car, carbon fibre monocoque. Owes its existence to the fire which destroyed the Alba, which Taverna had driven over the previous couple of years. And that's the Financial Times Chamberlain Engineering Spice of Eric Desain, which runs in 5th place. That's the 3rd placed and 4th placed cars, the 2 red cars of Monet and Weil. And Desain pops into the background as well. Meanwhile, out front, it's the number 1 car of Galland, whose best lap is a 1:39.7 so far, and is gradually escaping. It's out to about 5.5 seconds now. Just looking there at that's the Kenwood Porsche, number 51, Hans-Jörg Hübner. He's at the back of the pack, chasing Nielsen in the Ford Mustang Probe that played quite a part in the race yesterday. But not on the pace of the others. There's the Mustang Probe, and that's an IMSA car running as an invitee in this field. Down the start straight he comes, accelerating all the way. And Rui has an interview, so let's go down to Rui Belmont in the pits.
Hello again, we are here at the pit lane, in the pit boxes near the Formula 1s. I have with me Pedro Matos Chaves. He was a Portuguese Formula One driver, also national rally championship. So he has a lot of history. Also, he's here as a tourist, as we can say. Is that true, Pedro? You are a tourist today.
Yes, exactly. I'm a simple person of the public that likes these cars, of course, and the weekend is great, and we have nice cars here. Some cars that bring back some memories when we were young, and we follow all the races around the world. So it's a real pleasure to come here as a visitor.
These Formula Ones are not the ones that you drove. They are prior to your racing career in Formula One, but still bring back memories.
Oh yes, for sure. We used to follow F1 before we arrived to F1. So I think these cars are just till 1986. I did Formula One in '91, so just before when I was doing go-karts and starting my career in the touring cars and the Formula 4 single-seaters, I used to follow these cars. They were the cars that were on the World Championship.
Did you have any hero at those days?
I was a great fan of Villeneuve, of Gilles, but that unfortunately he died, and I was very sad when that happened. And later on, because of go-karting, I started to follow Senna, of course, and that was a new hero for me, Senna, but I think Villeneuve, it was greater for me at the time.
Estoril was a completely different track back in those days, but it was a challenge for sure.
Yes, well, it was pretty much more dangerous than now. Now, luckily, the cars are very, very safe. We saw that in some Grand Prix this year. There were big accidents and the drivers were okay. Verstappen had a big crash in Silverstone. It was unbelievable how fit he was out of the car. So at these days, it was quite normal to have some drivers getting killed during the season. 1, 2, 3 drivers. It was really dangerous. We can see the cars, we look at the cars, and they feel quite fragile. But nowadays it's much better.
Okay, thank you, Pedro. Have fun throughout this Sunday. Thank you once again. Pedro Matos Chaves was here with us. He raced as a Formula One driver back in the 90s, the beginning of the 90s. He was also a national championship for rally driving, but he's today here as a tourist visiting and also naturally living the passion as many of other hundreds of them that are already in the paddock.
To hear from Pedro Chaves then down in the pits with Rui, and the race continues. We're down towards the end of the first third. Here is the car of Benjamin Monet, which is running in third place. That's the Gebhardt, and in the background you can see Antoine Weil with the Almas, which has given a very good account of itself this weekend. There is the Galant Tancorne Jaguar, the XJR12. Magnificent sight that it is. Best lap of 1:39.5 so far. That's a couple of seconds quicker than anybody else in the field. Tony Sinclair leading the rest in the white Spice. Not quite close enough to be in view. But there is the Ford Mustang Probe, number 90. Come from the Danish team of Lars-Erik Nielsen. And that is running in 6th place. And its best lap is a 1:48. So quite widely spread, the teams. But what a great thing that looks. Ford Mustang Probe. It's nothing like the Mustangs really that appear as street cars, but of course it took on that name as part of the marketing for the IMSA GTP series. There is the one car, the Jaguar, which leads the way quite comfortably, pulling away from the opposition. now towards 20 seconds ahead of the rest. Little Spice in its Financial Times newspaper colours. Those were the colours of the pages of the Financial Times. The famous business publication in London. Eric Desane in this car. There's the Big Brother Spice, the SE90 3.5 litre car of Tony Sinclair, owned by Grant Reed from the Mars Corporation, and operated by Tony and a small band of friends from just to the south of London. And Crown Racing is the scene. They run also the Lola, in which Chris Craft won the 1973 British European Sports Car Championship. I'm hoping to see that out later on in one of the CER races in CER2. And Tony Sinclair, who built the Jade Sports Racers, sadly was very badly injured in an accident at Monza in an inter-series race, but did incredibly well to bounce back to continue his racing. He knows nothing else. He's a great fabricator, he's a great racer, and a really good guy. And he campaigns the race cars of Grant Reed, the Spice, the Lola 2292, and also runs the Chevrolet Camaro. He doesn't actually race the Chevrolet Camaro, he drives the Lotus T70 as well for that equipe. Recently third at Goodwood in that car at the Revival meeting. Again with Porsche, continues at the back, but is recording better times now, doing its best times of the sectors, so getting a little bit quicker. Hans-Jörg Hübner. Very sleek, isn't it? The Mustang Probe, sounding strong, has a kind of a powerboat looking quality to it. And I suppose these days engineers, designers use a lot of data from computational fluid dynamics, which kind of work in place of wind tunnel work in some instances. So there is a kind of a similarity in your trying to achieve ultimate performance. Here comes that Spice with the question marks all over it. The Jag continues. We're closing on halfway in the race, and the XJ12, what a piece that is, even down to the strakes underneath the side panels on the bodywork to enhance the downforce, enhance the seal with the road that allows the car to maximize its ground effect properties. Huge great diffusers in the back, packaging of the V12 engine, the VQ and gearbox, etc., critical to the airflow under the car, and of course the airflow over the car works in harmony with that. And you can see it scorches away from the Porsche 962. Porsche, the ultimate customer Group C manufacturer, with the 956s and 962s that excelled. But that era of Group C racing, which was a fuel formula era, the cars could only have 100 litres of fuel maximum. There were minimum weights, there were that fuel requirement, but within that you could pretty much run as you pleased. That's the Nissan. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see the car there. which was second quickest in qualifying with the France family, and into the pits to make his mandatory stop comes Tony Sinclair. He has just crossed the stripe in the pit lane on 11 laps. He's 43 seconds adrift coming in, but that will of course be stretched by that slow approach into the pit lane. The Jaguar will have to stop as well. All the cars will be stopping. Some have co-drivers. And the Jag closing on the Ford Mustang of Lars-Erik Nielsen, the Danish driver. Here we are in the pit lane then. Spice SE90. Obermeyer team car in period sits there with Tony Sinclair patiently behind the wheel. The mechanics there with their Crown Racing t-shirts on. Big Jaguar out front weighed 900 kilos, so a pretty hefty car, but with massive power, more than 730 bhp. It's capable of hitting almost 230 miles an hour in a straight line at Le Mans, where they varied the aerodynamics. It's a very nicely painted crash helmet of Hans-Jörg Hübner, who started out racing cars of the 1950s and has graduated over the years to, he's got some South African roots, hence the flag on top of his crash helmet. I remember seeing him in a Lister Jaguar about 15 years ago, back at maybe 10 years ago, back at Dijon, the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or event. Desain comes in with the pink Spice. Desain, Hübner and Sinclair have made their stops. Just pressuring the tyres there. It's pretty hot and sweaty in the cockpit. Jaguar meanwhile continues out front. The 89 Spice then continues to sit in the pit lane, and Sinclair's back on his way. We'll have to wait for the pit stagger to unwind. Hübner out of the pits. Car runs very, very low to the ground. You can see that very good seal between the front splitter. Has it got a problem? I suspect there might be. Yes, it's a problem. It's broken. The Spice has cut out, perhaps momentarily, but it's stuttered, and he's been lapped by the Jag of Galon Saint-Carne. but there's a problem then for Tony Sinclair. He's has to try and make it back to the pits now. Unless it's something more serious. And here comes Desane back in for a second time. With it's not a good time for the Spices, which seems it coming back out. I think it might be coming out again now. But there is Tony Sinclair. It's picked up again. So whether there's a fuel pickup problem or a switch somehow isn't working in the ignition, I don't know. But it cut out going round turn 1, and this looks like the field could lose another car fairly shortly. Leader on lap 15 and more than a minute clear of Monet. And here comes the leader into the pits. Leader into the pits. So it's Gallant Tancon who comes in. Spice sounds clean again. So and we've got second and third also in the pits. Change of driver for the Omas, and Ruchot is getting into it. Bertrand Ruchot climbing aboard. Benjamin Monet in the ADA is in second place. Here are is the team tending the XJR12 Jaguar. It's going to bleed some air out of those tyres, get them down back to their best operating temperature. And Antoine Valle comes round to the side. So we've still got still got 7 cars running, but I'm wondering whether the Sinclair Spice has made it back. Yes, she's back in the pits according to our timing screen. The white Spice, is it finished for the race, or is it something that the ground racing team can do just to get it going again? Out comes Bertrand Ruchot in the ADA. Looks super sleek, doesn't it, with that low slung wing out of the back, and ADA 02B. Heard a little turbo spooling there on the Porsche 962 of Hübner. Unfortunately, we don't have any battles going on in this race specifically. They've been broken up. This one has been broken up by the pit stops. Leader goes back out again. Cars covered 15 laps, and no one else has equalled that score yet. So it's a pit stop without losing the lead for Gallant, and will be back out on track very shortly, being very cognizant of the pit lane speed limit here at Estoril, and out into the track just ahead of Desane's Spice, which is running in 4th place, 1 lap down. There's Desane. The Spice team, the predominant equipe in Group C2. run by Gordon Spice, owned by Gordon Spice, put together by him and Ray Belm. And the Spice cars competed in both the IMSA series, where they were successful with various engine combinations as Spice and Pontiac Fieros, the original cars. They were kind of aligned with the Pontiac brand. And they had a fantastic run in the World Sports Car Championship, winning the C2 title, Spice and Belm. And the bigger cars, the C1 cars, also successful, designed by Graham Humphreys. Evolved from a Tiger initially. The Spice Tiger was the first car, the Waspies car, white and green car that Belm ran, but the bespoke Spices were very successful, built at Silverstone. There's Tony Sinclair. So whatever the problem was with the Spice may have gone away. It was another stop for that car, the white number 85. Those question marks all over it kind of ask their own thing, don't they? Wonder what it's all about, wonder what the problem has been. That car running in C18, same as the Jaguar and the Mustang. Sinclair a couple of laps behind the field now, so he's not going to improve on that. 105 pit stop issue potentially, and that's Monet with the ADA, and that could favour the Violent Ruchot Almas, which is was on your screen there a moment ago. That's the Kramer team Porsche in the Kenwood Hi-Fi colours, 962C. Jaguar, magnificent sight this is. Three seconds quicker than anybody else over a course of a lap here, 4-kilometre course at Estoril. Now, is there going to be a battle? Could we see potentially a change from second to third in the remaining minutes? Well, we've got 12 and a half minutes to go. 12-second time penalty for the 105, which lies second, and that's going to probably halve the gap to the Almas in third place. Whatever the problem with Sinclair's car, it now seems to be going okay, because its intermediate times over the three sectors here are not dissimilar to that of the leader. It's going slower, but not by a huge amount. Probably a second in the first sector of the circuit. Mustang Probe goes through again. That is running in fifth place. It sounds savage as it blasts away. Yolmas in third place is setting some quick times now, and with that penalty to the Monet 105 in second place, there is a chance with bests in different sectors. Is actually this time round taking quite a lot of time out of second place. So yeah, here we go. Really on it is 181. Car that was derived from one of former Ozella designer Giorgio Stirano's Albas, the Alba Giannini, which raced in the period. Finotto and Facchetti, Martino Finotto and Carlo Facchetti brought the Giannini name to the party, again through branding with an established manufacturer. After 2 years with the Alba, which sadly was lost in a workshop fire, Gigi Taverna commissioned this car, but it only raced once. So unless you were at Silverstone in 1988, you wouldn't have actually seen it compete in a race. You might have seen it in practice at Monza, you might have seen it in practice at Le Mans, but the only time it raced and finished indeed, so a good effort from the small Italian team, was at the Autosport 1000. Into the last 9 minutes now. Still about 20 seconds between second and third, but this car, the and Ruchot car, it's Bertrand Ruchot driving it at the moment, is getting closer. There's a red car ahead of it, but that's not the red car he wants to see up there. That's the Hübner Porsche, the Kramer Porsche. Yeah, gradually making ground, using all the road and some curbs, is Ruchot. Has the Porsche driver seen him? Well, not sure that he has. Switches sides, and that's going to be a difficult car to get round, and he gets through and manages to nose into the apex, which was a good effort from Bertrand Ruchot. And sails serenely on. It's the car that runs in second, ADA 02B. Typical of a small team like ADA, various drivers competed in this car, but it was driven fairly regularly in 1990 at the end of towards the end of the Group Sierra by Tony Trevor, excellent British Formula 3 privateer. Won a race at Thruxton back in the day. Pierre Chauvet also drove it from time to time, the pseudonymed Austrian. Friedrich Glatz or Fritz Glatz or Umberto Calvo, James Bald, Peter Bald, Pierre Chauvet, went under all of those nicknames, and sadly to lose his life in a race, a boss race, I think, at Most in the Czech Republic. He was a great friend of Joe Gartner, a mentor also of Gartner, who was another ill-fated Austrian who crashed fatally at Le Mans. But this is a car of the type then which won Le Mans, and it charges through with 5.5 minutes to go, leading by a very comfortable margin, more than a minute, and continues to set the pace. There's the Hübner Porsche, which it will eat for lunch. Hübner moves right offline just to let the Jag through. So Galant Sancon out front with the Jag. The little Olmas C2 car continues to charge and is lapping on the same pace, in fact fractionally quicker than the race leader. And with the Danish flag is the Ford Probe again. Second in C1A now to the leading Jag. We had 7 starters, we have 7 still running, and it's quite possible that in the course of the next couple of laps we'll have another car lapped. There's the old mass of Rucho charging past the Mustang. Doing a grand job. Car started by Antoine Weil, and now with Armand Rucho, Bertrand Rucho driving it. "13 seconds behind the ADA it is, and I think that could well be with the that penalty already applied to the ADA for the pit issue. Very compact little car, the Olmas. So the work of Gianni Lombartolo, and typical Cosworth DFE Hewland kit car of the period, so that British engine and box in the carbon fibre car. There's the ADA continuing on its way. Is it being caught? Still it is being caught by about 2.5 seconds a lap by the Olmas. But with just a couple of laps in this race, I suspect that it might just be out of reach. This car is well out of reach because it's over a minute and 20 seconds up the road. Early challenge, in fact, a brief leader was the Spice of Tony Sinclair, taking time out of the car ahead of it, but it's going to remain at the bottom of the lap charts, the white Spice, following a second pit stop. So had a little issue early on, but the team was able to fix it. And this is where it's very important to negotiate a slower car safely. When you've got a big lead, you can take your time over it, make sure the other driver has seen you, and incisively go through an open door. Towards the end of the lap. Into turn one has come. Yes, there's the Almas closing down on the. Oh, he's really working hard at the wheel. Is Rousseau, and he can now see the car he's chasing up the road. Now, only 5 seconds between them, so I suspect that as it's going to be visible at some parts of the circuit, that penalty is going to change it's going to change second and third place around on the podium. Last lap then for Galland. Fantastic to see and hear that glorious wail of the Jaguar V12 engine. And that car designed by Tony Southgate and the team. Accelerates hard, works his way through the last few turns, and comes out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna onto the finish straight to take the checkered flag from this Group C event. That's a Group C event. And a double victory then at Estoril for the Galland team with the Jaguar XJR12. Here are the second and third place cars, just 1.8 seconds now between them, and that's getting really tight, but there is a penalty hanging over the 105 for a pit infringement. And how's this going to work out? Is it going to change on track? Well, Rousseau in the Almas is closing. There's Sinclair, who did lead for a lap early on, or part of a lap early on, and they're absolutely together, these two tiddlers within the Group C era. The ADA02 and the one-off Almas running together. Will there be a change before the checkered flag? It's Monet in the ADA and Rousseau in the Almas. Got to do it safely, guys. You don't want to bin them with just a few corners to go. And they come on to the start straight. They're both quick in a straight line, both got minimal frontal area, and it's going to be over the line, the ADA, which finishes ahead, but with the penalty applied, it's going to go, second place is going to go to 105. Which is 105 is going to be bumped to third. 181 is going to go second, and that is the Antoine Weil and Bertrand Rousseau Almas rewarded with second after that great chase. The two cars finished together, but the pit lane penalty has flicked them back in the opposite order. In fourth is going to be Eric Desain with the Financial Times Spice, number 110. Fifth will be Nielsen in the Ford Mustang Probe. And in sixth place, Hans-Jörg Hübner with the Porsche 962C, the Kenwood car. Tony Sinclair is going to bring up the rear. He is 3 laps down, but was the only competitor to stop twice. Everyone else had to make their mandatory stop, but an unscheduled pit stop for Tony Sinclair but the Spice is home, so I think probably a little electrical issue or something like that, but all safely back, and the Jaguar returns to its pit. A double victor here, being met by the team. 1 2 highlights. There we go from the start then. So it's Galland who leads down into turn 1 from Tony Sinclair in the white Spice, number 85. But Sinclair was all over him in the first lap and decided that this was the opportunity down the outside into the first corner. That deceptive right-hander. And Tony would have been pleased with that. But it wasn't going to last long because at the end of the lap, the 7-litre V12 Jaguar trumped the 3.5-litre Cosworth engined Spice. And that was the last they pretty much saw of each other because Sinclair then hit those problems which caused an unscheduled stop shortly after his main one. So a small field of Group C cars, but they're safely home, and that is our third race of the day down. Next race is going to be an absolute cracker. Classic endurance racing. The CER2 cars, the later machines from the Classic Endurance Racing Peter Auto team. Those are the cars of the mid-70s through into the 80s. '73 to '81 prototypes and '72 to '81 GT cars. Just appreciate the sight of a silk cut Jaguar, a Group C Jaguar in its pomp here at Estoril. There's our winner, Galland, who wins on 26 laps by 1.5 minutes from Violin Ruchot, who received that second place in the Olmas, having overtaken the Huber Monet 105, the ADA, on the penalty. 110 Desain fourth in the Spice, fifth was 90 Nielsen in the Probe, sixth Hübner in the Porsche 962C, and in seventh place was Tony Sinclair, who had led for that glorious lap, but it wasn't to be. Down in the pit lane, drivers out of their cars. And let's go to Rui Belmont down in the pit lane with our winners, and it looks like it is Olivier down there who has driven the car again, despite the fact we heard potentially, possibly otherwise. Olivier Galland Tancarne with the Jaguar as the CER2 cars come out to form their grid. Rui.
Here we are at the pit lane. We are with Olivier. He just finished the race. Just 1 minute, Olivier. A different race without the Castrol car today. Yeah. It was a little bit easier.
A lot easier. It's a shame. It's a shame they didn't take part, because we had a good race yesterday, and you know, I would have rather have had a dice with them and come second than win alone by myself, you know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, still satisfying.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. Great race from Olivier Galin. He won the race, of course, without the Castrol car. They are going to the podium ceremony. We'll try to talk with Eric Dessein, also the winner from the C2 category with the Financial Times car. I was looking to see if I can find him, but I will try to find him later and bring him also to you. He was the winner of the C2 category. We'll try to talk with Eric Dessein, also the president from Yamaha Motor Europe.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated.
So we now have the podium with Olivier Galin-Tanconi on top of the podium, and this is the C1 podium. Tony Sinclair's down there in P3. The anthem of France, the Marseillaise, rings out. And a wave. Trophies are picked up. Everyone climbs up on the top step. Olivier welcoming up. And is that Hans Hübner there? I think it probably is. And some good natured banter. They climb down off the podium, and there should be a C2 podium. In the meantime, the CER 2 cars line up, and what a fantastic field of prototypes this is. And again, we have Gainars and Samamas at the top of the pack. Round 5 of the CER2. Classic endurance racing. Behind the Ford safety car. On the left is the Lola T286 with Cosworth DFE power, the car that was put together late and raced in British Thundersports events. So we've got one driver on the podium. A second. And yeah, here we go. Our next podium. This is the C2 podium. Eventually won by the Olmas team from the ADA. And third of the C2s, the Spice, I think that is, away they go. You can hear engines in the background, which sounds really encouraging. Preparations just still for the last of our, isn't it the way they go then, the CR2s, led by the Oxford Group packaging liveried Lola 286, which is Maxime Guénat. That's the white and orange and brown number 50. 52 is Yves Samama in the Warsteiner Toy SC304. Was a DFV power. Then we've got 49, Dominique Guénat with the Toy SC303. Philippe Samama and a shown on our list in a Lola T600, but I think he's in another toy looking at it, the Team Obermoser Jörg cars built in Braunschweig in Germany. So they come round onto the grid. Guénat Samama, families at the front. Carlos Pobo, the Portuguese driver, in fifth in his Lola T280. And we go down into the 2-litre cars. We'll pick them up as we see them in action, but a fabulous field of cars. Mr. John B is in there, as I see, in car number 69. He's in a Ferrari. So we've got BMW M1 Pro cars, the Group 4 Pro cars, the 450 horsepower straight 6 BMW engines. We've got little Lolas and Chevrons. There's an Ozella there, an Italian Ozella, the bright yellow car towards the back of the field. There's a Cheetah from Chuck Graymager's team in Switzerland up towards the sharp end. That's Beat Egeman has been driving that car for a decade or so. John Emberson's there in the chocolate drop, the famous chocolate drop Chevron, the brown car, 26. Spectators enjoying the full flavour of this as the cars come down to the start. Then away go the CR2. It's Samama and the Lola on the inside. Again on the Lola on the inside. Samama and the Toy on the outside. And we've got the two toys side by side for third place. It's absolutely brilliant. Out of our sight they go. It is Maxime Guénat from Yves Samama. Oh, it is a Lola. It is the Lola 600 in an unfamiliar colour scheme. That's what's for the BP Lola, BP liveried Lola. And they are charging. Who's best of the 2-litre cars? We'll pick them up pretty soon. I reckon it's Egeman in the number 1 Cheetah, the dark blue car. But it's the Lola out front, the Thunder Sports Lola as it was, of Maxime Guénat, who leads the way. Peter Auto, famed for the organising the big Tour Auto event, started this CER racing back in 2004. There's an Osella, car built in Turin. Here says the Lola going through. Fabulous field. We've got that long-tailed Lola going through. This is just a brilliant battle, battle for fourth place. And the red Lola with that very unusual, very tall, one-sided roll cage. That's the 31 car. That's the 31 car ahead of the toy now. That's Carlos Barbo in the Lola. T280 Cosworth powered car. But he's got for company quick 2 litres as well. Egerman in the blue Cheetah. There's the BP toy, the type that people like Hubert Strebig used to race. Lola from Cheetah, another Lola in behind. That's Frederic de Rocha in the Lola T298. These 2 litre cars, look at that, isn't that fabulous? With the long tail. There goes Egerman past the red Barbo Lola. And de Rocha is trying to join him. Best of the 2 litres is 1:31. Or was. Egerman in the Cheetah, being chased by Barbo in the red 3 litre Lola, and then de Rocha in the white Lola. Now these Lolas evolved from the type of car which won the European Championship with Chris Craft, the Crown Racing car, and it was the great British engineers, future superstars John Barnard and Patrick Head, who evolved these cars from the T290s that moved the game on. The Lola Chevron battles, which kicked off at the start of the 2 litre European Championship era in 1970. Wonderful final race at Spa. Brian Redman for Chevron, Joe Bonnier for Lola. It went all the way to the last corner. Absolutely awesome. But there's the lead Lola. And it's Maxime Guénat who is on to the start straight to finish his 3rd lap. This is a car that the late Jim Wallace raced with, often with Mike Wiles, former Grand Prix driver, the lead Lola, the Ferrari BBLM in there. Very pretty number 7 Chevron going through with in the colours of the Portuguese sponsor. Turgal, the shirt manufacturer, sponsored the work chevrons back in the period. This is a car in tribute livery, I believe. The BP toy. That's looks very pretty, doesn't it? These cars evolved from, the early ones evolved from GRD chassis by Achim Storz, an aerodynamicist. But there were more 2-litre toys built by Jörg Obermoser's team than 3-litre cars. Otford Group on the side of that car was a packaging company based down near Brands Hatch in the southeast of England. And Maxime Guénat is certainly giving it large. He's just done the best mid-sector of anybody in this race. He leads by towards 5 seconds from Yves Samama in the Toy SC304, which is the car in the colours of the Warsteiner Brewery from Germany. Look at that. Same colours that graced the Arrows Formula One cars on many occasions, and was seen in Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula Super V on the Team Warsteiner Euro race cars. Warsteiner are sponsor of the Formula 2 cars in which Keke Rosberg cut his F2 teeth before he moved into the Fred Opert Racing Chevron, winning a race at Ennepegusa in Sicily in '77. As the 7 Chevron of Le Gras, Chevron B21, running down in 12th place. B21 developed from the B19 of '71, which itself is based on the B16 Spider. Did a couple of great races with Brian Redman in it. Who started the 1970 season in a Chevron B16 Coupe. We'll see a B16 in the later CR1 race. The 10 is the Ozella. Roberto Turiziani in the Ozella with its BMW power plant. The big Ferrari BB LM, Berlinetta Boxer. That's Mr. John of B, car 69. Swiss driver Gaynor is still pushing. There's Jean Legras. He's got his hands full with the Bühler Swiss watches X-Mark Sura BMW Pro car. That's Olivier Breitmeier, who will hand over to Emile later in the race. A lot of these drivers bringing a bunch of cars to Estoril. In the background you can see the BASF tapes BMW. Here's the T600 Lola, car that saw more of in IMSA racing, where teams like Interscope and Cookwood's Racing ran them. It's really quite unfamiliar in that BP livery. Brian Redman's name writ large on the side. The greatest living Lancastrian, as we call him. Now in his early 80s, but still a very feisty performer on track. Organises events in the States, in Florida, where he's based. Originally from the northwest of England. And Brian, 3 times a American Formula 5000 champion. He raced in Can-Am, he raced in Formula 1, he raced all over the world, and until relatively recently was still competing in historic events. '49 is Dominic Gaynor in the Toy DFV. Carlos Barbo in the red Lola. But in between them, the 2-litre car of Fred de Rocha. What an elegant machine that is, the long-tailed Lola. These long tails used for the ultra-fast circuits. They tended to use a shorter, higher wing on the short ones. BMW Pro car. And there's a long and short tail Lolas, the T280, the 3-litre version of the T290, which ran in European Championship events with the likes of Joe Bonnier. Drove both. He was the European importer. Joe Bonnier, who won BRM's first Grand Prix, Dutch Grand Prix in '59, and was still campaigning in the 70s in sports races. Just lapped the yellow Osella. So the two BP cars having a great battle ahead of Turiziani in the car built by Enzo Ozella's firm in Turin. .600 then, the big Lola, and 131, which is the leading 2-litre car. That's Franck Morel. Now can Morel in the little 2-litre get into the slipstream of the Lola? No, he's got too much grunt. He'll certainly brake later down into the first corner. Cook Woods Racing, yep, on the front of that. Ralph Kent Cook and Roy Woods ran the team. Franck Morel getting stuck into a really good tussle and enjoying the infield section where the toy works really well. Barbo's Red Lola is on one side of the track. Frederic de Rocha comes down the inside in the number 2 car. Belcher Flame from the back of that, the Lola BMW. De Rocha in the T298 from 1979. 80 is one of the GT cars in the race, the Porsche, the 934/5. Porsche mixing it well. That's Lars Rollner, another of our Danish competitors, and behind Rollner in the yellow Porsche, John Emberson in the X-Works Chevron B26 Chocolate Drop, as it was known for its dark brown livery with the yellow stripe. Emberson, who we saw in the Morgan SLR, finishing 3rd yesterday and 4th today in the Greatest Trophy in that 21 car. And John Emberson, as this race goes on, he's just running in 10th at the moment, but he'll be viewing a chance to move up the order, grab it with every opportunity. Might find that he gets a bit of a tow from the Porsche. The turbo Porsche's pretty quick, but Emberson hanging in there. Meanwhile, Franck Morel continues to hassle Philippe Simama in this showpiece for British Petroleum sponsored cars. And you can see how much later the little nimble toy can brake than the IMSA. Group C and IMSA were so similar at that point, similar spec cars than the big IMSA stroke Group C Lola. The Lolas struggled a bit in Group C, but later Evolution did win the odd race with Guy Edwards and Emilio de Vallota, the Spanish banker, who also won the British Aurora Formula One Championship after a few years of near misses and real hard trier. Chevron and Lola side by side. Look at that. Look at the smoke from the BMW M1 Pro car ahead of them. Fantastic in the. In fact, that looks like it could be quite serious with the Pro car. It was smoking quite badly in the tight corner there. That Bassif livery also adorned the Saubers or Say cars that ran in the day. Bassif, the recording tape manufacturer. Oh, and straight on goes Barbo into the gravel, and that's the Portuguese hopes have been sunk. Couldn't get the car stopped, and that's too far off the circuit to extricate himself. So Carlos Barbo, who was running down the order in I think ninth place, something like that, 8th or 9th place, has gone straight into the gravel. We'll see this happen again. He's got the Porsche bearing down behind him. There was nothing he could do to stop the Lola from entering the kitty litter. So there'll be yellow flags out and a safety car deployed to retrieve the Lola from turn 1, where it is embedded. Still have 40.5 minutes of this race to run. You'll see the yellow safety car boards and the flags waving, and as they arrive, you can see that Marshall's just assessing what to do. Where is the tow hook on the Lola? Are they going to try and winch it onto a flatbed or physically drag it out of the gravel? Did its job though. It stopped the car from high speed before it got anywhere near a barrier, and the safety car is on call. It will want to come out and pick up there's Carlos. Car that raced in the Japanese championship by its original livery, and you can see as they're trying to tow it by the roll hoop. There's a fair amount of leverage on that, I'd have thought, trying to tow a fairly hefty sports car out, but it was just getting more and more embedded in the aggregate. So is Turiziani with the Marcella. There'll be a pit window fairly soon. There's Mr. John B with those twin lights. He really wants the Acela to get on with it. He'd like to be closing down on the rest of the pack. There is the safety car. It has come out. And it's ahead of the leader. And the Lola T600 goes in. From 3rd place, Philippe Simama takes advantage of a stop under the safety car. So no overtaking in the field. You can see the gold Warsteiner toy SC304, the 76 car of Yves Samama. That's second overall. Third overall is the BP toy, now with clear sight of its big sister, because the Cookwoods Racing Lola has gone in. Egerman with the dark blue cheetah is there as well, and out comes Barbo. Dragged him out, and he's going to continue as if nothing happened. But his problem is that he's in the middle of that pack, and those behind the safety car, that's John Emberson in, which is a good call. Yes, they won't know what to do when the car gets dragged out of the gravel, because those on track should have precedence. There's no overtaking allowed, but that car has been sitting in the gravel for a couple of minutes. Wouldn't want it to upset the running order. 74 was the I think BMW was at 74. The M1, just checking on that one as it comes through. Or was it 76 Schindler? One of the two. There's the Lola T600. That's back into the fray. The Rocha with the white Lola BMW. Yeah, 76 is Günther Schindler with the BASF BASF tapes BMW. Safety car is back in, so with just under 36 minutes remaining, they're back on their way. Dietrich Chevron is in the middle of all this, under fire from, the toy comes up the inside. That's 131, which is Morel. He's got now the 3-litre toy hammering past in the hands of Dominic Gaynor. He got caught out there by traffic coming into turn 1. There's our BP Fest, 3 BP sponsored cars all together. Dropping back through that order is the Dietrich Chevron. Big Lola we saw a minute ago, the BP car back out of the pits. There's Triziani in the Ozella. Change of driver there. Much taller figure of the second driver getting in. So Morel in the number 131 toy, the second car in your picture in the top corner. That's still the 2-litre leader. There's the BP Lola, and we go to the BP toy now. Number 49, which is Dominic Gwynner. 10, the Ozella is back out. Very pretty, the Ozellas of this era. Screaming past the pits come our CR2 cars. John Emberson back out into the race. He's still in 10th place. Dietrich-backed Chevron with the Motul Oil Company, the pioneering French oil company. Very much involved with first semi-synthetic oils, then totally synthetic oils. And now off goes, that's number 2, that's Fred de Rocha, who's dropped the T298 Lola, but he's managed to get it going again. Don't spin it as you get back over the curbs, Fred. He comes back in. De Rocha has dropped down the order as a result of that. Wonderfully sleek car. Lola started out with the short-tailed T290s in 2 litres and went through the evolutions. So the 2 BP toys come in. Carlos Barber looking into the engine bay of the Lola with the Cosworth DFV engine in it. Just trying to get some of the gravel out, and they'll be looking particularly underneath in the fuel injection system of that car, just to make sure nothing, little stones could get stuck in the throttle slides on the engine. We have a Lucas mechanical slide throttle injection system controlling the fuel and the air mix. Leading white Lola, Maxim Guénat, still ahead. Car's yet to stop though, as has 52 Yves Samama with the gold toy that follows, Timo Moser Jörg. There's the second place toy going through. Here's our leader, Maxim Guénat. The beautiful Chevron, which was a works entry, chocolate drop. Later, unbelievably, was raced as a special saloon car in Britain, running a plastic Skoda body, which seems slightly sacrilegious, but of course turned back into a Chevron. There's the Lola T600 arriving. These cars ran in different forms, with a Porsche engine initially, and then with the big Chevrolet when the Porsche proved a little bit inadequate for the job. Ryan Redmond and Bobby Rahal, two legends of motorsport, were drivers of this car for Cookwood's Racing. Spent a lot of time in the I think the Rosso Bianco collection in Europe, but then was liberated when that collection was disbanded. It'll be hot, certainly, in there. Just being held by his team. Philippe Samama sets off, and the leader comes in with 27.5 minutes remaining. Maxime Guénat arrives in the box. Now, where is the gold toy? There's John Emberson, but he's had problems. This is shown as his third stop. Full scrutineering card on the side door there for the CR series. So he's effectively out of the running, but this car very much still in the running. It's 49. It's running in third place. That's Dominique Guénat. We saw the Guénats earlier on in the touring cars, and now they're strutting their stuff in the sports protos. Second place car is in as well. '52 is Yves Samama. He was further down the pit lane, and the leader's then going to come out nose to tail with 25 3/4 minutes to go. Have a suspicion that 49 Toy SC303 may have leapt the cars in these cars in the pit stop sequence. We will find out relatively shortly. I'm sure I saw one of the toys go through. There are two similarly coloured BP cars. It's amazing that the Cosworth DFV engine, developed specifically for Formula One, and debuted with a victory in the '67 Dutch Grand Prix by Jim Clark in the Works Lotus 49, ended up being the go-to engine for so many sports cars as well. There's 52. It's Samama. And leader is Maxime Guénat. Guénat does continue to lead in 50, but the gap isn't very great. It's 3.2 seconds back to this man, Yves Samama. Leader carving his way through traffic. Chaser on a clear track at the moment. And in third place is another toy. In fact, the German toy cars, TOJ, running in second, third and fourth places. There's the second place one, there's the third place one. And that's Dominique Guénat and the SC303. charging past the little 2-litre Chevron. That'll be the 26 car. I think it now has Lucien Rossio in it, a period sports car racer. Best lap of the race so far is to the gold Warsteiner toy we see here. One of the most iconic racing liveries you'll see. Cheetah continues to run second of the 2-litre cars. The Swiss-built car, which has Lola-esque body. Designed and built by Chuck Gramiger's enterprise. Chuck, an ex-Chevron racer in his day. And that's in the hands of Bert Eggermann, the Cheetah. It's going really well. He's in behind the Ozella, which now has Mazzolini in it. Down into turn one. That's a pass not for position on track, but just for territorial advantage, as Bert Eggermann continues to chase the Lola Teak 600 of Simama, which he can't live with in a straight line, that's for sure. Although their fastest laps are only a couple of tenths apart. Eggermann looking very determined. The airbox feeding the engine in the Cheetah. Glorious BMW M1 Pro car. 450 horsepower. Run by the GS Tuning concern. That's Frederick Morel, the 131. I apologise, Franck Morel, and he continues to lead the 2-litre Group 6 section of this race. Cheetah, Ozella and Chevron, three of the many marques of 2-litre sports cars that contested the European Championship from 1970 through to 75, and raced on at Le Mans for a few years after that, into the early years of the Group C. The Ozella seems to be going much quicker now in the hands of its second driver. Hanging on to the back, yes, Eggermann in the blue Cheetah is right back with the Lola. They ran the big Chevrolet V8s, 5.7 litre Chevys, and down the inside into the hairpin. Yep, waste little time in getting through. Was there room for the Ozella to get through as well? In the hands of Mazzolini. Yes, he does. He's got through. So that's going to move Bert Eggermann in the number 1 Cheetah up the order. Many of the Swiss-based cars were kept going by the support industry there. At one point headed by Joe Bonnier's team, and also, of course, by the engine builder Heini Marder, who took over the Lola import when poor Joe Bonnier lost his life at Le Mans in a 3-litre Lola. Is the Lola T600 spent? It's certainly dropped off the pace a bit now. It's down in 6th place, but it's quite a long way ahead of Patrick Simon with the Porsche 934/5. Over a minute ahead, in fact, with 17.5 minutes still to go. Leader is still Maxime Guéna. Awesome, that Kozlov engine sounding so strong. Now, how's Fred de Rocha doing after his spin in the white Lola? Well, he's running in 8th place, 3rd of the 2-litre contingent. There's the very British chevron, and the Porsche 934/935, which is going strongly in 7th place overall. Number 80 there, Patrick Simon, former single-seater racer. Car's lapping only about 4 seconds outside the best pace of the prototypes. Great job he's doing. Massively wide wheel arches on the car. Superb handling cars, the Lolas. They've got great chassis, they're very nimble, they're efficient through the air too. They put their power down well. 2-litre form there, absolutely stunning. And the 3-litre examples, just the same, but with a lot more grunt. 2-litre cars making somewhere towards 300 horsepower in period, and the DFE cars probably 450 in softened endurance racing trim. Another Kozlov V8, slightly fluffy down low as it picks up through the rev range, gets back on cam. 8 seconds, 8.8 seconds between that Lola you've just seen go through the screen and the gold toy, which appears now, of Yves Samama. It's only about 4 seconds between the leading 2-litre cars, still led by Franck Morel in 131, the BP toy SC206, and chased by Egeman in the Swiss-built Cheetah. Samama in the Lola T600, the closed car, that is in 6th place ahead of Simon with the yellow Porsche, the white Lola of De Rocha, Breitmeyer's BMW M1 Pro car, that's the Bueller car, and Jean Legras with the Chevron B21, the yellow car in the colours of Turgal, the Portuguese shirt manufacturer. It's the big sponsor of Scuderia Montjuic. Yes, we're getting busy down there with the Azella and toy charging away through the 2 BMW Pro cars now running together, which is great to see. They're a lap apart, the BMWs, in fact. But in the middle of all that, that is the leading 2-litre car that we see, the black and yellow and green toy. There it is, car number 131, Franck Morel. But through all that traffic, I reckon until that lap, Beat Egeman had made quite a lot of ground up. He was only 2.2 seconds behind, so the 2-litre battle could go down to the wire. The Azella, though, is quick in front of them in the hands of Mazzolini. That's been lapping in the 43s. That's been lapping quicker than the leaders in the class. So the first driver out of that car wasn't quite so quick, Turiziani, but there is the Walter Wolf Racing Cheetah of Beat Egeman, who is chasing this man, the driver of the black toy 131, which is Franck Morel, sliding out of the hairpin, and Egeman slightly undone by the 2 BMW Pro cars that he met in some of the twisty parts of the circuit. He'd got down to within a couple of seconds of Morel. It's gone out to best part of 3. crisp V8 exhaust note of the leading Lola. Started on pole, Maxime Guénat. Yves Samama remains about 8 seconds behind in the Vosteiner toy. Seven and 3/4 minutes to go. In fact, the toys run second, third, and a class-leading fourth in this race at the moment. A really good tribute to Mark founder Jörg Obermoser, who I remember seeing win a race at Brands Hatch in the 70s in one of his Warsteiner toys. But Jörg Obermoser, who passed away just over a year ago in his late 70s, is from Bruxelles in Germany. It's where the cars were made. So leader lights ablaze, then 6 and 3/4 minutes to go. It's going to get about 4 more laps out of this. 3 to 4, depending on what he meets along the way. '49 is in third place. That's Dominique Guénat. They're having some fun, the Guénat boys, aren't they, today? Out in their touring cars earlier on. And that sleek DFV powered toy. 26 goes through. That's Lucien Rossiot, guy who'd have started quite a few Le Mans 24-hour races in his time. Another lap down, 5 minutes to go. Yeah, it should go 4 laps. We did see the 26 car of Lucien Rossiot, another of the veterans who competes in this series. Now 74 years old. Won his class in last year's CER series. There's the Patrick Simon number 80. Porsche, which leads the GT2 section by a good margin, by more than a lap from the BMWs at the moment. talking a minute ago about Rossio, the septuagenarian French racer. Finished 11th at Le Mans back in 1978 in a Chevron with the Rock engine, the Chrysler-based engine, run by Fred Stolder's racing organisation course in Annemasse. Sharing back then with Michel Pignard and Laurent Ferrier. Competed in 2-litre sports cars for most of that era. Particular chassis here, we see the Lola 284 came later than its siblings. It's raced in the 80s in Thunder Sports. Most of the parts are probably made in period, but it's put together from remnants at the factory in Huntingdon, and run by Jim Wallace, with Mike Wiles often accompanying him. James Weaver also drove for Wallace's team, which campaigned historic Formula One cars and others as well. Had a Formula 2 Brabham at one point, and also a Chevron B19, a Chevron B8. There's the veteran Lucien Rossio with the De Dietrich Chevron, and there is Fred de Rocha, third in the 2 litres section. Egerman in the Cheetah hasn't given up chasing down Franck Morel with the Toy SC206, but there's the bigger engine Toy, which runs second. Clock is ticking down, just a few seconds to go, and as they come through, the clock ticks back to 0, and we see the checkered flag there, and it's been a dominant performance by Maxime Guénard, who has charged Lola T286 through to victory. In second place, Yves Samama in the gold Toy, 2 Cosworth DFV powered cars, 1 and 2. Gap at the end, 13 seconds between them. In third place, we should be seeing the 49 DP Toy. There it goes, of Dominique Guénard. So the Guénards are first and third. And there is the 2 litre class winning Toy of Franck Morel, 131, finishes 4 seconds ahead of Beat Egerman, who just was right in touch with the Cheetah, but this is the G601 Cheetah, but got separated in traffic, and that's one of the problems you get when you get a mixed field. And the leaders waving to the marshals and thanking them for their stints at trackside. We haven't had, thumbs up and waves between the 2 different cars. In 6th place is Philippe Samama with the Lola T600, the IMSA Chevy powered car. A long way back, but nonetheless a very good result. 8th is Fred de Rocha, 3rd in 2 litre Group 6 with his Lola T298. Ninth is the Breitmeyer BMW M1, and 10th is Jean Legras with the Chevron B21. Didn't see much of that car during the race. The yellow Turgal Montjuic liveried car, and the car that hadn't finished near the middle of that was a car that was the last car on the lead lap, was Patrick Simon with the yellow Porsche 934/5, winner of the GT2 class from Breitmeyer and Schindler in the BMW M1 Pro cars. So a cracking CER race there. Guéna wins from Simama, then Dominic Guéna, Morel, the first 2 litre car, Egeman behind him, Simama in the big Lola, then it's the Rollner Simon Porsche 934/935, De Rocha, the Breitmeyers, and Legras complete the top 10. That's CER2. At a CER1 race coming up later in the day for the earlier GTs and prototypes, and that should be equally exciting. Plenty of action down the field. Turiziani and Mazzoleni in the Ozella, Schindler and Lejean Rossio, they completed the runners, so they were the finishers in that race. The vast majority got to the end. So Circuito Estoril providing some fantastic sports car racing. Oh, the Lola T600, which was classified in 6th place, 4th in its class, stopped out on the circuit. So that needs to be retrieved. But meanwhile, the Equipe Europe, Ivan Mahi's team, which prepares certainly one of these cars, if not both, is in attendance. Lots of excitement. They've had a good time, those guys. There's our winner then, Maxime Guéna, with watchman Richard Mille's logos on his overalls. Richard Mille, a massive supporter of historic racing and a great car collector. But the Lola DFE and the toy in there, and Jürgo Bermosa's toy cars cover themselves in glory. 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall with Yves Samama, Dominic Guéna and Franck Morel. Couldn't beat Maxime Guéna's Lola. It's a bright day here at Estoril, and the drivers look to have been enjoying themselves out there. Some highlights from the race. There's the start, as seen through the smartphone of a spectator, and what a sight that made as the sports cars descended upon turn 1. Maxime Guéna squeezed himself through into the lead. Some fine 2 and 3 litre sports car tussles and all that. Beautiful Turgal chevron there, Turgal livery chevron running through. Ferrari BBLM, Mr. John of B. Toy DFE outrunning a BMW powered Lola. Porsche gave a good account of itself in running well inside the top 10, winning its class. And these BP liveried cars, as Carlos Barbo runs out of road at turn 1. Sitting there thinking, what have I done? I need to be dragged out, and that's exactly what happened. So 131 Morel tried to ambush somebody down the inside there into turn 1, and it didn't quite work. Fred De Rocha had a big spin in the middle of the race, but he kept the engine going. And back in the pits, Barbo's team trying to remove as much gravel as they could from the engine bay of the Lola DFV. And this is that's the little cheetah that went so well with number 1 reigning champion Bert Egerman aboard. Very, very nimble, the cheetah. You can see it turn through that very tight left-handed bend and out through the right very effectively. And the car that really showed its paces in the later stages of the race was the Ozella. And down in the pit lane we go to Rui Belmont.
Okay, we're back here at the pit lane. I'm with Michel. He was the winner of this fantastic race. Michel, was it a hard race?
Yeah, yes, it was quite a hard race because even if we got quite a gap, you always had to push just to maintain the gap. So it was really, really hard and really physical.
And also a very long race.
A really, really long race. You know, when you're first overall during 1 hour straight, it's difficult to not getting bored. So no, it was really interesting. It was really interesting and long, difficult. Yet happy to be there at the end.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like Formula One cars coming out now.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So now we have the podium for the CER2 race, live from Estoril. Drivers arriving, and here they are. So it's Maxime Guénat on top, Dominique Guénat, it's Papa Guénat in P3, and in the middle toy racer Yves Samama. All Swiss top 3, so we hear the Swiss anthem. So Formula One cars now on the grid for the second of our classic Grand Prix races. We had one yesterday, won by Michael Lyons in the family's McLaren M26, and this is Mark Hazel in Williams FW08C, similar to the car in which Ayrton Senna had his first experience of Formula One driving and testing. Alongside him we can see Steve Boltby-Brooks of the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 91, sister of the car that won the 82 Austrian Grand Prix. Mark Davis there in the Bang & Olufsen Hi-Fi sponsored Surtees TS16, one of two TS16s in the field. Belgian driver. Yesterday's race winner Michael Lyons said that his father Frank was going to drive the car today, so therefore he wouldn't start from the front. There's our second CER2 podium. That should be the 2-litre cars. There's Mr. John B wearing his Jackie X helmet with the Ligier JS1115. Car that won the Belgian Grand Prix at Zolder in 1980 with Didier Pironi driving it. The car's powered by the ubiquitous Ford Cosworth DFV engine. There was a Matra in the field yesterday, but problems for Sohail Ayari. Ex-Derek Daly, March 811 there, of Vincent Rivet, French driver, running in its Canadian Grand Prix rainbow jeans colours. Back on the podium. Looks like the GT runners and riders arrive. So the Porsche team beats the BMWs. The Ensign N179 in your top of the screen, the red car. And the car that was raced by Derek Daly, but also by Patrick Gaillard, the Frenchman. Scored its only finish in the British Grand Prix. Flurry of activity around the cars there. Steve Brooks under the OC Racing umbrella. There's the Trojan. One of these raced in period, the second one was built, but this car now with Philippe Bonny. That was raced by Tim Schenken, the Australian, in the period. It's a 20-minute race for the Formula Ones. At the back of the grid, having had problems yesterday, it was a short circuit from one of the electrical switches, which put Neil Glover out. We've got the Lyons family Surtees there. Judy Lyons going in the car that was raced by John Love, the Rhodesian racer originally. Car that finished fourth in a domestic race at Kyle Mill. There's the Chris Amon Matra, the shrill 12-cylinder engine. And Chris Perkins is Surtees TS16, the second of the two in the race, running in the traditional Matchbox livery. And there is the Lyons McLaren. Now, where's it sitting? I'm trying to see which of the grids it's on. It was supposed to be Frank driving it today, and it's going from the back, so it looks like it probably will be Frank driving it. Irishman. There's that's It's not Mr. John of B, that's Sohail Ayari. Mr. John of B is in the Gitan Ligier, further up the grid. But it's Mark Hazel in the white Williams and the black Lotus of Steve Brooks, the recent round-the-world aviator. He was part of the Silver Spitfire team that flew around the world earlier in fact it would have been last year. Glorious engine noise. 3-litre, mainly V8 engines, 12-cylinder Matra at the back. Final warm-up lap then we should have. The traditional wiggling around on the formation lap. Cars from a lot of different marks in this field: Lotus, Williams, Surtees, Ligier, March, Ensign, Trojan. The only triplication of the Surtees is in their majority. 3 cars there, Matra and Arrows cars. We've lost the Warsteiner Arrows of Fred Lejeune. Had a good run until it broke yesterday. I'm intrigued to see whether Neil Glover can make some ground with his ex-Mark Sura Mauro Baldi Ceramica Ragno Arrows. One off the A5 Arrows, built for 82. Just did 3 races. And Brooks then, who has the pole position. Hazel kind of alongside. You go through down the order. 12 cars in the pack, and this we can see where's oh yes, Mr. John B's in there twice, I think. At the back, the car that won yesterday's race. Now, I'm hoping that Sohail Ayari can get the Matra going. You can see that towards the back, the blue car, ex-Chris Amon. There's the glorious Ligier Trace 1115, raced initially by Jacques Lafitte, third in 3 Grand Prix in '79, that particular car. JS 1104, updated to JS 15 spec. Gerard Ducarouche, Michel Tetu involved in that project for Guy Ligier's team. So what a sight this makes on a sunny afternoon in Portugal. Steve Brooks, the aviator and explorer, on the front with the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 91. Sister car to that in which Elio De Angelis won the Austrian Grand Prix. It's only one of these 91s that did win a Grand Prix, but the last Grand Prix that Lotus founder Colin Chapman saw, he passed away that December, 4 months later, at a very early age, 54. The engine revs rise, and Devis has been swamped. I think there was a yellow flag waving at some point, but Devis didn't make a very good getaway. It's Brooks who leads from Hazel. Mr. John Abbe is third. Vincent Rive is fourth. Chris Perkins and Mark Devis in the Surtees TS16s side by side through turn 1. These two TS16s, what a sight that makes. Steve Brooks leads then in the black JPS car. Davis has popped past Perkins, the ex-Air Force and airline pilot. There's the Black March that the cars were re-engineered, redesigned by Adrian Reynard, celebrated race car builder. And Neil Glover in the orange arrows there behind Paul Tattersall in the ex-Patrick Gaillard ensign. Brooks leads though by about 7 or 8 lengths. Mr. John of B, Mr. John of Bezier holding third in the Ligier. We saw Matteo Ferrer-Aza win the FIA series a couple of years ago in one of these Ligiers. Stunning machine. Williams go through. This is the flat-bottomed Williams from the 83 season. Regulation changed from 82 when Keke Rosberg won the World Championship in an FW 08 C-Sec spec car. Brooks leads by 1.5 seconds. Rivet and Davis, the French and Belgian tussle. Then it's Perkins. Coming up the order is Glover in the arrows. Came up alongside Boggy. Matra has made it round a lap, but it looks things has gone straight into the pits. That's Sohail Ari, not Mr. John B, as you might see on your screens. Iari's shown as third, but that's Mr. John B. The captions have been transposed. So they continue to fight. See whether the captions change on 69, which shows us Ayari in third place. Here is Vincent Rivet in the 71. The march that's really not terribly effective in its day. Surtees in the chase. John Surtees, of course, the only man to win World Motorcycle Championships and then transfer to Grand Prix racing. Won the 1964 World Championship for Ferrari, so a unique achievement. Surtees went on to build his own cars, had a lot of action with his motorcycle racer mate Mike Hailwood, who won the 1972 European Formula 2 Championship in a Surtees, also won races in Formula 5000 cars and finished a brilliant second in the 71, 72 Italian Grand Prix. There goes Davis. He's in fourth place. Matchbox, the model car manufacturer, was involved in sponsoring the red and white Surtees. And that engine noise reverberating through the grandstands, past the pits. we're talking about the history of the Portuguese Grand Prix, certainly yesterday. The circuit built in '72. First race winner was Mario Arroyo Cabral, Misha Cabral, who'd been racing historic cars up to best part of a decade, I suppose, ago. Passed away fairly recently. It's the 50th anniversary of Estoril circuit next year. Estoril in '84 brought Portugal back into the World Formula One Championship. Previous race having been in 1960 at Oporto, when John Surtees, who built the cars in this, was leading when his foot slipped off the brake pedal and he crashed his Lotus 18 somewhere down near the Castle of Cheese corner. Mark Hazel, former saloon car racer, who chasing Steve Brooks. Through he comes then, that's 4 laps down. Brooks from Hazel. It's great that we've now got the correct captions. It's Mr. John B, who is in third with the Ligier. He's about 3.5 seconds behind Hazel. You can see those side pods very, very different on the flat-bottomed Williams. It's short and truncated side pods, taking up about maybe half the wheelbase, whereas its predecessors had full-length pods. It was the glory days of 1980 and 81, wasn't it, where the Williams mark really scored. 79 British Grand Prix that Clay Regazzoni won their first Grand Prix, but Alan Jones in 80 won the World Championship, the Australian driver. Following on from Jack Brabham, 3-time world champion. And Mr. John of B races under this pseudonym. He's Jean Guittard. In reality, he continues to fight in the Ligier. Ex-Jacques Lafitte Didier Pironi car, so winner of the Belgian Grand Prix at Zolder in 1980. This car, and that's the Ligier. Now we're looking at the Williams. There's Steve Brooks. What a piece that looks. Stunning lines of the Lotus 91. 6.5 seconds up the road from Mark Hazel. He's done the best lap of the race, a 1:37.998. Early class led by Mark Davids, the Belgian, with the red and white Surtees. He's done a 1:40.8, so only about 3 seconds slower than the ultimate pace in this race. Charging through over the curb there to get the ideal race line. And Steve Brooks, and you can see it's a long way forward in that car. That was the way to maximise the effect of the tunnels under the car, the ground effect tunnels. Here comes Judy Lyons into the pits with the Surtees TS9. TS93, that is, one of the 6 built Team Gunston car in period. So John Love's car, which Willie Ferguson tried to qualify for the next Grand Prix, the 72 South African Grand Prix, but didn't make the cut. Car at that point in the ochre orange colours of Gunston, the tobacco brand. Oh, and an off. We just caught the back end of it there. Little excursion for Mark Hazel, and that's going to bring the Ligier of Mr. John of B much, much closer. Judy Lyons getting out of the Surtees. Mother of Michael, who won yesterday's race. And for Frank, who is still in it in the McLaren M26. M26-1, the Marlborough McLaren, which in its day was mainly driven by Jochen Mass, but also by James Hunt in the Italian Grand Prix of '78, and also by Patrick Tambay. Mainly Jochen Mass's car. It was fourth in the British Grand Prix in '76. M26s did win some races in the James Hunt can. British and US Grand Prix in '76, Japanese Grand Prix in '77, but they were in different chassis to the one we see today. But I think McLaren still has the double race-winning M26-2 in its collection. So now it's a real battle. It was 0.8 of a second between second and third, following Mark Hazel's little off into the dust. He didn't go far off, but it's far enough to give some hope to Mr. John of B. That's a really purposeful looking car. The Ligier. The founder of the marque, made his money in construction. It was an ex-French rugby international who raced as a privateer in Formula One. Bought an ex-works Brabham, which he campaigned as a privateer. This looks a really well balanced car, the Ligier. From the proper ground effect era. So those regulations changed in 83. There's an example of how the Williams cars look. I think this particular one is one of the later ones. There were a couple of cars that were taken as may have been taken as spares to Grand Prix, but competed in. Oh, Chris Perkins has broken. Chris Perkins in the number 19 Surtees TS16 out of the race. Had a pretty miserable time yesterday, so he's out, but he's parked it somewhere safe, really out of harm's way, round corner towards the end of the lap. Has hopped over the barriers. Yeah, we were saying that the Williams F-W08s, a couple of them resurfaced and were run by Peter McIntosh's team in 3000, in the first year of that, 85. Run by Thierry Tassin and Lamberto Leone. Frank Lyons has managed to get past Philippe Bonney. Not the prettiest of devices, the Trojan, but Peter Agg's little team took it to Grand Prix with Tim Schenken, who was a Formula 3 ace in his day. Couple of 10th places in period for the car, both by hanging on there and being in there at the end. The Trojan. Hazel's managed to stretch half a second or so further away from the John of B. At 74 when the Trojan ran. Some a real mixed bag from the 71 surtees of junior lions that we've seen retire from this race through to the early 80s, 82, 83. Renault had tried to change the game plan by bringing a 1500cc turbo car in during the 1977 season. Jean-Pierre Jabouille, who went on to do great things with Renault, won their first Formula 1 Grand Prix at Dijon. Mighty race in which his teammate and Gilles Villeneuve were fighting. It was Arnaud and Villeneuve, wasn't it, fighting all over the track, all over the curbs, all over the grass. Very dramatic. And the studious engineer Jabouille kept it all together for a real jeu de gloire. Steve Brooks then leads the race. Neil Glover in the Ranyo Arrows, which was sponsored by Nordica Skis back in the day. He was running in 6th place, having broken yesterday right at the very start. And Neil Glover trying to get onto terms with Vincent Rivet in the Black March. Dives down the inside. He's not quite close enough to do it, but the Rainbow Jeans March holds sway. Just 2.25 minutes to go. There's this lap and one more for Neil Glover to get a 5th place out of this. He said overnight that he was going to give it everything today, having been denied a run yesterday. And this unique Arrows A5 car that didn't do very much, but it was effectively another of the smaller team's efforts to match Williams' FW08 performance that it paved the way for the A6, which was quite a useful tool. Coming down into the final minutes of the race, Steve Brooks hasn't put a wheel wrong to date. I don't wish to jeopardise his run. Here is Neil Glover in the slipstream, and he comes out this time. Is he going to make it stick? He has. He's got his nose ahead. Can he get the car stopped? He can. Gets it turned in. He's taken the place now. Good pass there by Neil Glover on Vincent Rivet. Rivet used his experience to get back on the Arrows driver. 5th place now then for Neil Glover. He's made immediately 4 or 5 cars lengths, going past the stricken surtees of the percolator, Chris Perkins. Good battle here. Meanwhile, coming down to cross the line onto his final lap goes Steve Bolby Brooks with the very, very pretty JPS Lotus 91. Glover's holding on there, and I think Rivet can get back with him at this point. Gap It's gone out to probably 10 lengths between those two. Quite a long way behind Mark Davis in the Class A leading, the early class leading searches. But Davis is in the pits. Davis in the pits. According to our graphic, just gone in, which will bring Glover and Rive up into 4th and 5th places. If that's borne out by our cameras, it will then bring Paul Tattersall up into 6th place in the Ensign N179, the MN09 car. Another daily car, but got its best result with Patrick Gaillard, the Frenchman who transferred from the work Chevron in Formula 3. Here comes Steve Brooks then. Different result for a Formula 1 race. We're going to see Brooks and Hazel, Mr. John of B, Lotus Williams and Ligier. We're going to see Arrows, March and Ensign in the top 6. We're going to see 6 different manufacturers in the top 6. And as the checkered flag comes up, it's Steve Brooks who wins in the OC Racing Run Lotus 91. It's a sister car of the 82 Ele De Angelis Austrian Grand Prix winner. Great drive from Steve Brooks. He'll be thrilled with that. In second place, Team 1-2, because that's also an OC Racing car. That's the Williams WHT of Mark Hazel, 15 seconds behind. In third place is Mr. John of B in the Ligier. Then it is going to be in 4th. Who should be next? There's Steve waving to spectators and the marshals. In 4th should be Neil Glover, who came up through the field from the back with the Arrows A5, rewarded for tenacity and persistence. We'll see whether he is back. Yeah, here they come. Yes, in 4th and 5th places, far better than certainly than Neil Glover expected to move through the field. That's his best result. 4th place for the orange and white Arrows. Well done, Neil. In 5th place, Vincent Rivet, and in 6th, yet to finish, but shortly to finish, should be Paul Tattersall in the Ensign N179. So he was way behind, but about half a minute behind the two we've just seen. Let's hope he gets safely back so we can have that continuity. But isn't it great to see a JPS Lotus win here at Estoril, where Ayrton Senna won back in '85, his first Grand Prix in that very, very wet race in the Lotus Renault 97T V6 turbo car. Is Tattersall going to finish? Well, who knows? Certainly Philippe Bonny has made it home, and Frank Lyons made it home. They're currently shown as 8th and 9th behind the pitted Mark Davis. Looks like Tattersall stopped out on the circuit, so I'm not sure what that's about, but we certainly didn't see him. We didn't pick him up on the cameras, but he certainly looks like he's gone missing in action on the last lap, so we'll see. Steve Brooks, though, no doubt about the victory for the number 12 car, and a great result for him. He'll be thrilled to bits with that. And there it is then. First Steve Brooks, second Mark Hazel, third Mr. John of B, 4th Neil Glover, 5th Vincent Rivet, and in 6th place, because of Tattersall's disappearance, it's Philippe Bonny and the Trojans. So it is still 6 different cars up front, and there's a McLaren behind them, so it's top 7 all different. And our retirements, Judy Lyons and Sohail Ayari, Chris Perkins and Mark Davis in the Surtees. So none of the 3 Surtees cars finished at the end of the race. 2 of them stopping in the pits, and 1 of them out on the circuit. But a good win for Steve Brooks at the Estoril Classics, presented by Peter Auto. And there is Martin O'Connell, Monaco historic Formula 1 winner himself, driving an ATS from Mark Davis's stable, who greets Steve Brooks. Mark Hazel clambers out of his Williams, John of B. Alongside them in the formation in the Ligier. Ligier, say a proper Grand Prix, World Championship Grand Prix winner in Belgium back in 1980 with the late Didier Pironi up. Didier, tremendous character and driver who very sadly lost his life in a powerboat racing accident. So there's Steve Brooks, and as ever, he's beaming from ear to ear. He always does. Nothing seems to phase him, that's for sure. And here's the start. You can see that Judy Lyons was going fairly slowly down the side of the track and was leapt by everybody else, but including Sohail Ayari in the Matra that didn't last very long in the race. Mark Davis was going well early on. Steve Brooks looking very cool in the Lotus out front. No one got near him really. There in his Jackie X crash helmet is a good slide, good power slide from Mr. John of B. And down in the pit lane, it's Ruma Belmont with our race winner.
Welcome back to the pit lane. We are here with Steve. He won this fantastic race, a special moment. I was talking to him about it because the last time a Lotus Formula One won here, it was driven by Ayrton Senna back in '86, and Steve now brought back a beautiful Lotus with the John Player colours back to the first place. Special for you, for sure.
Oh, it's amazing. It's what we all remember from our childhood, isn't it? Those colours, they're just fantastic.
I was here at the stand in '86 watching the race. Completely, the rain was falling down like hell.
Yeah.
And Ayrton won the race. Everyone was soaked, but this time completely different. It was completely special.
Oh, it was a beautiful afternoon this morning, and it's a fantastic track, Estoril. It's so beautiful.
And the race, was it hard throughout the entire time of the race?
Well, I was expecting them to jump on me at any time, so I was pushing, trying to keep ahead, which seemed to work.
Perfect way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, fantastic way.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
No, thank you. First place then for this beautiful Lotus at the end of the F1 race. A special moment even for the Portuguese fans that for sure remember Ayrton Senna. Now it was Steve Brooks that brought back the F1, the beautiful black and golden John Player colored F1 Lotus to the first place.
Thank you very much, Rui, down there with Steve Brooks, who's absolutely elated at his victory. And what a great result that was for him. Back to our highlights, and it's the yellow and blue Surtees of Chris Perkins, destined not to finish. The Ligier chasing down the Williams. You may see the Williams have a little bit of a snake onto the gravel at some point, but I think we're going to go straight towards the finish now, and had that good tussle as Neil Glover in the Arrows A5 spent quite a long time trying to stake out a way to pass Vincent Rivet in the March. Eventually made it into turn one, and there was a bonus, a Brucey bonus right at the end, because the disappearance of Mark Davis's car, which was a class leader at that point, allowed Glover to bump up a place into fourth. But the winner, Steve Brooks with the Lotus 91, and a great result for him, ahead of his teammate Mark Hazel, and in third place Mr. John of B. Podiums then. This is the early class podium. So the prize giving continues. These are the early class cars. You can see Frank Lyons on the left there. Looks like Mark Davis on the right. Looks like Philippe Bonny, the Trojan driver, in the middle. Hence the French anthem. More trophies, more champagne. Onto the podium springs Mr. John B, fresh from his Ligier. Third place for him. In second place with the denim overalls is Mark Hazel, Williams FW08C, and our race winner, Steve Poppy Brooks, who stands atop the podium, and he's a very proud man, and a very, very well driven race. Great victory. So God Save the Queen, paid for Steve Brooks.
And just after the podium ceremony for the F1 historic car racing, we are here at the same place with this beautiful scenery near the podium. I have some special guests here with us, Bernardo Correia de Barros and Duarte Nobre Guedes. For those who don't know who is Bernardo Nobre Guedes, besides being someone very special here in Cascais, he was one of the Portuguese Dakar drivers. Back in his days, he was the first one to win a special stage in the Dakar in Senegal.
Mali.
In Mali, not
Niger and Mali.
Okay, perfect. I will start with you, Bernardo. It's very special for Cascais to have such an event like this.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing to see these people together, to have the social life being back after COVID. This event for us, it's bringing back the cars and the history to Cascais. We were the first place in the world to have the Formula One, the rallies, and the MotoGPs also. So everything is back together where it's supposed to be, with all these people in under this amazing weather. So I have to thank to the organization and Duarte that put it and assembled everything together for the world to see. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Bernardo. Duarte, special, of course, as an ex-racing driver. You are never an ex-racing driver. You are always a racing driver, but very special to see all these cars.
Yes, it's amazing because with these cars we live the memory, and with the memories we build our identity, our future. So it is a very special event, yes, correct.
Talking about the future, will we see the Estoril Classics back in 2022?
Yes, for sure. It is well, last year we had the COVID problem, so it's not big enough to take all the, let's say, critics of the things to get better. But for next year, we'll do it better with more cars, more people, and I hope there'll be no limitation from the COVID. So we are growing a very, very big event.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy this perfect Sunday. Thank you. Duarte Nobre Guedes and Bernardo Correia de Barros, two personalities from Cascais. They are major supporters of this event, and for sure we'll see back Estoril Classics in 2022 here at this fantastic racetrack.
Thank you, Rui. And cars now on track for our next race. And it's the Porsches coming out next. This is the 2-litre Cup, which has been going since 2018, Super Series. And it was won in 2018 by Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant. Ollie Bryant, winner of last weekend's Spa 6 Hours race, with James Cottingham, also winner here this week. Mark Sumpter, who's sharing with Andy Jordan in this race, he won it in 2019, and in 2020, Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley, last night's big GT winners, were the victors. So here are the early short wheelbase 2-litre Porsche 911s. You've even seen one or two of the early 901s compete in this series over the years, and they are off round the circuit on their reconnaissance lap. Sumpter on pole, Dero is next, then to Siebenthal. Richard Cook is fourth. Antonio Simões, there's a good name from the past of Portuguese racing. He's in fifth in car number 10. Then it's Boucher in the 411. Jakubowski, Tangard, Gore, Mora, Koenig, Carnero towards the back of the field, and Florent at the back. So 13 cars, but it's a 90-minute race. It's a long, long race for these 911s. And we will be away fairly shortly. Just try that everyone makes their way around safely on this reconnaissance lap with endurance racing legends, classic endurance racing CER1 and the Iberian Historic Endurance races still to go, so lots to look forward to as the Porsches come out for one of the weekend's longer races. The safety car then pulls off for the start of 90 minutes of Porsche power at the Circuito Estoril. And away they go with the Mark Sumpter car, the grey car with the blue and turquoise flag on it, leading down into turn 1. Very, very tight for second place through there. Couldn't pick up the numbers from this distance, but the white car came down the inside, dived down and managed to get the place. So we'll pick it up in a second. Came from down the order. It may well be Siebenthal who has got through into second. Watch for Simosh in the 10. Sumpter, Simosh, Dero. So Sumpter, Siebenthal, Simosh up into third. Then it's Dero. Jakubowski comes through next. And then Cook, one of the two gentleman driver and elite teams in the pack. So yes, there's the car with a very interesting livery on it in third place. Down the gearbox, this is the chase. 123 there is Jakubowski. And the flat 6 engine, boxer engine Porsches are well on their way, with Mark Sumpter opening up an advantage over the chase pack, which has about 5 cars in it, the 6th trying to join them. Simosh is in second place, Antonio Simosh, the long-time single-seater racer. 37 there, the red car is Dero. Is it 6:16, isn't it? Ahead of Dero is de Siebenthal. The green car with the green markings on it into the braking area for one of these lovely sweeping corners, and de Siebenthal's gone wide and it's been taken by Dero. Dero goes up a position, up into third place in the car 37. He now runs wide, and Siebenthal tries to repay the compliment, can't do it. Up ahead is Simosh in the number 10, which is the dark blue car, and then the grey number 12 of Sumpter out front. Jakubowski in 1, 2, 3 is in 5th place. That's another of the dark grey cars. And it's the green car of Richard Cook. Nice tussle this, well matched cars. So it's the 4th year that the series has run. Seventh is the 3 of Boucher. These are the cars on which a legend was built. I mean, if you get hold of an early 911 these days, early air-cooled short wheelbase 911, you'll be doing very, very well. And pretty much unburstable. Wonderful collector's car. But the prices continue to go skyward. Very much an aspirational tool for many sports car enthusiasts, the 911, certainly in most of its forms. 91 there. Is Carneiro, and it's nice that it's got the Portuguese coloured stripes, the green and red stripes of Portugal over the top of it. It looks like Richard Cook jostling up onto the back of Jakubowski going past the pits, and he comes down the inside, the dark green car with the yellow lights, headlight covers. It's not quite close enough. It's a little bit early in the race to be taking any risks on overtaking. Richard Cook, who shares with Harvey Stanley, they won last night's Enduro. Fantastic race in the Cobras. 2.5 finish at the end. They beat their teammates, James Cottingham and look at that, there's a great battle there. James Cottingham and Max Girardo, yes, in yesterday's race, as I was saying. This is a tussle for position. Oh, running really wide was the dark blue car there. Cook and Jakubowski still having a good fight. Richard Cook has made it through. Very distinctive engine note the 911s have. Jakubowski coming back at Cook. One fan there getting very excited in the grandstand, sitting in the shade. Pretty hot out on track. Some to Simurge, Dero and de Siebenthal continue to lead the way. Dark green car, Richard Cook, the Sea Reg car, which Sea Suffix car, which means it's a 65. It's one of those races that you can see going down to a tight finish. Let's hope for that over the distance. Cook in 72, Jakubowski in 123. Cook's just put in his best lap of the race fairly recently, and he's lapping on the same, in the same second as Simosh in second place, and Dero in third. And that was 4-1-1. That's Boucher locking a wheel. Don't want to do that too often, otherwise you start damaging the tyres. It's going to be hard pressed over an hour and a half here. Lots of twists and turns at Estoril. So to Siebenthal is the next target in the 16 car for Richard Cook. There's Carnero with the 91, and 113 behind him is Florent. This is the battle though. And Richard Cook is tracking to Siebenthal. All about being quite conservative, certainly in the early stages of the race. You don't want to overdrive the car, but by the same token, you want to keep up. You want to be competitive and combative. Second position, Antonio Simosh holding on. Antonio now in his late 50s, quick Formula Ford peddler back in his day, in his heyday. Finished third in the SO British Championship Formula Ford. Also competed in the big race of champions for Formula Ford. Some of you might recognise the Simosh crash helmet with that bright pink Dayglow livery. So we've have an hour and 15 minutes to go. First 15 minutes done. There's Mark Sumpter, the independent Porsche specialist from the south of England. Those are the colours that he's run on his cars for, on his Paragon Porsche cars for many years, on the front to ID the car at a distance from its rivals. over the years when certainly when travel restrictions haven't been in place, and they are slowly lifting. There have been drivers from all over the world taking part in these races. We'd expect a much bigger field, but obviously with changing situations, changing protocols right now, it's been difficult from some travelling from further afield to get to Portugal. Nonetheless, it's still a decent field, some quick drivers in there. .123. Was that the dark green car slowing? Was that Cook slowing, or what's happened to him? He's dropped back, Richard Cook, into 6th place. Jakubowski's gone through. We've got the 2 green cars running together, which means that Boucher is now back with Cook. Lucas Boucher, Swiss driver, in number 411. Lovely drift for car of the Siebenthal. But out front, it's Mark Sumter, who's raced some incredibly quick Porsches over the years, including Group C cars. Also competed in historic touring car racing with a Ford Cortina Lotus. Here's Sumter with that number plate STR 911 on the car, so you can see why he's done that. It's 21 years since Mark Sumter won the British GT Championship. He's also been a Class 1 winner in later years. Richard Cook, though, into the pits for Richard Cook. Just under 20 minutes into the race, so a technical issue, I would think. Battle for second, though, has been rejoined. And that's Antonio Simões under pressure. What can Xavier Dero do about Simões? Well, here they're hopping over the curbs in unison, and hard on the power. Slightly better exit for the chasing car of Xavier Dero, but it's Antonio Simões who just holds sway. But he's coming under extreme pressure now as they complete their 9th lap. Over 13 seconds ahead of them. Mark Sumter continues to lead, as he has done since the start. And there's the 72 car. That's Richard Cook's car in the pits. problem is with that, there's some activity going on down there in the cockpit. Nice to see from the other side of the door as to what's actually going on in there. Yeah, Sumpter stretching his advantage over Simosh and Dero, who are only that far apart, about 1.5 9/11 lengths, not even that in the corners. Sumpter's managed a 2:07.1 so far, best lap of the race. 2:08s for Simosh, 2:08s, but longer 2:08s for Dero. Dero quicker in sector 1 than Simosh, so closes in. Gives him plenty of road, all the curbs, keeping his right foot hard buried, and up the inside he comes, through into one of the hairpins. 37 then goes second, that's Xavier Dero in the red car, moves ahead of Portuguese racer Antonio Simosh, who is therefore suppressed to third place. Mark de Siebenthal leads the chasers in car 16. Then it is Jakubowski, so Sumpter keeping it nice and neat out front on this 4-kilometre circuit. 17 seconds ahead of Dero. Between the 4th, 5th and 6th runners there's about 5.5 seconds. De Siebenthal, Jakubowski and Boucher. The closest tussle in the field currently for second place, the between Dero and Simosh. Francisco Sacanero in the 91 and 113. Christophe Florin, the Frenchman. They're at the back of the pack of those who are running. They are really close together, but that's a battle for 11th place. Sacanero went really wide and was taken by Florin. Didn't need a second invitation to take that one. Just dived through the hole as his rival ran wide. Richard Cook's already lost a couple of laps in the pits, and wonder whether that has spelt the end of his race. '92 here is Mora, Michel Mora, French racer. It's not that far ahead of Florin in the 113. Moira running in 10th place. Tadero, Simoish, Siebenthal, Jakubowski and Boucher are top 6. 32 seconds covers the top 6, but just a fraction of a second, 5th and 6th. Jakubowski and Boucher, and there they are, right on cue. 10th of a second. And that's really good fun to be in a scrap like that. Driving superb motor cars, which the cars really work well on this type of track. Carry a lot of speed, and that's a long run into the hairpin. He locked up and ran wide, but he did the sensible thing, just modulated the brakes. Okay, well, he's lost a chunk of time, but that was pretty ambitious. Pretty ambitious run up into one of the hairpins. One, two, three. Is he going to be able to capitalise on this problem his rival had? Stay ahead, or can Boucher respond? Boucher is trying to come back. He's taken about 0.3 of a second back out of Jakubowski. The red car of Dero, which runs second, the blue car of Simosh, and then the multicoloured car with all the graphics all over it, which is Mark de Siebenthal, sharing with Damien Kohler car. There is the 17 car. And that is Peter Gork at the moment. Yves Berger takes over later in the race, and he's chasing the 42, which is Koenig. We're told it's Philip Koenig who starts, and Stefan Koenig who takes over. German pairing. 13 laps down for Mark Simpson. Oh, and there's somebody's had an off, and that, I reckon, is probably Boucher. Didn't see what precipitated that. May help David Danglard, the American racer, to make some ground. That indeed was Boucher. Yes, he lost a lot of time in the middle section of the track, probably 10 or 12 seconds. Boucher. Xavier Dero now in a very solid second place. Red 911s that I recall seeing racing in '67, slightly later models than this, when the great Vic Elford was competing in the British Saloon Car Championship. These early 911s made from '64. I reckon that Semersh has been caught by De Siebenthal now. Yeah, it's coming down. It was over 3 seconds 3 laps ago. It's now down inside a second. And Siebenthal knuckling down to the chase, enjoying it. Oh, a bit of a slide from Semersh. Those tyres are getting hot. Temperatures are going up. Cars sliding a bit more. And Semersh best lap at 2:08.3. Siebenthal's at 2:09.3. That was earlier in the race, but De Siebenthal's nicked a couple more tenths of a second back on this lap. So we've had De Siebenthal get through ahead of Semersh, just inside and out to run now, and the silver car with the graphics all over it has taken a place from Semersh. We saw the lap earlier was sliding around quite a lot, and see whether De Siebenthal, who is 5 seconds, give or take a couple of tenths. Oh, and a slide, and there's an off there. Wait for the Jakubowski in the 1-2-3, who was running in 5th. He's off into the gravel trap. Now, is he going to be able to manoeuvre that out, or is he going to have to wait for marshals? It's not a good place to be parked. We saw Fred de Rocha have a spin somewhere down there earlier on in the CER2 race. And I don't reckon that's going to claw its way out of there very easily. Here comes Mark Sumpter, our race leader, in the 12 car. Involved in Lappery now. Yellow flag showing. So here they go, past the pits. Lettering done. 1, 2, 3 still off there. So yellow flags covering it at turn 3. So yellow flags just in one area of the track. Pit activity in the bottom corner of the screen. Come prepared, bring lots of tyres. Circuit vehicle is now in attendance with Jakubowski. Dongla car is in the pits and it's having its screen cleaned. Meanwhile, a full course yellow has been called, a full course caution to cover that safety vehicle on track, and that's going to send competitors into the pits. One certainly coming in right now. There is the 1, 2, 3 then. Back out on the circuit, it's Michel Morat who has come in 92. Leader number 12 is Mark Sumpter. The Paragon Porsche man. We've got Xavier Dero and Mark de Siebenthal coming in together from second and third places. Cars 37 and 16. "52 minutes to go of the 90, so we're getting precious close to halfway." Here's de Siebenthal. Frantic activity, just trying to sort out the belts. Locking them back down. Dero, Siebenthal, Samosh and Boucher all in the pits, as is Mora. Richard Cook's car fell quite a long time ago. About half the field has stopped. Comes one out, and I thought we had another going in the opposite end of the pit lane. 92 there is Michel Mora coming out. Dongla has come out in 15, and the Sacanero car number 91 is now in as well. So it looks like it's Sumpter, Koenig and Gork who haven't stopped. 12, 42 and 17. One, two, three. Jakubowski climbing out, thoroughly fed up, having gone off into the gravel. 113, which is Christophe Florin. He has stopped as well. And there's a mass exit 3 cars coming out. And it's the car that De Siebenthal started, or was shown as having started, which was first of the 3 out of the pits. Going off clearly doesn't preclude you from continuing, having suffered the ignominy of being dragged out of the gravel. So the 1, 2, 3 car will be back in the race. Jakubowski started, I think, some Charles Rupp, who continues. Sumpter continues to lead and is now on lap 20. Lap 20, at the end of which, with the caution having been withdrawn, it'll probably be time to think about making his stop. There'll be signals from the pit wall anyway. '17 about to set off again, and that is Gork, who stopped from 3rd place by virtue of being one of the last of the stoppers. Damien Kohler now in the Siebenthal car. Siebenthal started. There he is, and fighting with Antonio Simoes. They'll have dropped the tyre pressures down on both cars during the pit stop. Get to oh yes, there's Simoes diving past Kohler, thinking yes, thank you very much. Runs a bit wide, a little bit of undercut there for Kohler on the exit of the corner, and he comes back at his rival. It's a good time to jump a rival, and that is if you can get it done straight away out of the pits, then it sends a message. And the closing speed is pretty high there, and Simoes judges it really well. Tucks out from behind the car of Florin 113, and makes space. Most of them running very close together here. The red car is Xavier Dero trying to get back to those ahead. Here, though, is our race leader. It's Mark Sumpter. Gets out. Seat insert comes out, and the Red Bull liveried crash helmet of JRT Jordan Racing Team's Andy Jordan, former British saloon car champion, touring car champion, gets in. So the 12 car with the distinctive Paragon Porsche stripes on the front is set to return. Looks like there may have been a change of tyre. There's Mark Sumpter, just offering a little bit of last minute advice, a little bit of a briefing to Andy Jordan. Won that British touring car title back in 2013. Bleeding the air out of the tyres, where the temperature has built up the pressure. Andy Jordan, who at 32 is around 20 years junior of Team Chief Sumpter in this instance, will give it plenty. There's Simosh in 10, running 4th. Koenig stopped from 2nd place, again another late stopper, so it'll all change in the next couple of laps, because everybody has now made the mandatory stop. And 37, Deru coming back past Damien Kohler. So Kohler's lost out to Simosh, now he's lost out to Deru. So Deru up into 5th place as a result of that. Simosh is 3rd. He's yet to finish his 20th lap. He does now. He's actually next 2nd because Koenig is in the pits. So it's Andy Jordan now at the wheel of the 12 Porsche. Followed his father Mike into racing. Mike's still very, very involved in racing historic cars. He's kind of discovered historic cars a few years ago. Started building some very fine examples. Jordan having done some of his early racing in a Morris Minor, which seems a little kind of incongruous, but certainly made it go well in classic saloon car racing in Britain. Porsches have been the Jordan family's thing for more than 20 years, and they are considerable experts in preparing them, going back to the Eurotech days. So Jordan now tops the lap charts. Damien Kohler back into 5th in that green car with the stickers all over it. There is Simosh, who is in 2nd place. He was 10.5 seconds behind Jordan. At the end of the lap, let's see how that pans out. That's 11.8. So Jordan going away. In 3rd place is Danglard in 15, which is the white car with the pale blue and red stripes on it. And challenging him for that place round the outside and taking it away is Xavier Deru. Kohler behind them. So it's a good race, and it's far from settled with 40 minutes to go. 40 of the original 90. Certainly one of the world's most popular sports cars, so we used to see them in the British Saloon Car Championship, driven by Vic Elford, who was mighty in Porsche Can-Am cars as well, and the big prototypes. Terry Hunter, another guy who used to compete in 911. Cars were auto-crossed, rally-crossed, was hill-climbed extensively as well. allowed owners to engage in all manner of competition, made in big numbers, but of course spawned an enormous business in restoration when they became rarer and increasingly valuable. Jordan's just done the best sector 2 of anybody, a 101.7. That was a tight bit of cornering. It's the Portuguese entered car of Canas now. Started by his compatriot Sacanero. Stays out of the way of the 411 car of Boucher. "15 seconds first to second, but Xavier Dero has closed Simoes down, having made that pace past Danglard. Canas and Florent battle. Currently the closest on track, but that's down towards the bottom of the field. Car proudly wearing the Portuguese stripes. Currently prevails in that one. Only lost the one car earlier on. That's the Richard Cook car. Richard Cook, the defending champion with Harley Stanley. They've had their fair share of glory this weekend, having won the endurance race yesterday with Richard Shelby Cobra. Those cars are in second, third, fourth and fifth that we saw going through. So the red car of Dero has come up into second place. It's been a good drive from Xavier Dero. Damien Kohler's come back alive again as he tackles Danglars ahead of him. Tries to tuck inside, going through one of the turns. That's down at turn 3. Not quite close enough into turn 4. A little puff of smoke from the tyres of the 15, just ahead of him. Back in the mid-60s when these cars came out, they didn't make an enormous amount of power. Fairly modest output, but that was soon upped. And of course the 911S models had more than the standard ones by a good percentage. But a standard spec car only made around 130 odd horsepower from 2 litres back then. And you think now of some of these quick little pocket rockets that are marketed on the road, things like the Toyota Gazoo Racing or some of the hot Renaults, etc., that put out enormous power by comparison. So here is our leader, Andrew Jordan, pulling towards 130 miles an hour in a straight line, 205 kilometers an hour, which is all of that. He's dropping Dero gradually. The little side vent windows are open to try to extract some air from the cockpit, but he looks very, very comfortable. Andy Jordan, he's a professional driver. I mean, he drives, it's what he does on days every week, and certainly it's a lovely way to earn a living, isn't it? Campaigning at some of the great cars at some of the best circuits in the world. Jordan with that fastest lap, 2:06.588. Nobody else is under 2:08, so it looks to be nicely under control. "33 minutes to go." "37, Dero there, still in second place and easing away now by more than 4 seconds from his nearest pursuer. This would be Simmersh in the blue number 10 car. There's a good move, and that is Damien Kohler in the 16, and he's unseated Simmersh, but Simmersh not happy about it. He's coming back, trying to get back immediately, strike while he can, and he's on the inside for the right-hander. Danglars not far behind. They go round the long 180-degree corner, absolutely abreast, and there to pick up the tow in the next straight is Danglars in the 15 car, getting in on the act. He's in 5th place. That is 3rd, 4th and 5th down together. Simmersh will know the circuit really well, but he knows that wasn't an overtaking opportunity, but this one may be. There's not much of a space. It's not Porsche 911 width. He leaves his braking really late in the hope of getting a late apex in the middle of the left-hander and getting to power out of a slight incline, carrying as many kilometers an hour as he can muster. There's a slower car ahead of them, which is the car of Berger, and Simmersh gets a good run out of the corner, gets down the inside, places the car through and cuts through to the apex, slides through, so he's got the place back from Damien Kohler. And yeah, Simmersh may have been at the top of his single-seater career back in the 1970s into the early 80s, but he hasn't forgotten how to race, that's for sure. And he's doing a great job out there. Just having fun, and it's much more fun to have a battle. As Maxime Guénard was saying early on the podium, he'd rather had a tighter fight and finish second than win it by a margin. But this is not the battle for the lead. This is the battle for effectively for 3rd place. And down the inside has come Damien Kohler. He's got his nose ahead now of Antonio Simmersh for the 2nd time in as many laps. Simmersh trying to fight back. Danglars in the car behind, that's the 15. isn't that far behind. And Simosh carries some good speed out, and that will help him down the next straight. He's got to be a little bbit careful, because one little slip and he'll be zapped to place by the car with the French stripes over it of Danglart at 15. Long run down to this hairpin, and again Simosh gets a little bit more speed through the corner, may get a little more traction out of it as well, but it would appear that Kohler's got the measure for the next couple of corners at least, and it really has become a three-way fight for the place. The red car meanwhile of Xavier Dero, 37s, went through in our foreground. It's a nice little complex of corners, and they're back hard on the throttle. Oh, car 10 has got a big penalty. That's Simosh for track limits infringement. So he's run too wide in some of the corners. Used a little bit too much of the real estate here in Portugal at Circuito Estoril, and he'll be angry about that, because it's going to cost him, and it's going to cost him certainly one place. And even if he gets back past Damien Kohler, a 45-second penalty is going to be very difficult to negate with 27 minutes to go. He may be shown some kind of penalty board by the officials, or indeed by his team, but they won't be overly happy. It's not going to make up a lot of time when these three cars are lapping within tenths of each other. In fact, all three of their best times are covered by a second. 4-1-1 in the foreground. Boucher is in 6th place, but he is 38 seconds behind the triumvirate ahead, so he's not going to make up a lot of time. There's Jordan, engine singing beautifully behind him, that flat 6 boxer engine. He's very neat, very precise, and with the fastest lap 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. It kind of really mirrors their practice qualifying performance. It's a good day in the office for Andy Jordan. Of course, Mark Sumpter and the Jordan family go back a long way to the Porsche Championship days in the UK. The red car in second in your view is that of Dero. .25 minutes to go. Gap between the leaders out to 22 seconds, but behind them it's really tight on track. Even if Simosh's car has picked up that penalty, Antonio Simosh, the long-time Formula Ford ace. Dero will He's just trying to maintain his momentum. He's about 5 seconds up the road from Damien Kohler in the 16 car. This Chile Cup then in its fourth year, proving popular, apart from the travel problems that have kind of torpedoed the last couple of seasons to a degree. I'm sure it'll be back on song with big numbers in 2022, when of course the Circuito Estoril will celebrate its 50th anniversary. There's the 15 car of Danglars in 5th place. The two cars out front are both elite driver driven, so they're competing for a different trophy to the gentleman drivers and the gentleman elite teams. Maybe that's what Simoes can do to salvage something from this race, win the gentleman drivers section, but he needs to drop Danglars to do that. That's not going to happen, even if he can finish ahead of Boucher in third in that class in the 411 car. This battle continues for third place overall with the three cars, but that penalty hanging over the dark blue car in the middle, that of Antonio Simoes. 6/10 between them, that's all. And the 15 behind also in that fight. We had 13 starters, we lost one early on. And Michel Mora in '92, I saw him dive into the pits a lap or so ago in the background of our screen. Simoes back on it, twirling the opposite lock, coming out of one of those very nice corners. It's a challenging circuit, and it's one that the drivers really enjoy. We've seen from some of the footage also what a beautiful part of Portugal this is, and that's part of the ethos of running this event at Estoril, to bring competitors and their friends and tourists generally to Cascais, which has a myriad of facilities on offer. And when the weather's like this, you certainly can't complain. Tyres squealing on Darrow's car, but here's our leader, and it's Andy Jordan Now 32. Been 8 years since he won that British touring car title. He's been driving recently the new BTCC hybrid racer, which points to the future of the contemporary championship. But in the historic world, he goes out just to enjoy himself and competes in Lotus Cortinas, in Minis, in a Daytona Cobra that Jordan Racing Team has built recently for Royal Slade, and anything else he can get his hands on effectively. Winner recently in the all mini race at Goodwood Revival. Andy Jordan sharing with Nick Swift, the engine building king. And the gap is over 25 seconds. Dero got a personal best Sector 1 last time, or this time through, but it's too little too late. Effectively, all he wants to do is stay ahead of Kohler and Simosh in a little battle. But he's 15 seconds ahead of them, so looks like this little battle will go all the way to the checkered flag, although Simosh, with that 45-second penalty, will be dumped back. Looks like he will only lose one place out of it as things stand, and that's the white car with the red and blue stripes behind it of Danglard. So far behind is Boucher in number 411. Another lap down for the chase pack and into the pits. I think that may have been the car of Charles Rupp. Car 123. And there's Danglard looking to go down the inside of Simosh. He got close, but it wasn't quite close enough, and a big tail wag from Antonio Simosh, the Portuguese racer, in the number 10 car, and Danglard returns the compliment. He gets really sideways too, but it's certainly delayed them. They've lost a little bit of ground now to Damien Kohler. Whether they can jostle back to get back with that 16 car. This is the gentleman driver's tussle. Simosh isn't going to make 45 seconds unless he can force an error from Danglard. That's in the gentleman driver's section. The elite racers are to the fore, as we'd expect, followed by a gentleman driver and elite racer combo. Running with that window open is Antonio Simosh. Might compromise the car's straight line speed by a couple of kilometres an hour, but hopefully it'll do something to draw some air or circulate it in the cockpit. Yeah, Simosh and Danglard are more than a minute ahead of Lucas Boucher now, so the penalty will only drop Simosh one place if that's all how it finishes. Oh, and a big slide from Danglars in 15. Maybe that was one of the errors that Semerge was hoping that an injection of pace might provoke. And it kind of has given Semerge a bit of a second wind. Nine tenths behind Kohler. That's Lucas Boucher running down in 6th place in the 411. Under no pressure from the Koenigs in 42, or Berger in 17. But here comes Semerge coming back at Damien Kohler. Kohler, who's a big player in the financial industry, certainly enjoys his classic car racing. I'm sure it's one of his reasons for going to work, to actually have some leisure time, some quality leisure time at the wheel of one of a number of historic cars. But he's doing well to hold Semerge off. Here comes the leading car, that of Andy Jordan, started by Mark Sumpter from Paragon Porsche. Through he goes. Foreshortening of the camera angle there suggests that the Danglars car number 15 is a little bit closer to these than he actually is. Some great sliding are going on here, and that's cost Semerge a little bit of time. But it is still anyone's in terms of first over the line. It'll take something exceptional now, or some fate to intervene, to let Antonio Semerge back to the head of the class. He's disputing with this man, number 15, which is David Danglars. '37, we haven't seen much of him in recent times. And that's Xavier Dero. Kohler, Semerge and Danglars still racing closely. running second in the red car, one of France's leading Porsche specialists. Family business that goes back more than 40 years. Kohler still holding off Semerge. The business of Daru started by Jean-Claude, his father. Xavier now running it. And they're in Toulouse. And there's the little badge on the side with the 911 kind of silhouette. And here comes Danglars. He's got past Semerge. Can Semerge outbrake him into turn one? Is he close enough? Probably not this lap. But it's running out of time. Oh, and a big slide, and another drama for Danglars, but Semerge had to back off to avoid hitting him, and that leaves the order as it was, newly done. So it's yeah. Danglars ahead of Semerge. I guess you can see it's all over the shop. And this time, Semerge does go through. So he's back up into 4th place temporarily, but has that 45-second penalty for track limits to face, which hangs over him like the sword of Damocles. Meanwhile, Andrew Jordan protects that lead, which is almost 30 seconds. Little dab on the brakes for Semerge. Here is Damien Kohler in that car, which has got all kinds of message on it from Angoulême. Popular historic racing venue in itself, the Circuit des Remparts. Coming towards the end of their race now. It's going to be perhaps 3 laps in this, depending on where Andy Jordan is. He's done 37 laps. So have the guys in camera shot. The racer in him says to David Danglars that he would just appreciate one more shot at getting past Semerge. He won't know of Semerge's penalty, I'm sure. There is Andy Jordan in the Mark Sumpter car, immaculately prepared as you'd expect from one of Britain's top specialists. Semerge holds on meanwhile, but up the road Damien Kohler has broken away. It is now 30 seconds the advantage of our race leader. Jordan, meanwhile, Semersh and Bangla still having their tussle. Will the slower car, is it a slower car ahead of them? No, it's actually the car of Koda that leads them. I wonder if there's a car which might help change the status quo here, but the other cars are too far up the road. Under 4 minutes to go. Dunglar, who did his best sector 1 in that last lap, is still threatening Semersh, but almost a nice slide, corrected with a little touch of opposite lock. Here are the cars tussling at the back. One is the Canas 91, the other the 113. They're 9th and 10th overall. They're the last of the actual runners, and the Portuguese bonneted car 91 of Canas has come past Florent. There goes 12, our race leader, accelerating past Berger in the 17, who runs in 8th place overall. You could see the back of the white car there waggling under braking. It just got a little bit out of kilter, and Dunglar trying everything to oust Semersh. He's going to get the place anyway, provided they both finish even in this order, because of the 45-second penalty given to Semersh for exceeding track limits. That's what we're told anyway. And here's Dero, Xavier Dero. He is in the 37, second place. I think we'll get one more lap out of this, purely because Andrew Jordan is too far round the course, about a quarter of the way around the course. And he's going to get back before the time clicks back to nothing on the Alcamel Systems clock. Still very, very tight. They've had an entertaining tussle over the last, probably the last 30 minutes or so. There's our leader. 1 minute and 20 to go. Proceeding round the course. It's about halfway round it now, so a bit more than that. He's through sector 2, in fact, so just one sector to go, and he will then start his last lap. There we go, out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, down the straight with 40 seconds to go. He's going to cross the line with probably 35 or 34. He goes on to his last lap, so it's the Paragon Porsche car which leads the way. Mark Sumpter started it, and Andy Jordan has taken it over, and never really has looked threatened out front with either driver aboard. But they're hugely experienced and enormously competent drivers with very big racing CVs and trophy rooms, so they were the class of the field coming into this 2 Litre Cup race. 4th season of the series coming to an end. 37, Xavier Dero. It's going to be Porsche specialists in first and second by the looks of things. Charging down comes the 12 car, immaculately positioned on track. Here's the third, fourth and fifth drivers. Damien Kohler ahead of Antonio Simões and David Danglars. They go through. 12 meanwhile is 2/3 of the way round the 41st and final lap of this 2-litre series race, 2-litre trophy, and not going to slow down. Just wants to keep pushing, and now he is in sight of the checkered flag. It'll be a delighted Paragon Porsche team, the team from Five Ashes down in the south of England, down near Tunbridge Wells, who acknowledge their winner. Andy Jordan flashes the lights to thank his crew and to tell the officials that he's seen the checkered flag. He finds time to wave to the marshals down there as well. And it's a really, really good performance, perfect performance from Mark Sumpter, the team boss, and Andy Jordan. The red car there in your screen is that of Xavier Dero, the Toulouse Porsche expert, who has finished in second place, 35.9 seconds behind after 90 minutes of racing. A grueling race on a very challenging circuit on a pleasantly warm autumn afternoon. So it's down to the battle for third. It looked like it's going to be, yes, in the hands of Damien Kohler. He's finished third in the car that Mark de Siebenthal started, the 16. Simões is penalised. He's finished fourth on the road, but he goes back to fifth as a result of that track infringement, which means that David Danglars in the 15 goes up to win the pure gentleman drivers class from Simões, and next up there will be Lucas Boucher, but he's a lap down, having taken the flag, so that only cost him one place. Interesting to see a photographer crouching at the side of the track to get the photographs of the Andy Jordan car, sporting a Motul sticker. French company with very, very long history in providing top quality motor oils, pioneering semi-synthetic and now synthetic oils. Sumpter and Jordan then win from Dero. Third place Kohler and de Siebenthal, drove in the opposite order. Danglars is fourth, Simões is fifth, Boucher is sixth, Koenig, Berger, Canas and Florin complete the top 10. They are our finishers in this 2-litre trophy race, which has commanded the track for 90 minutes. So they are done. The Porsches will be headed for the pits and the paddock. Don't think there's anything to pick up round the track, so we're going to be, after this highlights package, back into racing straight away. And it was from the start Mark Sumpter who grabbed the lead. Mark de Siebenthal tucked down the inside and got past Dero. Dero got him back though, and one or two little moments along the way, but very exciting tussling. Richard Cook was in with a shout early on, the defending champion of the series, but unfortunately his car broke and he couldn't rejoin after the pits. And there is Andy Jordan, who's finished. Mark Sumpter in on the right of your screens, the team chief, with very smart race overalls in the Paragon Porsche colours. Great job, guys, and doesn't even look flushed, does he, Andy Jordan, after all that? Just discussing how their race panned out. Grab your crew, get the celebration picture, and they've popped the bonnet of their car just a little bit of the hot air out. 37, Xavier Dero, a great second place for the Frenchman from Toulouse, and he's also accepts the plaudits of friends, family, team, and yeah, happy couple of guys there. And shortly, I'm hoping we're going to get an interview down there in the pit lane. Good to hear from Mark and also Andy as to how their race went. This is our second place finisher, and I can see with his microphone in hand Rui Belmont, so hopefully we can go down to him, who is certainly with our race winners. Rui.
We're here with the winners for this 2-liter race, the team that won the first place after a long race. I will start with Mark. Mark, a long race with these small cars, but at the end a very fun race.
Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously not the grid size that we want, but it's great to get back out. I haven't raced the car since we raced it for the season in 2019. Okay. So it's fantastic to get back out. Lovely weather, lovely grid of cars, not quite big enough, but yeah, great fun, really good fun.
Any kind of strategy throughout the race?
I just wanted to get away, which I had a really good opening lap, and then just build a gap, because we get an extra penalty in the pits being elite drivers, so we get an extra 40-second hold in the pits. So I wanted to build half of it and then give it to Andy, and he had to do his bit, and it worked out really well today.
Oh, perfect. Andy, a great win to finish this perfect weekend. A lot of fun, I assume, with this car.
Yeah, it's great fun, and we've obviously had a couple of years off from 2-litre Cup with the obvious reasons. So to come back here just reminds everyone what fun these little cars are to drive. So it's quite a long race for the 6.5 911. So Mark did all the hard work, if I'm honest. So I could just cruise it home for my stint. But yeah, great fun to be back here, and look forward to hopefully a full season again next year with it.
You made, as a team, 41 or 42 laps. Any special moment throughout such a long race?
Not for me, no. As I say, Mark did the hard work, so I could just control the gap to what the guys were giving me on the pit board, and it felt quite comfortable doing that. So it's in a nice position when you can just look after the car.
You're talking about looking after the car. You made some special care about the car at the end of the race?
You can just feel, the tyres are going off. You just drop some revs off it, so a little bit of short shifting and some nice slow gear shifts on it. So just not giving it an unnecessary stress. But the last lap, I thought I'd press on a little bit more and have a bit of fun. So great. It's obviously Mark won the championship a couple of years ago in 2-litre Cup, but it's my first win with him. So that's great. A great way to finish the year.
Congratulations, guys. Have fun.
Thank you very much.
The winners from the 2-litre Cup, Andrew Jordan and Mark, they made a fantastic team to win this race, more than 40 laps with these 2-litre Porsches. Beautiful cars, as always, here at Circuito de Estoril. The temperature is still fantastic. We are getting ready for the next race. We still have 3 more races till the end of this program, this 2021 program. The stands have public, everyone is having fun, great races. Please be with us until the end.
Rui, and nice to hear from Mark Sumter and Andy Jordan down there in their very nice Freedom race suits. We've got endurance racing legends back on track, and this will be another interesting race. We've got the prototypes and GT cars that raced yesterday. They're out for a 30-minute race then, and we've got the up front, we've got the Dallara, driven today by Max Girardo, who had a really good race yesterday evening in the 60s endurance. Ended up finishing second, which he looked jolly happy with. I mean, he didn't look disappointed to have been overtaken near the end, but now he's got the prospect of hurtling around this wonderful circuit in the superb Dallara with the 4-litre Judd V10 engine. What a machine. Max Girardo, one of the premier purveyors of fine automobiles, and he shares this car with James Cottingham. He was out yesterday with James in the Cobra. Meanwhile, we've got a podium, and here they come. Drivers onto the podium, and here they are, our winners, Mark Sumter and Andy Jordan. Mark on the right of the pair, Andy on the left, shaking hands with their rivals. There we go. Siegenthaler and Kohler in third place, Dero in second. Sumter and Jordan are winners, and the national anthem of Great Britain and the flags of France over Ps2 and 3. And back on the grid then with the prototypes and GT cars. Our next race, Endurance Racing Legends. There is the Orica PlayStation Dallara Judd, and it's Max Girardo who drives it today. See, there's Max with his Henry Hope Frost tribute visor strip. Next Porsche podium. Down on the track, there's the American Keeler, which actually is a Chevron. It's a Chevron B71, repackaged, rebadged as the Keeler. It's a very attractive colour scheme, as it would have raced at Daytona in the period. The bodywork looks like it's been borrowed from Riley and Scott, cut and shut to fit. Which is probably a very sensible way of doing things, given that the Riley and Scotts were really successful, dominant cars. There's Mike Newton, as viewed in the mirror of a car that he raced in period, raced for a long time, the Lola MG, the MG Lola, car that he raced with the Brazilian Thomas Erdos in period. Tommy Erdos, who came to Britain to race and was a very talented single-seater racer. We've got a wide range of GTs, a lot of Porsches down there. The vast majority of the GT cars in this field are Porsches. Christian Traber, who we saw earlier on this morning racing his BMW CSL in the Heritage Touring Cup races. 86 is Reitmeyer's Porsche 996. 12 there is Gempelet with his Porsche. We don't have the gap alongside is where the Aston Martin was supposed to be, but that got damaged in a big bang yesterday. So it's second driver Romain Beltest doesn't get a go, unfortunately. So a small field of prototypes, but a good turnout of GTs. Of course, again, numbers kept down by the travel problems that have been to the fore over the last year or so. Things are improving, but still difficult. Chevrolet Corvette there amid the Porsches. Gerardo on pole, courtesy of yesterday's race result. Newton second, Reutmeier and Julie, Romac and Glaser. They are 5th and 6th. Brigand and Matush, Traber, Schindler, Gempelet, but no Beltest in 57. The Aston badly damaged yesterday. McLean and Jus, Ostman and Clegg, Holborn and Duhamel. And cars on their formation lap. All the Le Mans cars of the mid-1970s into the 80s, early on in CER2. These are much more modern prototypes and GTs. These raced in the 80s and 90s. And we'll see the earlier prototypes and GTs come out in CER1, which are next on track after this race. This race is a 30-minute race. So coming round to the start of this race, we should see the pace car duck into the pits any moment to release the cars. And these are modern cars, some of them into this century even, and going back to 2005, the Dallara on pole. And away they go. Tricky for a lap or so with the prototypes, I would think, but got phenomenal power filtering through 2 TVRs down there. the Zavex car and the DeWalt Tools car. But out front, it's Max Girardo in the Orica PlayStation Dallara. SP1 model. It's one of the two cars that out front. One of the two cars that Roll Centre had. Martin Chalk's team. Martin still has the other one. What a purposeful bit of kit this is. Judd V10 engine. Second is the Lola MG. Third is the Keeler of Mark Julie, who's moved his way through. The real battles may well be among the Porsches, where we can see competitive quality in depth. Corvette is somewhere down the order. Here they are at the end of the first lap then, and Girardo, who's flying through. 2.5 seconds to the good, but here among the Porsches it's really close, because change of place down there going into turn 1, 52 coming up a place, and that is Romac, and he's made one place, he wants another, and he'll now be going after Reutmeier for that class lead. There are the three lead Porsches, Reutmeier, Romac, Glazer and Matusch, I think, is behind them. Followed by Schindler, Traber in the white car, and the other one of Gempeler. Very, very similar, very well closely matched cars, and this will take a few laps to shake out, I'm sure. Could even go the whole way through this race. Certainly the Dallara, the class of the field, and Max Girardo, who's based up in Oxfordshire these days, loves driving this car. He's involved in the trading of very high-end classic cars and racing cars all the way around the world, and known personality on the radio in years past, things like the Chris Evans shows, talking about Ferraris, one of his absolute passions. But this is the Dallara Judd, and Max Girardo stretching its legs now out on circuit. Mike Newton, handy driver, but the Lola MG, nothing like equal of the car that's ahead of it. Ferrari in there in the pack as well. That's Duhamel in the Ferrari 360. In the silver car, it took quite a late apex in that previous hairpin, with the intention of getting back on the power sooner, but as he strives to get past the 52, which is Romac, you can see Reutmeier up ahead, just breaking away in the class leader. GT2B car, in actual fact. Romac and Glazer are in GT2A class runners, so they are actually in direct competition GT2B. Second place is 91. Matos behind Reutmeier. He's 3 places further. He's in that red car you can see in the background. The 993s, 996s in GT2B. They're the 993s going wheel to wheel. Chasing a 996 and a 996 behind them as well. It's a really good mix of Porsches. The two TVR Tuscans are running close together. They're about 4 seconds apart, something like that, but they're down the order in 12th and 13th places. Clegg and Holborn charging over the curves, screaming up the gearbox. And Lara, very, very neatly packaged. It's a car that delivers the best noise, I'm sure, when you're sitting in the cockpit and giving it everything down the straights. Monstrous downforce, and that screaming Judd engine over your shoulder makes it just an enormous pleasure. Of the twin slot snorkel just over the driver's shoulder, which feeds the engine, feeds air into the engine with restrictor plates in it, in fact little nozzles. There was a change there as Glazer came past Romac, and now Glazer in the 22, the silver car, has clear view of Reutmeier in 86 up ahead of him. That's the red 996 you saw there, which is Matos. It was out yesterday in the endurance race in Lotus de Lan with Carlos Barbo. A great race. Carlos didn't this morning in earlier this afternoon in CR2. Here the two TVRs and the DeWalt Tools car, number 192 of Clegg, and then the Texaco car behind of Matt Holborn are very closely matched. Their best times are about 6/10 apart. In fact, Holborn is the quicker of the two in terms of lap times in this race. Porsche battle is really hotting up, and it's Reutmeier in the GT2B 996 just holding off the rampant 993, which is Romac. Matos is up a place. Christian Traber has fallen back into the clutches of Schindler. The car carrying the jumbo colours. There you saw Traber and Schindler. Enjoying a really good dice, good duel. It's the Zavex CVR. Cloudwind Sporting Repairs colours on the back of it. That's the 73 car, which is Günther Schindler, German driver. And out front, Max Girardo down in the 138s. It's a couple of seconds quicker than Mike Newton. And the Freisinger team Porsche of Reutmeier just hanging on ahead of Sebastian Glaser. Stefan Reutmeier hanging on, but he's having to work hard to protect the corners, the apexes. Here's the Chevrolet Corvette. Z06 just been outbraked by the 12 Porsche of Gemper. Little dab of the brakes I saw there, which is slightly off-putting. That was Reutmeier. Don't know if he thought perhaps he had a little bit of brake pad knock-off over a curb at the previous corner, so just dabbed them to make sure that the pressure was back up. You could feel the pedal. 22 getting stuck into that battle now. Sebastian Glaser. Reutmeier in a car which is several years younger. So the 996 in the Yukos colours is from the early 2000s, 2004. It's a 1998 car he's racing against, but he's could get duffed up yet. Closing on halfway in the race. This is a really fine battle between Stefan Reutmeier and Sebastian Glaser. Benoit Romac is only about 3 seconds behind them in the 52 car. There's our race leader, and there's the Keeler. Let's have a look at the Keeler. It's a really attractive colour scheme, and I've seen some pictures of that on the banking at Daytona on a sunny day. Looks absolutely brilliant. Corvette and Porsche still running close together. Corvette in the hands of Pittigout. One of the Porsches diving in the background. These are the cars that run 4th and 5th overall. And Glaser certainly responding to the challenge that's being thrown down by Reutmeier. Now at halfway, the 160 car is being pushed back. It's the car of Paul McLean and Peter Fairbairn, the ex-classic Formula 3 racer. Second place then, Mike Newton enjoys the MG Lola as much as he did when he was racing it contemporarily with Thomas Erdos. And that battle for fourth position slightly split there by going past a slower car. Ferrari up ahead is that of Duhamel, Pascal Duhamel, 360 Modena. This may give the opportunity for pass. Yeah, it certainly favoured the chaser. Glaser had a little bit more time to read the situation than Reutmeier up ahead of him. But they're both safely through. But what it's done is it's negated the couple of lengths advantage that Reutmeier had going onto this lap. They were half a second apart. They're probably about 0.3 of a second apart now. This is where the action lies. There's a squeeze up the inside, but it's not quite close enough. And there is a change, and that is the Porsche that's Gempel back past the 1, 2, 3 Chevrolet of Peter Jus. These two cars, both the drivers did their best laps last time through. A 1:45.0 for Reutmeier in the car with the yellow and green markings on it. Glaser 1:44. It's quicker. There's Julie, Marc Julie in the Keeler. Swiss tussle there between the yellow Porsche and the yellow Chevrolet Corvette, and bearing down on them is the second place car overall, that of Mike Newton. And our race leader, haven't seen for a while. Yes, that distinctive little airbox with the twin nozzles in it, feeding the Judd V10 engine. Just sounds magnificent as rockets up through the gears. Max Girardo. There's Marc Julie. Oh, he gets a bit of a squeeze from the TVR. Didn't see him coming, and that's often the problem when you're looking out of the little mirror in a GT car and a prototype appears almost under the radar. Though probably the noise of the engine, the V8 in the Keeler, Ney Chevron, would announce itself. Great colour scheme on there. It's a bit like the Hawker Hunter Misdemeanor that used to fly in private air shows in Britain and around Europe. It's not subtle, but it really does suit the car. A much more subtle colour scheme on the race leader, as Max Girardo comes round to complete a dozen laps, 12 laps down then for the race leader. He's closing on the Jumbo Porsche, the 73 of Günther Schindler. Meanwhile, Reutmeier and Glaser continue their tussle. Stefan Reitmeier, Sebastian Glazer. Then Romac is dropping back behind them. And the Vukos Porsche, a competitor at Le Mans 2004, with a team of Vasiliev, Fomenko and Robert Nern, a one-time Caterham racer. He did a fair bit of GT stuff as well. Nern's father Graham, who took over the Lotus 7 project and renamed it Caterham Cars, still making the sports cars in a decent number. Battle is going to go down to the wire, you know. They've fought it out for 12 laps so far. Comes Gerardo then, and with 6 3/4 minutes to go, battle for 4th and GT honours, albeit in different classes, is far from resolved. Two German drivers, Stefan Reitmeier, Sebastian Glazer, are barely separable all the way around this lap. Glazer still has the faster lap of the two. And the TBRs are still together. Matt Halban now in the Zavex car ahead of Clegg in the DeWalt Tools machine. Comes the Keeler K2. Not really a mark that's going to go down in IMSA history, but it's great to see the car here at Estoril as this battle prepares for its final and decisive phase. Freisinger Porsche team car has just kept ahead for 14 laps. There's 4 minutes to hold on. And there's just tenths in it all the way around the circuit. Up to lap Schindler, its second place car. It's interesting, isn't it, that Glazer in the silver 993 seems to be able to brake later and deeper into the corners than Reutmeier, but Reutmeier still holds sway, half a second between them. Which has come down from a second at the start of the lap. A little belch of flame from the exhausts. Pretty much where it was 3 laps ago. This tussle between the Corvette and the Gempler Porsche, that's an enduring one as well. Peter Jus in the yellow Corvette. And that might be the difference it makes in this race, because there was a car put between them for a moment, but that was an advantage seized by Reutmeier. And he had nearly a second over Glazer, crossing the timing line. With the next cars to be lapped by race leader Max Girardo. There he is in the Dallara SP1. Will this provide an opportunity to close down those GT leaders? Julie in third place is not that far ahead of them, 5 seconds up the road. But here comes, looming in the background, Max Girardo. Where's he going to find his way past? And he's got all the power, all the downforce, everything else going. He locks up a brake going into the hairpin. He arrived pretty hot, and good driving by Glazer, who stays out of the way, sacrificing chances perhaps to get with Reutmeier. That has broken them up as I suspected it might, given that they were caught in the infield. And with 1 3/4 minutes to go, there is time for this next lap, plus and more seconds. Now, it may be that if Girardo slowed a little bit, he's 35 seconds to the good, remember, could save himself a lap. And what you'd want to, you just want to experience every lap of Estoril in a car of this dynamic ability. Second place, Newton comes through in the Lola MG. The MG Lola, as it was branded at the time, dedicated Micros team car. It's Mike Newton's company. And there are the Jason Clegg and Matt Holborn TVRs. Is the yellow Porsche, yellow white Lucas Porsche closing on the on that car? No, it's not. But coming up to lap the third place car will be Max Girardo. There is Julie, just one headlight working on the Keeler, the former Chevron B71, and he is going to get lapped in the next couple of corners, but the time is clicking down, and well, as they come through, there goes Girardo over the line, and he crosses the timing line onto the final lap, lapping the Keeler as he does so. He got there by about a second and a half, because otherwise the time had run out. Now he has to dispose of the yellow Porsche of Gempler. Up the road will be the Jus Corvette, and Julie claws his way past as well. Best lap for the Keeler has been a 1:43. which is a little bit quicker than the GT cars that are chasing, but the 39 for Newton, 139 for Mike Newton in this MG Lola EX257. He comes through. The EX numbers of MGs going back to the days of the streamlined teardrop streamliners that Goldie Gardner drove. Sterling Moss also drove on occasion. And Newton's 36 seconds down on the leader. He won't be lapped, but he will be about a third of a lap behind Max Girardo at the finish. Here comes Girardo. It's been a very, very neat drive by Massimiliano Girardo. And here he comes out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the final time, streaking down the chute over the timing line, and he'll be absolutely thrilled to bits with that. A really good drive. His best lap, a 1:37.992. There's our GT winner, and it will be Stefan Reutmeier in the Freisinger Porsche with its Le Mans livery proudly displayed. And Bernd Romack got up into 5th place in the 52 car. So where's Glazer gone? Glazer had dropped back during that lappery a little bit, but no, I think Glazer's gone because Matosh has come through in 6th place. So Romack's going to win GT2A instead of Glazer. Glazer's coming to the pits. Glazer's in the pits, but he had been lapped. There's Girardo then. Double victory for this team this weekend. James Cottingham won yesterday's race. So the car's on their cooling off lap now. There's Girardo. Girardo wins then today. 19 laps from Newton Julie. Reutmeier in the 86 Porsche won the GTs for Romack, also a class winner. Barbeau Matosh, car Matosh driving today, was in 6th place. Glazer, Traver, Schindler, Jus, Gempler, Holborn and Clegg in the TVRs, to Hamel in the Ferrari. They complete runners. 2 cars didn't finish. Heiko Osman and the McLean and Fairbairn Porsche, both of them fell by the wayside. Here though is the winning Dallara Judd SP1, and it's Max Girardo. That was the car that was raced by Pedro Lamy in periods, so it has a fine Portuguese connection for the fans, spectators to celebrate, and something for Rui to talk about when he gets to speak to Max Girardo. GT winner alongside. The Keeler is right behind as well. Mark Julie, that finished 3rd overall. And that looks a fun car to drive. Probably very good value also when he bought it. So there's Mike Newton, second place for the car bearing the Union flag on its nose. This is the car of Michel Fauverny, and I think it was Fauverny yesterday and Reutmeier today. There's Max Girardo, dapper figure.
You got to do like half a lap and like shift to the first blue light. Yeah. Don't go all the way.
And here's the stampede away from the lights at the start of the race, with Max Girardo already ahead, with pretty much three abreast in the Porsches coming down into the turn one. This is the big battle for GT, although it did lose Glazer at the end. And let's go down to the pits to Rui Belmont, who's with Max Girardo.
Okay, here we are with Max Girardo. Max, fantastic race, leading all the way till the end.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday, this beautiful Judd made it again.
It really sounds amazing, doesn't it? I think the best bit of this car is like the V10. Really, when it's on song, I think the whole circuit must reverberate with this sound.
Yes, I believe so, and also for you, it must be an amazing sound to have on your back.
Yeah, even when you're in the car and you're changing, and I think it's one of the best sounding engines here, if I can say so.
By your smile, I can see that it was a great 30 minutes fun for you.
Yeah, I wish I could have kept on going for another 10. That's how much fun I was having. Tired but happy.
Okay, congratulations, Max, for this fantastic win. Max Girardo is the winner for this race, this fantastic race, with a special Dallara Judd, with some Portuguese colours also, with the name of Pedro Lamy. We'll hand you back to you guys. We'll have another race. Till the end, we still have two races, two great moments of racing also here at Estoril, till the end of the day, till the last checkered flag.
That's great, Rui. Well done. Yep, Pedro Lamy and João Barbosa also drove those cars in period. And there we got one or two more highlights of the GTs. We're looking forward to our next race, which will be classic endurance racing, CER1. And these are the earlier sports prototypes from the 60s into the early 70s. But meanwhile, let's just appreciate some of the great GT cars we saw in the previous race. It was a fine battle between Reutmeier and Glazer. Picking up a front wheel just slightly, that car. There's Mike Newton. We lost Glazer's car towards the end into the pits, but I wonder if once he'd been lapped he thought, I'm going to dive in anyway. And there is victory, second time in 2 days for that car, this time driven by Max Girardo. He's on top of the podium with Mike Newton and Marc Julie, drivers of the MG Lola and the Keeler respectively. There's our podium, some nice trophies raised aloft. Max Girardo looks very happy, and Mike Newton and Marc Julie join him on the top step of the Estoril Classics podium. The all promoted by Qashqai's and the tourist board. Put a lot of effort into this meeting. The Auto series. Look at this: Lola T70, Ford GT40, Chevron B8, Chevron B16. It all come down to kick off for this race. It's a 1 hour race. 1 hour race for them. There's a little Lola, one of the T212s, T210s and 212s look very, very similar. And they are great rivals of the Chevron marque. Chevron Lola battles continue. One of our GT podiums. And there is the Cosworth DFV powered McLaren M8C, the Akuri Evergreen car, which Alain de Cadenet put together and Chris Craft drove. It's got Mark Davis in it, YPF, the oil company of Argentina. And there is Mark Davis, the Belgian. There's a little bit of activity down around the front wheels of the car. Martin O'Connell's OC Racing team preparing it. Whether it's picked up something on a tyre or what, I don't know. There's a Lola T70 Mark 3B. This is the Tony Seiler team car. Veteran racer Tony Seiler, been around a long time. Di Tommaso Pantera, Ford V8 engine in the back of it, and the chevrons alongside. And that is Ralph Kellner's driving the Pantera. 23 is the Chevron B21 of Romain Belteste. Rolf Sigrist with his Chevron there. That's on P4 in the grid. That's a Chevron B19, one of the 1971 cars. Raced in the day with the Cosworth FVC engines in mainly. Chevron B16, 72, that's Ted Tuppen. 26 alongside the blue Chevron, which is another of the Davis team cars. They can't both be driven by Mark Davis. It must, he's got some sons who race, but try and check that one out. There's Brigand in his Chevron B19. Running in a variation on the Team Gunston colours. 16 is Serge Kriknoff in his Lola T212. There's the Leps the Jewelers Chevron. 32, look at that, the Chevron B8. And the famous Leps the Jewelers colours. John Lepp was a great racer in those. 62 is Michael Birch in the Chevron B16. And we are within a couple of minutes of starting this 1 hour race, the penultimate race on our programme. Big field of cars. And the 32 Chevron B8, the Lepster Jewelers car, that of Mark de Siebenthal, car that Ray Belm raced extensively in the build-up to his World C2 Championship years. pick out some more of these cars as we go through. But sports racers of the late 1960s into the early 70s. Over T70 Mark III there is 43. That's the Jack family car. Father and two sons race. Oh, 22 hasn't got away. And that's Carneiro, the Portuguese racer, with his Chevron B16. It's going to have to start from the pit lane. Don't push it too far, guys, because you've got further to drag it back. What a staggeringly good-looking car the Chevron B16 is. Kricknoff's Lola T212. So this crash helmet replicates that of Dr. Helmut Marko, who races. Oh, and 87's broken as well. The Ford GT40. It's Delachaux. So it's Davis, Emile, Seiler, Siegrist, Kricknoff and Brigand, the top 6. Lots of Swiss drivers, a couple of French and the Belgian driver on pole. Mark Davis, John Emberson, the top Brit. Then it's Roger Jack, and we've got Julien and Delachaux, and then we've got a test. I'll try and find out who's in the second Davis Chevron. Number 26 down there. Roger Whiteside, we saw earlier on, he's out in his Chevron. It's Tim Schenken Chevron B8. And we have all the way down the field Espirito Santo in one of the Portuguese racers. And we will see how many of them actually turn out. Di Tommaso in the middle of all the smaller chevrons. What a fabulous looking Porsche down there as well. The 908 of Peter Vogler, one of our friends, the Vogler family, who brought a mouth-watering collection of cars here. There's the orange Chevron B16 seems to be pushed off. It's in the colours of the Baker Racing Ring-Free Oils racing team that ran in the States. They ran Lolas and they ran all kinds of things. So one course car is there, another has been deployed because the GT40 needs to be moved before it's safe to get away. So hopefully there'll be one final. It's actually started under the safety car because the clock is ticking down. So how are Marshall's going to get out of the way? Yeah, the Baker Motor Company of Atlanta, Georgia, and Carneiro and Canas, who were out in a previous race, they are there in the pit lane. There is the 48 Vogler Porsche 908. What a fantastic piece of kit that is. But the race is underway. McLaren is missing as well. Now that problem that was had the OC Racing guys looking at it on the grid seems to have been more serious than we realised at the time. So it's as the small aircraft circles overhead, it's Armand Mille with the Lola T212 who leads the pack round. Tony Seiler in the white and green Lola T70 Mark IIIB is next. Then it's Siegrist in the Chevron B19, and Brigand in his B19. Lola T212. Next up is Serge Kriknov in the Sebring Auspuff colours. There's little stripes down the wing. And that's redolent of the top team that ran in the day. Carl von Vent's team, for which Richard Atwood drove. Richard Atwood, Porsche's first Le Mans winner. With Hans Hermann, of course. But the course car has towed the GT40 off, but there'll be one more lap. One more lap because they couldn't quite get it out of the way in time for the clerk of the course to instruct the safety car to come in. So the first couple of laps will be under this safety car. 25 is John Emberson in his orange Chevron. We've seen him in the B26 earlier on, the X-Works chocolate drop. Chevron running in the Dart colours, Dobby Automobile Racing Team. Will be freed at the end of this lap. Armand Meal then with the little Lola with the 1800 FVC engine. That's another of the Lolas there. That's 42. That's Julien's car. I think in the drag race to the first corner, the T70 of Tony Seiler is likely to get the advantage. The lighter Lola, but the far more powerful. There's a car ahead of them that's running way behind. That's the car that's come out of the pits, the 22 Chevron B16. But here we go. They'll be freed at the line, and down they come. And can Tony Seiler squeeze down the inside? He can in the T70, but just round the outside, we're going to get Meal hanging on in there. There was very close to a brush there between Tuppen's B16 and the Siebenthal Chevron B8. Jostling for position. The McLaren is there. The McLaren has appeared from somewhere, and that must have been the pit lane. So that will be running some way down, because the race has been running for 2 laps. The McLaren has completed 1, so what we didn't see was that Mark Devis, the poleman, came out of the pit lane during that safety car sequence. But he's going to work his way from the back. He is a lap down in the white McLaren DFE. Car, yes, that's the 22 Chevron, just trying to stay out of the way. The Sacanero and Canas car. The Vogler Porsche 908 is working its way through the order. There's the McLaren. There's the white McLaren of Mark Devis, which with its DFE power 23 hops right over the curbs. That was that's Beltest. Romain Beltest didn't get to drive in the Aston Martin that was damaged sadly yesterday in the GT race. But this is a magnificent grid of cars, and here they come through again. It's Miele who leads for 1.8 seconds from Tony Seiler. Brigand is third. And Segrest, though, is taking that third place. Rolf Segrest down the inside into turn one in his Chevron B19. But Brigand gets him back on the exit. Segrest ran wide over the curbs. Brigand got him back. Lola behind them is that of Serge Kriknov, wearing his Helmut Marko style crash helmet. Behind them is John Emberton in the Chevron B19. Car number 25. McLaren's in the middle of that group. Here it is, yes. That's Kriknov. I saw a white car in the background, thought it was the McLaren, but that's further down the order, working its way through. Out front, the black Lola of Armand Miele continues to move away. Kriknov trying to get up the inside of the white chevron of Segrest. That's being closed upon by the orange chevron, which is the Brit John Emberson, who went so well in the Morgan SLR in the two greatest trophy races. Finishing third and fourth respectively behind the big bangers. And that McLaren is going to be way down the order, a lap behind, but it will make progress, I'm sure, as the race comes. There it is, the McLaren. You can see Mark Devis just going out of shot. We then go back to the next of our black T212s, the Lola T70 Mark III of the Jack family. There's 23. That is Beltest. Patrick Jack driving the red T70 there, running out way over the curbs. Beltest is behind. Mark Devis in the McLaren, although he's working his way up the order, is a lap down, currently shown in 26th place. GT cars there, the Porsche 911, which is the 46th car of Bourrier. Smoke coming out of the T70. Is that a problem? Is that body touching on tyre, or is that something more serious from Tony Seiler's car? T70 coming charging through is the car of Steve Brooks, and Steve already a winner today in the Classic Grand Prix. There's Devis's McLaren behind John Emberson in the background, the white McLaren lurking with the very close between the two B19s, and again they more or less rattle each other going through the corner. The McLaren, the evergreen McLaren, is round Segrest now. Mark Devis settling into the fun of chasing down the pack. Coming up through the order, we've got another of the chevrons there. There's big Lola T70 Mark 3B, the white one, Mark 3, the red one. There on our screens is the McLaren DFE of Mark Devis. Emberson in the orange chevron ahead of him is 5th overall in car 25. There's John Emberson. Orange car similar to that, the one in which John Burton would have raced back in period, the Worcestershire Racing Association man, twice second in the European Championship. Chevron, Lola and Chevron. What a fantastic period sight this is. Serge Kriknoff in the white Lola in the middle of that, and here's the guy who can jump between a 1950s Lotus 11 into something from the early 70s. Behind the McLaren, also bursting through, is Steve Brooks, Steve Boltby Brooks in the ex-Sid Taylor Lola T70 with the green stripes over the top of it. There is Steve Brooks. Is that the one that's smoking? I think it is a little bit. T70s, the GT40's got going, which is good to see. There is the McLaren picking its way through. T70 is behind. It's that T70 which is offering a bit of smoke from the right-hand bank by the looks of things. For those two cars charging through, Brooks now ahead of Devis. They're a lap apart. Brooks in the white T70 there ahead of Devis on the track, but Devis still a lap behind. They've clawed their way past John Emberson in the 25. There's a Lola T70 Spider just going through. '49 is Christophe Florin, we saw in the Porsche, and Moser in the Lola T70 Spider, wearing the red colours, the John Surtees colours. John Surtees, of course, won the first Can-Am Championship in 1966 in a Lola T70 Spider. There's little 212 of Armand Mille, who's out ahead. Chevron B8, Chevron B16, and then the Porsche 908. What a device that is. Tube frame chassis. And it's mighty, it's light. You can imagine those being raced in the Targa Florio, where the likes of the real brave guys, the guys like Brian Redman, were testing everything. Well, a quick dive out of the slipstream for one of the B19s that's come past the Di Tommaso Mangusta. That's the Kellner's car. They're finding it tricky to cut through some of those GTs. Steve Brooks having a whale of a time around the outside of the 49, which is Christophe Florin. Comes Emberson. Three quick white cars together. First two from the same stable. In fact, I think they might have caught Tony Seiler now. And yes, Steve Brooks up into fourth. It's Seiler, Kriknoff and Brooks in those three. And here comes Steve Boltby Brooks down past Serge Kriknoff. And it's going to be the two white and green striped Lola T70 Mark III Bs into the braking area. And I'm just looking into that T70 at the head of the group. I thought I saw a flash of blue and red in there, and I wonder whether that would indicate that Martin O'Connell is driving it. It may well be. It doesn't look like the Steve Boltby Brooks helmet. We've got Brooks on our screen as driving, but I suspect it might be team boss Martin O'Connell, who's won a bunch of these races in the past, who's in that T70 has carved his way through. So we've got the Lolas, then we've got the orange chevrons having a good battle. Two cars looking broadly similar from a distance, but with enormous power differential going through there. That was a red and blue helmet I saw in that lead car, so I'm pretty certain we'll find that it's Martin O'Connell driving it. It's the Bobby Brooks car. The problematical Portuguese-driven Chevron B16 tries to stay out of the way, crawling round offline. I wonder whether it might not be better just to park that one at the pits and fight on another day. So that is Seiler and Kricknoff, and we've got the orange cars of Brigand and Emberson running nose to tail. Lola T70 Mark III is 57. That's Gade. But out front is still Armand Mule, who leads the way. Pretty Porsche 911. Being caught by one of the Chevron B8s. And out front, 35, Mille is trying to make his escape. He's about 10 seconds ahead of the rest. And the rest are headed by the white and green Lola. Not that one, but the one that's running on its own further up the road. And that's Seiler and Mark Devis. Can Mark Devis himself from Tony Seiler? He can. That brings Serge Kricknoff up into range. His little white Lola T212. Lola T212 in which Helmut Marko won the 1971 European Utility Sports Prototype Championship. Lola took the manufacturer's title also that year. The previous year, mighty race at Spa at the end of the season, Joe Bonnier won the driver's title, but by virtue of his second outing in the Chevron B16S, the cut-down Spider version of the B16, Brian Redman ensured that Derek Bennett's Chevron cars concern landed the manufacturer's title. What a sight this makes, a lovely crescendo of noise. The V8 in the Lola ahead of the three FVC powered 2-litre cars, 1800 they were, 1790. So you see John Emberson up the inside. Oh, that looked mighty close between the two orange Chevrons. Have they they brush paint. There's a B8 trying to stay out of the way. That's Roger Whiteside, the grocer, in his ex-Tim Schenken car. And I think Brigon managed to hang on ahead of Emberson just, but it was a very, very close run thing down in turn one. One of the Chevron B8s follows through. Cars that followed the B3 and B4 prototypes that Derek Burnett laid down. And raced very successfully himself, in fact, the B4 with the BMW engine. But 7 B6s made in 67, and then 44 B8s followed in 68 and 69. Wonderful little cars. There's Mark Davis in the evergreen McLaren. Strange with those sort of slightly angled pontoons on the tub. Lead battle is getting closer. Armand Miel has been closed down from 9 seconds to 3.4 by the 159 Lola. This is the chase pack. Seiler, Kricknoff, Brigand and Emberson. They are 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. But up front it's getting much, much closer. And this time, Brigand looked down the inside of Kricknoff, and that was kind of the move that nearly saw cars touch last time through. Tony Seiler hanging on just ahead of them. He's got the grunt in a straight line and the torque off the corners to hold the whippets at bay. It's hunting in packs, the FVC powered cars, the Ford FVC engines. But out front it gets closer and closer and closer. There's a leader, 35, which is Arwan Miel. He's up behind one of the Chevrons. I think it's the ex-David Purley Chevron B8 going through there. And as we look up, Miel finding it heavy weather in traffic, has to go around the outside of the 911, and here comes the T70 charging through on the inside. Leaders are together, and there's still a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that T70. One of the 270 Mark 3s, but it's first and second running together, coming down past the pits. Could there be a change as they come down into turn one? It is, and it's a red and blue helmet in there. That'll be Martin O'Connell. There's a little sort of slot opening in the front of that bodywork. Just, yes, a bit of smoke again from that right-hand bank of cylinders through the exhaust. It might be a little weep of oil onto the exhaust, but it's a change of leader. But it's Martin O'Connell in that car, not Steve Boltby Brooks by the looks of things, because the helmet is very much that of Martin O'Connell. He's been spannering cars all weekend, and now he's in Owen's problem there for one of the B8s. Looks like it's got a fuel pickup problem. Into the pits to make a mandatory stop has come Serge Kricknoff. He's running in the Marco livery with Marco's name on the side of it. Dr. Helmut Marko, the Austrian racer, who had to give up racing when got a stone through his visor, got to Formula One and lost the sight in one eye, but went on to be the kind of main man on the ground in the Red Bull driving program. Orange chevrons, meanwhile, now being freed by the 16 Lola in the pits. They continue to battle. Still Brigand, who manages to hold off John Emberson. How's the McLaren doing? Well, we know it's a lap down, but it must be making good ground. Mark Davis in McLaren up into 16th place. 16th place for the number 11 McLaren. Still a lap off the lead. Another beautiful Chevron B16 in the pits. Tony Seiler down the gearbox into turn 1. So we're back in action, and the race continues. 26 minutes to go. '25 John Emberson Chevron ahead of the 59 Lola. And that now does have Steve Brooks in it. They've taken down that front three. Into the pit. We tried to just come back onto what we had because we couldn't get through again. Car 25 under investigation for the pit stop. That's Emberson in the Chevron. There's Vogler's Porsche with Armand Mille behind. Armand Mille, the race leader in the Little Lola. It's Tommaso Pantera coming down. And then Ted Tuppence Chevron B16. .35 then Armand Mille coming up to complete his 22nd lap. Now going on to 23. 28 seconds ahead of Steve Brooks. Third place is Emberson with that penalty for the pit stop problem. Fourth, Brigon, Kricknoff and Seiler behind them. Beltest and Jack and Vogler in the Porsche up into the top 10. 7.5 minutes into the race then, and here is T70 charging along. It's still Amon Meal leading from Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks, who took over from Martin O'Connell at the halfway stage of this race. You can see the distinctive helmet of Steve Brooks in the T70. Number 159, the old Sid Taylor car. Still lots of smoke though, pouring out over that back rear corner. It's got worse as the race has gone on. But the gap between leaders is 18.7 seconds. 18.7 seconds. And GT40 that was stopped at the start is still going. The little 2-litre car still charging on. That's the Dart Chevron. So another car from the Devis team. There is our leader in car 35. 28 laps down. Chasing up behind one of the T70 Mark IIIs. Big Chevy against, and the T70 slides out all over the curbs. But Armil keeps charging on. And the gap back to the T70 has come down over this lap. But there's still quite a long way to, a lot of ground to make up. Something like 16 seconds to make up as the T70 endeavours in the last 4 laps of this race to get back on terms with this little car that's led for the majority of the way with the 1790cc FVC engine in it, Kossuth FVC. A lot of traffic around for leader Amon Mil. Get very, very busy. Dart Chevron, which was a works-back Chevron team in the day. John Miles, the Grand Prix driver, was one of competitors in that. John Hine also drove the cars. Dart also ran GRDs in later season. Dave Walker and John Miles particularly driving them. So let's see how the gap's coming out. Gap's down to 13 seconds. Gap down to 13 seconds. And a new best sector of everybody for the chaser, Steve Brooks. 35 though it is that leads the way. Lola T212 of Neil Brooks is second. John Emberson is third, but he's got a little penalty for a pit stop infringement, but I think it's only 5 or 6 seconds. That's not going to drop him back any further back towards Brigand or Kricknoff. The time is the enemy of the T70. It's of the race leader. It's Lola's 1 and 2. There's the beautiful Porsche number 48. That's the Porsche 908, which is running in 10th place in the hands of Peter Vogler. And trying to stay out of the way of the little cars. He's got one of the T212s ahead of him. T70 Spider Lola being outbraked with ease by Brigand. Next, number 19. Chevron B19 of Rolf Sigrist. It was well up the order at the start. Neil from Brooks. It's 9 seconds now. It's 9 seconds and 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go in the race. 3.25 minutes. The T70 Spider, like the early Can-Am cars, which John Surtees, anytime world motorcycle champion, 64 F1 champion, won the 66 Can-Am championship, the first one before McLaren started to dominate. The chase continues with a couple of laps left in this race. And 3 or 4 seconds in the lap, carved out of Amon Mil's lead. haven't seen the T70 for a while. 159. There's John. Is that John Emberson? No, that's the 97 Brigand car from the side. They look very, very similar. Chevron B16 and its predecessor, the Chevron B8. Behind them, the B19 in behind them. So 3 distinct shapes of Chevron. And the lead is down to something like 7.6 seconds. This is going to be a grandstand finish for this Classic Endurance Racing 1 grid. There's 35. 7 seconds only the gap. This is nail-biting stuff. We had a big finish in yesterday's 60s endurance race. We're going to have the same here by the looks of things. And Di Tommaso continues. Thundering Ford V8 engine. Down into the final minute of this CR race. There's one more lap in it, and that's tantalising for Armil in 35. Through he goes on to the final lap. Where is the white and green T70? Let's look up. There it is, and this is the car 59. Steve Brooks, who's gaining all the while. Martin O'Connell started the car. Steve Brooks finishing it, and the gap is down to 7.4 seconds. And he's taken 3/10 out in the first sector of the lap. 7.2 now, and it will be closer still in the long sector 2, of absolutely no doubt. But the leader is clear of traffic, and that's the important thing. This is going to be a famous win for Armil and little Lola, getting it nicely tweaked up through the long curves here. 6.3 seconds the gap. It could be down to about 4 seconds by the end of the race, I would think, maybe even closer. But it's not a case of just coasting home now for race leader Miel in the 35 car. He's got to keep concentration. He's shown a pit board, I'm sure, to alert him to the Lola's speed. It's down to 5.3 seconds in the mid-sector of the track, but time is going to run out. And at the end of the final lap then of this Classic Endurance Racing 1, it's Miel who wins, but 4.995 seconds is the gap back to our second place driver, Steve Brooks, the winner of the Formula 1 race this afternoon, and he's finished second in CER1. Lola 1-2, but the Tiddler beat the Big Banger. And Steve Brooks took over from Martin O'Connell in that car. We picked out earlier on that it was O'Connell's red and blue crash helmet in there. And waiting to see who's going to finish third. It's going to be John Emberson. He's finished third in the Morgan yesterday, SLR, and it's going to be a good result for John Emberson, the Brit, in his Foxcraft Racing Chevron B19. The lights ablaze now. John Emberson, a really good run. Well done to Simon Pragnell and the team running that car. And in fourth place is Brigand. Fifth is Sir Kricknoff, and it's going to be Tony Seiler, the last driver on the same lap, the veteran Swiss in the Lola T70 Mark III-B, a similar colour car to that of O'Connell and Brooks, who have finished second. But there is our resounding winner, and one meal with the little Lola T212, similar to the car in which Helmut Marko won the 1971 Sports Prototype Championship. 72 championship was another mark again, and it was Arturo Mazzario who won it in an Abarth Sella. 73, as we know, was Chris Craft with the Crown Racing Lola, but they're coming home. A couple more T70s, Porsche 911s. Cracking race, and what a finish that was. The lead came down and down and down, but there was just enough time to in it for Armil to land a 4.995 second victory over Steve Brooks, the chaser. Meal wins, then O'Connell and Brooks were next. O'Connell started, Emberson third, Brigham fourth, Pricknoff fifth, Seiler next, then Beltest in his Chevron. The Davis O'Connell little Chevron was next up, the Jax Lola, and Vogler's Porsche at the end of the top 10. Ted Tuppen, Chevron B16, Sempelet and de Siebenthal in the Chevron B8, Sigrist Gade, von Leeken-Kelleners in the Di Tommaso were there, and in fact we had 25 cars of the 28 that started, managed to get to the end. Here is our winner, and he looks absolutely thrilled to bits with it, doesn't he? What a great result. Armand Mille in 35 unclips himself from the Lola T212, and he's very, very happy. He's another Equipe Europe, and that's the team of Yvan Mahe. Interesting discussions about changing gear, changing down, and see what's going on during the race. And he's a happy boy, and very, very well done to Armand Mille. He decants some Evian water over his head. Still spectators enjoying the autumn sunshine here at Estoril. Shortly there will be the podium, then the final race of our weekend. And I can see that Rui Belmont is down there as John Emberson arrives in the pit lane.
We are at the pit lane just after the race. Armand Mille is here with us. He was the winner of this fantastic race, the penultimate one for this weekend. You speak English?
No,
a little bit. Tu peux parler en français. C'était une très belle course avec un très bel opponent, avec un très bel aussi. Je sais pas. Yes, it's better. It was a great fight with Steve. He came back from almost last. Then you fought back. It was fantastic.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult.
C'était vraiment difficile. Et franchement, je commençais à être fatigué vers la fin et franchement, j'ai pas lâché.
Première victoire.
Ma première victoire, hein, c'est my first win.
Il y a un moment plus difficile que tous les autres?
Oui, vers la fin, parce que j'avais plus de vitesse.
The gearbox is not working good.
Ah, okay. Okay, merci, félicitations.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, translating fast after I lose also a few words in French, but he was struggling at the end of the race with the problems in the gearbox, so it was really hard for him. His first win, so as a young man, of course, he's a little bit overwhelmed with his first victory, but it was a fantastic victory. Steve Brooks was coming back on him in the middle of the race, then he went off again, and he made a few seconds gap, and he finished first.
allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Well, what a great race that was, and we are about to get underway with our final race of the weekend from the Estoril Classics of 2021. It's the Iberian Historic Endurance Race, and you can see the cars lined up there. But what a great result that was for Armand Mille in the last one. His first race victory. Gearbox problems in the little Lola. He was struggling to change down towards the end of the race, but he'll remember this race for as long as he lives. That was a great result. First win, always so important. On the grid now, you can see the contrast in the cars in the Iberian Historic Endurance, a series put together by Diogo Ferrao and Race Ready. And on the left, you've got the little Merlin Mark IV of Carlos Barbo. We've seen him in action in various cars this weekend, Lotus Elan, and we've seen him in a Lola, and now we've got him in the Merlin car made in Essex, in England, not far from London, and the little Merlin Mark IV with a 1600 Lotus twin cam engine in it, alongside the superb looking Porsche 911 of Rollner, the bright pink car that we can see. Massive power difference. Here's our podium, and one of the podiums, and there's Armand coming onto the top step of the podium, alongside in the red overalls Martin O'Connell, the white Steve Brooks, on the right John Emberson. Let's hear the Marseillaise played for Monsieur Mille. Hats on, gentlemen, and we go back down to the grid, where the fourth season's Iberian Historic races is about to get underway. It's a 50-minute race, and we will run through the grid fairly shortly. There's another podium about to take place. Good mix of cars, Porsches, Ford Escorts, Jaguar E-Types, AC Cobra Daytonas in there, Ferrari 365, GTB4, Porsche 9046. So a little Merlin made by Colchester Racing Developments, designed by Selwyn Hayward. He lived his later years in France, and he ran the company with his brother Clive and Carlos Barbo. No stranger to Lotus twin cam power, but normally in the front of a Lotus Elan, not the back of a Merlin. Roller is in the pink Porsche. And we've got Mireles in the white Porsche with the stripes on it. Ferreira in the Ford Escort. Andy Newell in a Jaguar E-Type, the British driver, is there next to the Rollners. And we've got the Toncogne team with the Gallon team in the earlier races. Olivier and Xavier Gallon Toncogne with the AC. We'll pick up quite a lot of these cars as they come round. Pick out some of the colours. The Ferrari 365 GT B4 Competizione, the Daytona is in there. There's the grid then: Barbo, Rona, Mireles, Ferreira, Newell and Rona. The Danish team: Toncogne, Presido, Stamp, the Dane, Duarte, Vas and De Villa, Spaniard. Further Stamp, Prala, Dias Pedro, Cruz and Freitas. And the rest gone: Suarez, Nogueira, Santos, Sosa, the Portuguese teams in there, Spanish teams as well: Leal, Oliveira, Fruin, Sousa Ribeiro, Rompant, Nunes, De La Torre, Mira Gomes, Manuel Ferrao is there as well, Guimarães, Velasco, Neves, and the rest. It's a big grid. They'll be out on track for 50 minutes. So working our way round the warm-up lap, about to go green the circuit with a bit of luck. See, our podium is still taking place. It's going to be drowned out by the sound of these cars as they go away. And the clock will start ticking now as they cross the line. Down, there you go, and it's the little Merlin that's got the drop on the rest. Oof, they're a long way ahead, aren't they, of the rest of the pack. And it's the Andy Newell Jaguar, the turquoise car, down the inside is going to grab third place going into the first corner. Big mix of cars, even little Lotus 7 down the order. Saab Sonnet I see in there, Alfa Romeo, Porsche, VW Porsche 914. Really is a great mix of cars, one or two of them using a few bits of curb. Close run thing through the first couple of turns, very busy in the pack there. Mule Jaguar is already up into third place. All this chopping and changing. There's Cortina in the middle. There's a BMW 2002, little Datsun as well. Oh, one of the Porsches that was well up has gone off the circuit, just pulled off at the side of the track. Some time, I think it will get going again. But it's Barbo who leads the way from Rona and Newell. Beautiful 911 there in the Brumos Cup, the Brundage Motorsport team from Jacksonville in Florida, USA. There's the yellow Porsche. That's the Brumos coloured 911 going through. But it's the Merlin, little tube frame car, which heads the pink Porsche and the turquoise Jag going up behind. Number 8 is the Tuncarnia Galant AC Cobra Daytona, running in. Oh, and beached in the gravel is one of the Ferraris. Oh, and a big moment there for an Alfa Romeo. That's the 39 Alfa. We saw it out earlier, I think, and that was all over the gravel on the inside of turn 1. So we have a safety car, I'm sure, a yellow flag, I'm sure, for the zone for the car that's in the gravel. Maybe even a safety car. While that Ferrari is recovered. Let's see what happened here. So I think it was a touch, wasn't it, between the Alfa Romeo and the Ford Escort on the outside. And they both stayed on the island, but that was a bit of a hairy moment. Newell is now second in the Jaguar, according to our screens. And down the order, the great miscellany of cars that typifies the Iberian Historic Endurance Race is wending its way round the Circuito Estoril. Light just beginning to fade as the race goes on. There's the Jaguar, well ahead of the pink Porsche now. In fact, the Porsche of Rona is is running in tandem with its teammate. The two Ronas together. It's the Martini liveried Porsche which gets through. Car 61 up into third place, ahead of the 47. The Galant Tuncarnia Daytona Cobra, the grey car, is next up in fifth, car number 8, ahead of Duarte and Vaz in their Porsche 911s. Lovely RSR 911s. Touring cars also very much a part of this series. Sliding around on a track that's been well used this weekend. Volvo Amazon among them. Volvo 121 of Guimarães. Little Lotus 7 in all the middle of this. I think 42 starters, I think. Lotus 7 is Joao Miragomes, and a change of leadership because the Jaguar of Andy Newell has stormed into the lead from Barbeau, and Rollner's Porsche comes down the inside as well, but has to tuck in line through turn 1. Close up front, but Newell's got to the head of the pack. It's a pit stop race. Oh, he gets a little bit out of line, and lots of screeching of tyres from the Jag. Side by side behind them, the Merlin and the Porsche, but the Merlin just has the agility in the twisty parts of the circuit to hold the Porsche at bay. Porsche with bags of power. The pink Porsche cuts really sideways, second of the Rollner team cars. Beautiful Porsche 904. That's Stamp from Denmark. .904 running quite a long way down the order. Great to see it. Imagine to see a Porsche 904 and a Volvo 121 running in adjacent positions in a race, but that's what we have. And we're chasing an Alfa Romeo. Ahead of that, the VW Porsche 9146. Quite a lot of BMW 2002s. The Ferrari Daytona under attack from a 3 Series BMW, not quite literally, but running very close together. Contrast between an Escort Mark 1 and an Escort Mark 2 for Ford fans. And that car, the maroon and silver Escort, running in the hallowed broadspeed colours of the late 1960s. Ferrari has the legs on the Escort in a straight line, no surprise there. These Ferraris that raced at Le Mans and weren't the quickest things there, but got some really fine leading positions as a result of being good, strong workhorses and outlasting some of the cars that look quicker on paper. So Newell leads by nearly 2 seconds in the number 52 Jaguar. Barbeau second, Rollner third, Vaz in the number 80 Porsche is in 4th place. Duarte and Tancani are the next pair, 83 and 8. It's coming from a long way back to make the pass. The number 211 Alfa Romeo. That was the car of Mello. Mello ahead of yellow there, but the Alfa with the green stripe over its wing, period style. It's got to the head of that little queue. Will the Volvo catch the Porsche 9046? Who knows? There's the turquoise Jag of Andy Newell from Josco Motorsport, who's shown against a German flag because the car is entered by Rhea Sauter, who not only drives her cars well but prepares them well as too. There goes Barbeau in the Merlin, still chased by Rollner. Just a few lengths between them. The Merlin will appreciate the twists and turns. The Porsche will love it when it can be unleashed in a straight line. Coming off the corner there, you'd have thought that the Porsche might be able to get past the little sports racer, but probably not to be. Hopped up wheel from 103. That is Cortina. That's Sousa Ribeiro, having got past the Alfa Romeo. So the Brumos Porsche and the Martini Porsche charged through. That little 904 Porsche is commanding some attention from our cameras. And the Alfa and Cortina tussle continues. It's Rampant in the Alfa Romeo, getting really stuck into this battle. Sun setting out over the coast. It's the problem, and that is unfortunately out of the race. That's a little Saab Sonnet, isn't it? The Alma Racing Saab Sonnet of Sousa, number 170. Don't see too many Saab Sonnets racing. I've seen one or two racing in the States. I wouldn't go and look under the back of it if I were you, with cars bearing down on you on track. Tempting to try to rejoin the race if it's a simple fix, but you don't really want to be there. I think the marshals are suggesting probably it would be safer to move it, and the marshals all with their helmets, hard hats on, just moving it out of the way. It's Porsche 356, two of them in fact together, with the BMW 1800. There's a fantastic mix of cars, and the two Porsches running side by side there, the two early cars, and they're being overtaken down the inside, the 225, making up for the early problem where the car was actually off the circuit at one of the turns, had to wait for a gap to get back on. In the middle of this. Morion and Guérin in the two Porsche 356s. Had a nice little tussle. The Escorts now managed to bisect the Porsche duel, and that's hurtling through. Oh, the Sonnet's going again. Whether it'll get back to the pits or continue in the race, who knows. 47 though is Rollner, still chasing the lead Porsche. Gap between them 2.3 seconds. We've got 33 minutes to go. The Smoky Saab is out of the race, sadly, but at least he's got back to the pits safely. Last thing you want is for a car to break down a couple of times in a lap. We've got Barbeau has stopped in the Merlin after 8 laps. So that's the mandatory stop for that car. And, last time round had done its best sector times. You look quite exposed on Lotus 7 in this company, don't you? Tend not to notice when there's a whole pack of Lotus 7s or Caterhams. That's João Miragomes, who we saw early on racing in the Jaguar XK140 with Afuito. Ford Mustang there. Just getting ready for the second stint as the sun goes down over the Circuito Estoril. The little Lotus 7 charging along. Early 911 with the big wide-bodied RSR going through. Down to virtually nothing between the Jaguar and the Martini Porsche out front, and you can see that's the Tuncan Galant Cobra Daytona number 8, a little bend in its rump, maybe legacy of last night's race, which they finished in 5th place. It's got the Ferrari 365 GTB4 Competizione spec car coming. There's Broadspeed Escort going out, still kind of peering under the Saab Sonnet, more in hope than anticipation that it's going to get fixed. There's the Merlin, second driver now, and it's Matos who shares a bunch of the cars with Carlos Barbeau. There's the Jag then of Newell into the pits. There's another of the routine stops. And there's the lead battle. Jaguar from the 1960s and the much younger Porsche. The Jag has to look one side of the yellow Porsche 914. The Porsche was going to try to go around the other side, and there was no room at that point, but nonetheless the lead battle continues. Little Datsun in the pits. That's 7. That's Neves, and that lead battle continues, although Andy Newell's managed to find a little bit of space in traffic. I think Porsche that was running strongly in second place early on, that's in making its pit stop, one of the Rollner team cars. 27 minutes to go. Andy Newell in Rea Salta's Jaguar leading the way. They raced it at Spa last weekend at the 6 hours event, mixed in with cars from the Motor Racing Legends Woodcote Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy. And look at this, the speed differential is marked between the two, but Newell goes down to the right hand side, therefore forcing Rollner to take the longer line, and as he turns in, the back end just hops a little. 298 between them. None of the waiting for the top guys and girls to come in, but at the moment waiting to see what happens with, I guess there's a stop for the Tancon Cobra, Tancon Gallon team in the number 8. They're stopping from 5th place, car number 8. And yesterday it was Papa Tancon who went first. This is Gallon and Olivier, who's won the Group C races this weekend, had a fine time at the Estoril Classics. Another little Datsun with those trademark Brock Racing Enterprises stripes down the side of it. Golf livery always looks good on a Porsche. That's a 356, that's number 1. And that is Velasco. Now the little Merlin is up to 13th place in the hands of Matos. 13th place, and with quite a few of the cars ahead of it yet to stop. That's going to be at near the sharp end of the pack by the time the checkered flag goes out. In fact, Matos has moved up in the Merlin into 9th place as a result of cars ahead of it stopping. So that is looking good. There's the German registered Jaguar, engaged in battle with Rollner, and again getting the back end really out of line is Andy Newell, British driver in that car. It's a German team, British driver, German owner of the car will step in later in the race. 196 is Morion, the Spanish racer with the Porsche 356. That's could be a Spanish and Portuguese team in that one. And the Ferrari, the Daytona, is off the track. Smokily, that was charging earlier on. I don't know where it's gone, but which part of the track, but it was a fair way off. And oh yes, there we go. Driver vacating it. Newell in the pits. And the safety car is on its way. Probably a very timely stop for Newell, because that car being in the pits means it should be a fairly simple clear up, but at that point rear Sauter will be into the car. This caution for the retrieval of the Ferrari 365 GTB4. Which had made it stop. That's one of the Stamp team cars from Denmark. There goes the Porsches back out into the fray. Gap between the leading Porsches now 61 and 80, 4.7 seconds, and there is that should be Sauter going out in the Jag into a safety car situation. Quick driver when all was going well, Rhea Sauter. Former equestrian competitor. Got into racing through her father. He's built and run cars for many years. There is the Kia safety car. It's quite complicated because the lead cars should be coming in. So yes, they do, and picking up the lead car therefore could be quite tricky. They're the only two cars that have finished 14 laps. Next to the cars will be the Newell and Sauter Jaguar. Look at that. It's a fair piece, isn't it? Glorious motor car. Nice livery too. Safety car leads them round. Let's see how it all forms up. Whether the Rollner and Vaz Porsche 61 and 80 get out somewhere around the same time. Maybe that the de facto leader at that point could be that 52 Jag again. Now it's like a rolling roadblock, this. Behind the safety car, so I think what's the intention is to get the Ferrari out of the way as quickly as possible, get the race back going again. There's the Martini Porsche from the Rollner team. Coming through. Now, Rear Salter is now shown as the leader at the end of Sector 1. So the 52 Jag has covered most ground, it's made its stop, and it's there. Second is Jesus with the 83 Porsche, also on 14 laps, but out laps for Vaz in 80. He's now ahead of Rollner in 61. Where are they going to shuffle into the pack? Oh, quite a long way back, I would think. So there's the Ferrari. The Ferrari's back going again. So they hooked it out, and it's on its way. So this is the queue. A line of dust being swept into the track to deal with some spilt fluid. It might not be oil. It might be coolant. Five cars currently have completed 14 laps. Still 17 minutes to go. And looks like there will be another slow safety car lap before the field is reunited. Then we'll wait to see whether Rear Salter, who's just coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna in the turquoise, the bright turquoise Jag, whether everybody ahead of her is waved through. Can't be done until the command comes from the from race control, of course. Race control in radio contact with the scene of the incident, and will know exactly what's happening with the marshals on track there. The pink Porsche moving way out of line, just trying to see what's happening up ahead, I think. The Merlin is currently showing in 5th place. No, 4th place now, the little Merlin Sports Racer. There is the leader, flashing her headlights. That's Rear Salter in 52. And the lead is 1.7 seconds over the 83 Porsche. Of Jesus Suarez Porsche. 80 is 3rd. 227. Matosh in the Merlin is 4th. 5th is 61 Rollner. Those are the 5 cars that have done 15 laps so far. So there's that slither of moon just showing through that greeted the finishers in yesterday's endurance race. This is the final race of the weekend here at Estoril. Down to 12 3/4 minutes to go. And the car's now being waved past the safety car so as to free them and get the race leader behind, which is Rea Sauter. But within 8 seconds of Rea Sauter, there are 4 other cars. So there's the other safety car. Well, there is the safety car, and there are now 5 cars to get past it. And it's going to have to go around again. Rea Sauter may not be too unhappy about that, because it's 1 fewer lap to worry about. But the slower drivers have got to get past and get away. They can't just amble along. Right, now we have the lead group behind the safety car. That was what was intended. The track is now clear. Obviously, they've been freed to get out there and push to try to restore a line of cars for the remaining minutes. We're down to 11 minutes. It's going to be probably 8.5, 9 minutes, I would think, of real racing post safety car period. Long line of dust sprinkled liberally over the track. And that's not going to make the going terribly easy, particularly with the fading light. Behind the pace car, the leaders' transponders say they are through sector 1 of the track. 5 cars on the lead lap: 52, 83, 80, 227 and 61. Sauter, Jesus, Suarez, Matos and Rolner. And with, I could see Matos there in the Merlin. At the back of that group alongside the Lotus Cortina, and there are 1 or 2 cars mixed in with them. You would think that the safety car would be in on this lap. They're not quite at the end of the longest sector of the circuit. That is very dusty, isn't it? Visibility down to next to nothing. Like a scene from a sci-fi film behind the Kia, bursting through into vision. And they've not yet triggered the end of sector 2. Now they have, so another short sector of track. Timing of the safety car certainly helped some of the teams, hindered others, always the case. And with 8 minutes to go, It's the peloton, if you like. .176 is Davila in 13th place. And the safety car is not yet going. It's a safety car in this lap, it says, but it's gone past the pit entrance. And that's a long, long lap. Yep, the field is not quite reunited. You can see in the background the main peloton, though, attaching to the back of the initial crocodile. The Merlin Sports Racer there, 227, actually fourth overall with those cars. It's going to be probably a 5-minute dash at the end of it. It's going to be 3 laps, I would think. Oh, very sideways, one of the Cortinas. It's still slippery offline, where the marshals have treated the liquid that's on the course. Could that yet have a say in how the race pans out? .227 Merlin and 61 Porsche running pretty close together. But they have a few slower cars to get through to get to the top 3. Safety car's got a bit of a twiddle on now, and going a little bit quicker, otherwise we'll run out of time. There is Sauter with the gotcha down the side of the car. He also looks after Markus Krafft von Neuenhausen's E-Type on the Bilsterberg circuit in Germany. Markus von Neuenhausen, previous winner of the Spa 6 Hours race, sharing his GT40. And it's going to be less than 5 minutes for Ria Sauter to hold on, trying to keep those Porsches at bay, and in they come. You can't overtake before the timing line, but it would appear that Ria Sauter has been overtaken by the next big. Jesus and Suarez have gone through ahead of Sauter. I don't think that's allowed, but they come down. Sauter's being gobbled up, and the Merlin is there as well of Matos, but at the inside of Matos it looks like Rolner with the Martini Porsche is there too, and it is. They go past the Jaguar, and Ria Sauter is shaken down to 5th place. It's now down to the 3 Porsches, but there'll be a bit of a steward's inquiry there. Because normally it's the timing line where you're allowed to overtake, because they're still under caution until that point. So, and Ria Sauter is actually not going that quickly at all. She probably thinks she's been robbed by that breakaway at the start. There is the leader. It's the Jesus Porsche 911. The Tonkin Gallant AC Cobra Daytona is up into 6th place. It's got 20 odd seconds, 22 seconds to make up on the Jag of Ria Sauter. The Jag is a much earlier car than the Porsche RSRs around it. So David versus Goliath battle with the Merlin Sports Racer, 1600cc Ford Lotus twin cam engine under the tail. Through come the Porsche, sounding really crisp. Matos is third in the Merlin that started on the front row. And the Porsche of Rona is there as well. Can't get one more lap after this, but that's all there is in it. It's been Matos and Rona who lead the way. Can Matos thread the Merlin through past the lead Porsche, the number 43 car? Well, getting down to the important end of the race. There's the Lamb, Porsche 356. Yes, and the Merlin is ahead, and Porsche that was leading is now back into third place. So it could be a Portuguese win at the end of the weekend for Carlos Barbo and Matos. It depends really whether the 61 Porsche of Rona can get back with him. Danish driver, Danish entrant, hopping the curbs. We're through the final sector, going on to what will be the last lap. The Merlin from Colchester Racing Developments screams down the start straight, dancing on the brakes into turn one. We want to take refuge in the twistier parts of the circuit. The 501 Escort is running strongly. That's Pereira down in 15th place. Last lap then of the Iberian Historic Endurance Race, which brings the Estoril Classics event to a close. Will it be the Little Merlin, which started on the front row alongside the other Rona Porsche, the pink one? It looks like it probably will, because I see no great sign through the first sector of the Porsche getting any closer. Matos in the lead car, kicking up the dust in the face of Rona in the Martini Porsche. There isn't much in it. Just done the best sector 2 of the race. Has Matos out front. He means business, and looks like he may just have enough under the bonnet if he can negotiate some of these slower cars. It's the same for both of them, but it's a question of where they catch them. And will know the circuit better than Rona in the chasing car. And they come out of the last corner. It's going to be Matos comes home the winner of the Iberian Historic Endurance Race. The car started by Carlos Barber. And the Merlin Mark IV takes the checkered flag, the final checkered flag of an astonishing weekend of racing here at Estoril. Rona is second in the Martini Porsche. Jesus is third with the 83. And then it looks like it's going to be Patrick Simon, who's come through in fourth, another of the Porsches, ahead of Xavier Tancon, who took over the Tancon Galon Cobra. They have finished fifth in number 8. Sixth is going to be Suarez. Seventh, Cardoso. in the 75 Porsche, and in 8th place is going to be Rea Sauter in the Jaguar, which led to the change, with the best of the touring cars, the number 48 Escort of Carvalho in 9th place, and Nina, another Porsche behind that, followed by the 323i BMW of Cruz, the Alpha of Malta from Tavila's Porsche, and Nogueira in another Escort. The top 20 will be rounded out by Fernanda in the Alfa Romeo, Suarez in the Elan, Pereira in an Escort, Garcia in a Porsche 2.5 ST, Petiz in an Alfa, and the Lotus 7, which Afuito took over, Nuno Afuito took over from João Miragomes. So an entertaining finish. It's a shame about the length of the safety car, but it has to be done for the safety of marshals and the competitors, of course. But there's our winner. The little Merlin has toppled the might of Stuttgart. The Porsches in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th and 7th place, split by the AC Cobra Daytona of the Gallant Tancogne, Olivier and Xavier. And the leaders come into the pits where they're going to put that glorious skies over the Atlantic to the west. As the drivers come in, there will be a podium, and hopefully we'll hear from Louis Belmont, who's down there, been our eyes and ears in the pits all weekend. Yes, there is the little Merlin. And it's dwarfed by the Martini liveried Porsche that comes in alongside. And there is the 3rd place Porsche 83 that's just pitched up. Carlos Barbeau then and Matos, they have won this race. And are they happy about it? Absolutely. And there's that must be Carlos coming in. Yeah, it is Carlos Barbeau. There he is. Well done. Portuguese victory then at the end of the weekend. And that was a cracking result for them. Very well deserved. And most of the cars being filtered off round the back of the pits into the paddock, where they'll pack up and for some prepare for a very long trek home, particularly if you're going back to somewhere like Denmark. But there with the spot-lit pit lane at the Circuito Estoril, we have the top drivers for the final race of the weekend, and Carlos Barbeau with the Tintas Barbeau race overalls is looking proud and happy, as well he might. I don't think they potentially expected to come out on top of the Porsche posse, but they've proved that a really nippy little car can outrun the finest Förderstärke from Germany. So it won't be long now before we can go down to the pit lane for the final time. And Rui is down there in the pit lane. Rui, over to you with our race winners.
Okay, we are here with the race winners, Carlos Barbot and Diogo Matos, the only Portuguese victor throughout this weekend. Carlos, I'll start with you. You were the pole sitter. You began the race. How were the first moments of the race?
Very difficult. The competition was very strong. We struggled a lot with the car. The car is not as good as it usually is. So I tried not to lose much time to the others, because I was pretty sure that my co-driver will be mega fast, which he is. So in the end, the strategy worked, and we came to the end, we won the race.
Congratulations, Diogo. At the end, we had the safety car situation, a lot of minutes on turning laps, but then you made the final push, and it was it.
It was difficult. I didn't know where we were when the safety car came in, but then when the safety car came out, I saw the leaders just ahead, and I tried to catch him the fastest I can, because the time was not too much, and it was a difficult race. But in the final, we take the win, and it was very good.
Of course, it was good. Carlos, just one last question. I've been seeing you in the past years racing with this car. I'm always impressed about how low the car is compared to the others. It's a little bit of an act of courage sometimes to pass them.
Yeah, the car is low, but I see them quite well. Sometimes they don't see me, but I see them. So for me, it's okay, not a problem.
Not a problem for them also.
Sometimes, but they don't like us being so low. But we cannot say that dwarfs have also they can exist, and this car is a little bit dwarfish, but fine, nice car.
Okay, congratulations to you both. For us, also very special to see a Portuguese team in the first place at the end of the race. Carlos Barbot and Diogo Matos, they are the winners. I leave you, Marcos, for the final stint, if we can say that, of this fantastic weekend here at Estoril. It's the final moments here in the pit lanes, but you will finish this fantastic weekend, as usual, in the best way.
Thank you very much, Rui, down there in the pit lane for all you've done all weekend. And there's our result. Carlos Barbot, Diogo Matos win in the Merlin from Roller, Duarte and Jesus next up. Then Roller and Patrick Simon finishing that car. We go back 5th and 6th, the Tancon, Gallon team and Suarez there. And all the way down the order. We had a lot on the lead lap, quite a few more within a lap of the victory. It's been a superb race weekend here, the Estoril Classics for 2021, presented, of course, by Peter Auto, with their grids making up the vast majority of the weekend. Big thank you to them and all their organisation in France for making it happen. Also to the Race Ready crew for putting on the Iberian race at the end of the weekend, after which we're going to hear, I hope, the Portuguese national anthem to sign off this event. It's been a glorious weekend here at Estoril. The sun is going down, it's setting on a great event. Next year, hopefully we'll be back with the 2022 edition and the 50th anniversary of this wonderful Portuguese race circuit. Our marshals have been great all weekend. The teams have worked so hard with all kinds of difficulties with post-COVID logistics and transport, etc., to put on a fabulous weekend of racing. There's been one or two dramas. Some ended up pretty well considering. Others ended up with bent motor cars, but that's the nature of motorsport, of course. Motor racing can be dangerous, but it's also an enormous amount of fun. And we've seen that time and time again through the weekend. Smiling drivers getting out of race cars. They're, for the most part, amateur competitors who love what they do and know they are privileged to do it, but really like to put on a good show for spectators. We've had spectators here in decent numbers over the weekend. We've had other side shows. We've had lots of Portuguese personalities in the past. There is a real will to come racing in Portugal and to come to Cascais, where it is an absolutely marvellous part of the world to visit, and hope that the coverage this weekend has really inspired people to come back, not only competitors but spectators and fans of motorsport to come back this weekend, because it's a place that everyone aspires to coming. It's a fantastic track, and it's one which, as we've seen, provides a great mix of corners, of gradients, of challenges for the competitors, and it's not one that's always run away with by the biggest, most powerful cars, as we've seen at the end. We've had some great drivers here over the weekend. Of course, we had Le Mans winner Martin Brundle among them, competing in Zach Brown's Jaguar IMSA car yesterday, and we've had a lot of big names from historic motorsport. But right at the end of the weekend, finally the result that everyone craved, a victory for the Portuguese team. That's Diogo Matos, who brought the little Merlin of Carlos Barbo home victory, and what a great weekend it was. So thank you to everyone. Hopefully we're going to see a podium very shortly, and it has been a great deal of fun to bring you this coverage from the Estoril Classic. The lights are on in the pits and the podium area, and we've had a cracking weekend. Thanks to everybody who has made it happen. To my co-commentators, Rui Belmont down there in the pit lane, and Paul Tarsi, who joined us yesterday and this morning. It has been something we've thoroughly enjoyed and would love to do again, if you'll have us. And we're waiting for the podium to be announced. There will be various different class podiums. But historic racing is something which has been very much a growth area over the last 20 years. The Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal being very much part of that, with races particularly at the Algarve Festival, which comes up in a couple of weeks' time down at Portimao. Another world-class circuit, a very different circuit in nature to that of Estoril, which is very much a traditional 70s style circuit. It's still a great track, but the Algarve International Autodromo is a fantastic one too, and there's a good set of grids of historic cars going down there as well. I think there's also some races in Spain going on in the next couple of weeks, and teams moving from Spanish races down to back to Portugal for the Algarve Classic at the end, the historic festival down there. Been a fantastic opportunity to showcase historic cars of lots of eras, going from the 1950s right through to the modern sports prototypes here at Estoril. I've seen everything from the Jaguar XK140 and cars of the 50s right through to the modern prototypes. We've seen a couple of victories for the Dallara SP1 with that wailing Judd V10 engine, James Cottingham and Max Girardo winning in that car this weekend. An absolutely outstanding endurance race last night, won by Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley in the Cobra, popping past the Cottingham and Girardo Cobra, their teammates, with just a few laps to go, and winning a long race by a second and a half. That was absolutely superb. And today we've had further Formula One races. We've had Group C, all kinds of cars, the two fantastic CER grids, the cars, the sports racers and GT cars of the 1960s and 1970s into the 1980s, really entertaining us as well. The Heritage Touring Car race this morning was brilliant. The BMWs and Capris, evoking memories of a classic era of tin top racing, the early 1970s. I can see drivers getting ready to come out onto the podium for the final time this weekend. and it's only right to greet our winners with trophies, with champagne, and also an open invitation to come back to Cascais and the Circuito Estoril in future years. And the moon glowing away over the circuit really sets the scene quite beautifully on what has been a very exciting, very safe weekend of historic sport, with the pit lane gathering down below to greet our victors. Won't be long before the winners are called up onto the podium, now spotlit, for the final time this weekend, and we'll wait for them to be called forward. I think there's a little air of urgency now to get them out. The temperature's dropping. It's been a nice warm weekend, lots of breeze yesterday, but we're just about here, and we've got some infiltrators on the grid. Didn't see you in race suits earlier on, gents, but they've run away, and we will shortly be having our podium for the Iberian Historic Endurance Race. Cracking race, and it was pretty close at the end. I think there might be one or two discussions going on about finishing order in the race. Because our Alcamel Systems timing sheet has changed, but let's not prejudge. We'll wait to see what happens as the drivers get called forward. The world waits expectantly down in the pits underneath. Formula One cars, which will be heading to different parts of Europe. The arrows going back to the UK, and there's just a short delay here, which is the nature of live broadcast. And here we have drivers coming out. You can see them in that room to the side. I think they're more waiting down on the pit lane. There is certainly this element of confusion is I think taking everyone by surprise. Podiums have been sorted very quickly in for the previous races, but we've got officials coming out. Don't see too much scratching of heads, but we will see who gets called forward. This will be quite interesting. And from the dark skies, yes, we've got the announcer coming out onto the podium, and we'll call the winners up onto it in just a second. Got the running order. The flag preparers will be behind the podium. Yeah, I think that's been what's referred to as a steward's inquiry somewhere in the back room, because the cars that we thought had finished first and third, certainly. First and fourth, maybe we can drop way down the order on the revised timing, but we have a different order now, but we'll wait to see what the officials say before we go with it. The good thing is that the announcer has returned. The champagne is being prepared. So we have a podium now, and well, I recognise Andy Newell and Rea Salter, who come out onto the podium, the Jaguar crew, showing in second place in their group, and this will be the pre-65 section. That's not who's on the podium. It's in third place in the pre-65s. Go down the order. Yes, third is Holden of the Porsche 904-6 Holden Stamp team. Second, Andy Newell and Rea Salter, the Anglo-German crew. And the top step will be them either. Will be the Tancon team in pre-65. Tancon Gallant, Xavier and Olivier. There we go. There's our pre-65 podium. Lots of changes of order. To pictures. Some masks in place. So Andy Newell's going to spray the champagne. The silk-cut Jaguar team, that's Xavier Tancon, and he sprayed it all over Rea, which is she's probably none too happy about that, which is she's running off the podium anyway. Next of our podiums. For our next podium, we've got several along the way. Down, so we don't have captions as to who's who on there. And the souvenir trophies coming out as well.
No hay más. No hay más. Se acabó. Se acabó. Sí. Se acabó. No, esto no es.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of a very long Estoril Classics event for 21, the final podium for the Iberian Historic Endurance Race has been completed. And on behalf of the team, it's Marcus Pye saying good night to you all. And I hope you've enjoyed the coverage of a cracking event in Portugal. And with a fair wind, we'll all be back next year. So good night and safe journeys home.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Thank you.